Bear with me here. All right, beautiful. We are up and running on both platforms. The chat bot has successfully connected, I believe. Let's give that a quick little test. Give a little quick test right here. Boom, boom. There it is. There it is. All right. Hope everybody's doing well. We're going to jump into some Dune Awakening tonight. We've got about, what time is it? 8:30? We got about 7.5 hours until the apex of the Coriolis storm. But there's an announcement here that I did not see. We might have a fucking delay. Oh, man. Hold on. That's 7 a.m. UTC. That's 1 a.m. Eastern time. Oh, you guys can't even see what I'm looking at. My bad. Give me a second. There it is. Ignore the man without the shirt. We're looking at the notifications right here saying the servers will be offline for a game update starting at 7 UTC. Downtime is expected to be 1 hour. If this is 7 p.m. UTC, that was 3 p.m. Eastern, or this is way old. If it's 7 a.m., which I'm assuming it is, that's coming up here in a few hours. So let's go ahead and jump on in here and see what's going on. Surely we're going to get some sort of a notification on the screen or something. Oh, let me know if the mics has that popping problem happening. I'm gonna check that real quick. Hello. Doing a quick microphone check just to make sure we don't got that popping. Bear with me for 1 second.
On infiltration instead of invasion.
Sounds fine.
Diversion instead of elections. On intimidation. On infiltration instead of invasion. On
Hopefully that doesn't go off too much.
On intimidation.
Something just made some noise here. We've only got 2 hours and 3 minutes left of power time on our thing here. Not sure exactly what's causing that, so we're gonna craft, like, let's say, I don't know, 48 of these. And, you know, I don't know, 24 of these. Realistically, way more than we should need. But that should take care of that problem for us. And let's put on some clothes. Why is this man in no clothes? What did we do with our gear here? We were supposed to be riding out to the apex of the storm last night before they said that, oh, in North America servers, you get no apex of the storm. It's been delayed. So we dumped all of our stuff somewhere. Just get this old man some freaking clothes, man. He can't survive out here without the clothes. You can see the Coriolis is still somewhat in effect. I'd imagine that maybe we're going to get some sort of timer and it's not going to be as late because they're saying there's a downtime coming up. I am getting ready to check EXO, but let's get this guy as close. Here we go. Here we go. I remember now. We built up some chests because I didn't want to have to search for these things. Okay. None of that went into the right spot like I wanted it to. I thought I took it out in order so it would go in the right spot, and none of it did. Okay. Big. Let me check X real quick, see if they've got any sort of posts as to what's going on. It's been a bit of a wild day for me here. There's going to be a hot fix coming in on June 18th at 9 a.m. Central Eastern Time with various bug fixes. The expected downtime is meant to be 60 minutes, and the patch notes will be made available once the patch is ready to download. Doesn't give us any information on what's going on with the Coriolis storm, but actually, can we... Oh my gosh, bro. They've already come through and claimed 4 of them. It's going to be another clean sweep here. And it just started, man. I need some help. Can I contribute to this after the fact? Deliver to the Landsrad Quartermaster at your faction's fortress. What am I supposed to do? What do you want me to do? Radiation suit MK6? No. What was this one? Spice infused duraluminum. That's an easy one, bro. Damn. I don't know. The lands... Oh, that's what I was looking for, was to see if we were going to get a timer, but there is no more timer anymore. Potential task reveal in 19 hours. But we can go and find these to get the reveal, can't we? I don't really like how that's laid out. But whatever. Atreides is dominating Harkonnen again. At least over on this server. Let me know if this game audio is too loud or too quiet. Let me disable that preview there so we're not triple rendering the screen. I'm trying to figure out what we're doing here. I didn't play it all since we got off last night, I don't think. So, what we were doing was finishing out this Tier 5 Ornithopter, and in order to do that, I needed the Cobalt Paste. We just got back from getting the stuff. I don't know what chest that's going into. Boom. We had 1 hour left all the way up to 2 days and 23 hours. So absolutely big. I don't know where this fuel is going, but it was the small fuel that was stopping us, but we're going to craft up the big fuel as well, too, so might as well, no big deal. Let's take a quick peek at what... Oh, yeah, it was the cobalt paste that held us up here. And we got stuck on the cockpit. We always get stuck on the cockpit. This dirty piece right here. Crafted. And then the hull crafted. Boom, boom. That's our second Tier 5 Ornithopter achieved. Alright, let's get this thing crafted. Next thing we need to worry about is this medium chemical refinery. I need to get that down. And we need spice for that, so I think we're going to go on a bit of a spice hunt out here. What is that noise, bro? Beth, how you doing? Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. Let me know if the game audio is quiet. Oh, we're kind of in a quiet situation, so it probably sounds quiet, to be honest. It's like when we're at the base, it's real quiet, and the second I get in an ornithopter, it sounds like a freaking Black Hawk helicopter's flying over your head. Let's go find some spice. Is it time to harvest? Nah, it's not. It's not time. We should figure out where our harvester is, though, because we will need to be doing some inventories of water. That's good. My gosh, I need to organize these things. I think I have like a fresh scythe in here somewhere. There it is. There it is. Put that in with the box with the leader johns. That's nice and ready to use. Let's go hunt down some spice. We only need just a bit more spice in order to be able to craft this medium ore or medium chemical refinery, so I'm not worried about going into the deep desert to get spice yet. That's either a ship or that's spice. It's kind of way too dark to be finding spice out on these sands, isn't it? I believe if we fly over them, they'll pin on my map, or if we get close enough to them. Oh, there's one right there. There's two. Wow, huge. Actually big. Like, what the heck was that? It didn't breach. I don't think that was a breach on us. I don't think that thing was breaching on us. Somebody might be over there. Oh, that just ate the ship. Okay, it ate the ship. I'm like, what is going on? This might actually put us above the amount of spice melange we need in order to craft that. So finding these two right next to each other is absolutely massive. Up, 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 up. Oh, I took the storage off of this thing. That sucks. Nice try, buddy. Oh, it's almost perfect dew harvesting time as well. That's crazy that it timed out. We were able to knock out 2 of those and then be able to go smash out some dew. Alicia Lestrange, how you doing? How are you doing tonight? Hope you're doing well. In 6 minutes, we're reaching like an hour marker here, which not... I mean, that's like 7 hours until the apex is supposed to be, but I'm not sure. We just got back on. I'm not sure what happened with the whole delay that they threw out with the Coriolis for North America. So I'm not even sure if we're still rolling into this storm. I'm doing all right. We're just out here, hopefully going to be able to see the apex of the storm. We were out here last night, fully anticipating being able to fly this ornithopter out into the deep desert during the apex of the storm. And then 30 minutes before it was supposed to happen, they delayed it on NA. So I'm not sure. Still not sure what's going on. But I believe now we can finally slap down this medium chemical refinery, which is realistically, I believe, the last step before we can start actually making these plastinium ingots. So let's go ahead and take a look at what we can do here with the spice. I can make 21 of it. Let's hope that's because of the water, because I'm going to need more. I'm going to need like 3 more. Yes, dude, it was because of the water. All right, nice. We do have enough spice melange. Supreme! We're doing all right. It's been all right. We just got on, actually, to be honest. So I'm still trying to figure out what's going on with this Coriolis storm that's supposed to hit NA. But we've been doing good. You didn't see it on your server because I was not playing at the time it happened. Yeah, in the early access build that I played, I skipped out on the first Coriolis storm as well. I was like deep in the process. Oh, shit, I didn't grab my harvester. I was like deep in the process of refining the speedrunning strategy for the full launch, so I didn't bother with the first Coriolis. And then we were fully ready to watch this one, and then 30 minutes before, somebody came into the chat and they were like, they just announced on Discord that it's getting delayed in NA. And I was in disbelief, dude. I was like, oh man, I hate companies that announce stuff like that on Discord. Sure enough, that's exactly what was going on. And now when I logged on today, it's saying something about a downtime, and on the main screen it said, what the hell did it say on the main screen? It said something on the main screen, which to me translated into like 3 a.m. Eastern or 1 a.m. my time, which is just a few hours from now that they're expecting to have a downtime. But then when I go over to X, they're saying it's 9 a.m. Hold up. Yeah, it's 1 a.m. I was right. I'm just a dumbass, bro, and I read CEST, and for some reason that was Central Eastern Standard Time. I'm stupid, bro. How you make this giant hollow door? You did a 2x2 and it didn't combine. I did the same thing when I first built a hollow door. I completely messed it up. Let me get down here and harvest just a bit of some water, and then I'll show you what I did the first time. I don't know what you did, but the first time I did it, I tried to build one that my ornithopter could land on top of, and it turned out to be 3 strips of the hollow door, because I didn't know you could make it a big square. Well, I'll show you. We even have a bigger one. I'll show you how to get a big one down. And I couldn't land my ornithopter. I couldn't bring my ornithopter into the bay because it was registering those as, like, I don't know what it was doing. The gaps in between the barriers were registering as blocks rather than... I completely jacked it up. The day we get a deposit all button is the day I'm going to be so happy.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
How did you, yeah, you did it too and was just trying a lot? Yeah, let me jump up and show you. I just needed to at least get one thing of water in. So you can, like, I think realistically go, I haven't had a limit where it's like, no, that's too big. Because I even put this thing down and it's all in one. And let me show you. If we go in to the building tool here. So it latches on. Let me get one latch on here. Just one. These are all curved, so it doesn't know what the hell to do with the curves. So once it latches on, I clicked on it once, but now I can stretch it as far as I want. Like, I'm not holding the button or anything. I clicked it once and I let go of it, and now I can stretch it as far as I want. So if I wanted this one to go all the way out to there, I'd stretch it. And so that's a curve. It doesn't snap on these curves properly either. So realistically, you'd want to hit it on like a nice flat area. That's why I had to make this piece, not a triangle piece, so that it would connect, because that was the one thing that was preventing it from working. Let me see if I can get that in a different spot so I can really show you. I lost my mind. Like, look, so now that I have it there, I can stretch it as far as I want. Like, I still have it. See if I can get it to snap somewhere. Like, it doesn't want to snap to any of this because it's all... Oh, whoa. Snapped right there, didn't it? Yep, there it goes. Boom. You know what I mean? Oh, I don't know if that explained it very well, but hopefully that helped. And the first time I did it, I wasn't utilizing the fact that I can just click on one corner and then just freehand stretch it to make sure it goes where I want it to. Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, click it once and now I can stretch this thing to the heart's content. I can't finish it. I'm clicking again and it won't finish it because it's not snapped to something. But I haven't hit a limit, and it only takes one set of materials. It doesn't like it. It's not like it multiplies the amount of materials that it takes, or at least I didn't notice that it did. Good. Hopefully that works. There we go. Now we're out of spice sand, but we definitely have enough melange being made to craft this thing right here. So let's move these generators out of my way. Alright, it's not going to be its final spot. There we go. Good enough. None of that's in its final spot. Alright, cool. We need that down so we can craft the, so we can craft these stupid Stravidium fabric strands and turn that into plastinium. Stravidium fiber. It's the last piece of the puzzle. I'll be right back. I mean, I didn't see anything pop up on the screen. And we're meant to be running into an update that's going to last an hour here in 10, 11, 12, 1, in 3 hours. Something just happened. On which platform? I'm not sure. I'm guessing YouTube. Let's see it roll in. It is Supreme Grandmaster coming in with the sub. I appreciate you being here. Appreciate you hitting the subscribe button. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Arrakis has been Arrakis. It's not been bad. We are on the butt end here of making these Stravidium fibers finally. And, unfortunately, we've just freaking dominated the Landsrat. It's almost not fun when it's not a competition. This is going to be 2 weeks in a row. That is just a full blowout, and I don't even necessarily know exactly how this is working. So it says, potential task reveal in 18 hours and 52 minutes. Okay. But then I go out here and it says, seek the House Moros representative to reveal their request. So can I go out here by myself, find this guy, and then just figure out what he wants? And then I'm the only one who knows what this is at the time? But then we look at this right here. Is this something that somebody else in Atreides found? I don't know. House Vernius representative. Is Vernius on here? He is. Okay. Well, let's go answer this freaking question then, I suppose. While we wait for that melange to cook. I want to see exactly what it's going to take to make the Stravidium fibers. I don't know how many we're going to be able to make with how many of the Stravidium mass that we have. House Vernius, here we come. Burn! You better give me some answers, Burn! We still have a bit of the main story quest that we could roll through as well. Whatever assassination quest line they're putting us on. Alright, Vernius.
The frontier is a dangerous place, stranger. The history of our house stretches back in the days of the old for more than a century.
But I actually don't
like
care.
Prometheus stealing fire from Olympus. You're back with good news. Direct. I am empowered by the Technocrat Council of Ix to oversee the machine. Our great house forced into exile after Earl a dark period. After liberating our homeworld, Romba Vernius was named to have after Earl Dominic, a dark period. After liberating our homeworld, it's always the same. Yes, Earl, my relation. You see, my father is a bastard. No. Well, as it happened, he's known as. I can't shake the. It's been many years, and where else should we be? House Vernius shares a long and storied past with our Atreides allies.
You stupid
A
asshole.
relationship enduring to this day.
All I wanted to know what the task was, because I don't understand. Why would it say, seek out the House Vernius representative to reveal their request? Here's the House Vernius representative.
You're back with good news, I hope.
You do nothing. You do nothing for me. These houses do nothing. I don't like the way the Landsrad's blocked off right away. I know if it was all revealed right away, you might have the winner of the Landsrad revealed in one day. That might actually be a problem. I can see why they did it. I still don't like it. Let's go see how much duraluminum that we have, because we still have 2 more tier 5 ornithopters I want to craft, and we need 600 duraluminum total for that. This doesn't tell me how many we have. But I have 300 aluminum ingots, so I can make 300. Damn, and we got 450. Oh, that's good, dude. We should be able to craft up. That means we should be able to craft up the 3rd tier 5 scout ornithopter. None of them have any of the equipment prepared in them. And it's getting crowded in here, so it's probably going to have to go 1, 2, 3, 4. And I bet you I can squeeze 2 of these assault ornithopters side by side. So it could actually be 4 and then 2, even though these things are frickin' useless. Right now, the Scout Ornithopter is the meta. However, they're going to probably end up really limiting the ability that these things have and how they function. Or at least making them, like, drastically weaker. I'm not 100% sure what they're going to do with the deep desert PvP. A lot of people are having problems with it. It's basically just a Scout Ornithopter rocket fest. And that doesn't sound that fun, to be honest. Okay, it's water that's holding us up on the duraluminum there. Something else. We're going to do this after the Coriolis storm, and I'm not sure. So, Coriolis storm should be rolling through at, I think it's 4 a.m. my time. I think it's 4 a.m. That's when the typical storm rolls through. We're dealing with a bit of a weird delayed storm system here, and I'm not even entirely sure. They might just They might just cancel it, bro. Like, I haven't seen any announcements as to what's going on, and I'm not getting on their Discord to find out. Let's see if Google has the answer. I don't know. All I can see is that it still was delayed, and if we take a look out here, when we first logged on, there was the wind that is, like, from the Coriolis that was happening. I'm not really seeing it anymore. Know what I mean? You made a giant hollow door. Thanks so much. Oh, good. I'm glad you got it. Good. I'm glad you got it. Oh, I'm so stupid, too. Look, I could have, like, easily demonstrated right here. Bruh. What am I doing, man? Yeah, I could have easily demonstrated right here that you can click it, snap it, clap it. Bada boom, bada bing. You know what I mean? 1, 2, and a 3. Oh, you know what? I wonder if I can do that on these. Man. It'd be nice to have like little mini hollows. Let me make me little mini hollows. I wonder if I make a hollow door. Let's try something. Can I then go in? No, you cannot. Yeah, the mini hollows would go hard right here, but the game said, screw you. They said, not today. Let's go see if these guys have done anything to have this giant L reverted. These guys made somebody mad. They made somebody so mad that they sacrificed one of the 3 sub-fiefs that they can put down just to give these guys a giant L. Let me get over here. It's too good, bro. So there's another massive dew field right here. I'd be careful, because these guys, I think, are trolls. And they've got like a gap that you can walk up now, but it looks like so easy for them to voice trick you into walking in there. Sick bastards. So there used to be a giant dew field right here. This was big dew. And these guys built, and is this even where it was? Did they move their base? I get confused every time I come over here. No, they didn't. Look, this is big dew field right here. These guys built up blocking the dew field, and they must have pissed somebody off so bad, bro, because they used one of their sub-fiefs to drop a giant L on them, so now they can't expand this way just because they blocked off this dew field. I bet this is the edge of their base right here. It's why it's all fat, or flat, blocked off. It's so petty, dude. It's so petty to come and put down a sub-fief just to make a giant L. Oh, it gets me every time, bro. This is like my daily good laugh here from these guys. I wish I could meet this guy right here. He's a legend. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Are you there? Hello, sir.
Hello?
Oh. Are you the one who made this giant L?
No, I'm not.
Oh, well, you're not. Oh, well. Sure looked like you were in that base. Nothing. You're good. I wanted to meet the man who made this giant L. Giving these guys the big L, you know what I mean? So I guess
Big L?
we'll just never know. Yeah, big L, man. Giant L right here, you see? Big L.
Make it?
What?
You make it.
No, I wish. I wish I was this legendary.
What, do they not like me blocking off some dew?
I'm pretty sure that's why they gave you the L. Oh, I didn't know you were the dew blocker. Yep, that's why they dropped you the L. You got the big fat L dropped on you, man. That is,
Yeah, I didn't
that is
know
too
that
good.
was such a crime.
It's enough of a crime to get a big fat L. That's too good, bro. Dinkle. Of course his name is Dinkle, too. Just anybody, you know, like, you'd expect the dew blocker's name to be Dinkle. It just fits. All right. Well, that was fun. That's my daily laugh. I go over there and I bask at the giant L. And I just know whatever legend made that dropped the sub-thief and just completely left. So good. So good. Water time, water time. Not quite perfect water time. And to be honest, we really maybe ought to look into possibly slapping down one of these large wind traps. Oh, like I was saying before, we're eventually going to abandon this base. And by eventually, I mean literally next week. We're going to be moving our base location and setting up, I believe, like right here is what I'm thinking, where I want to put our main Atreides base location, where we're going to be using all of this plastone that we've gotten to build up so much. We got 6,000 plastone, so we should be able to build up quite the Atreides structure, whatever you want to call it. Should be good. Cervix, to finish another hollow you made on the walls. You will be here. Oh yeah, no, I appreciate you stopping by. Even if you get too busy and you gotta leave, no big deal. I appreciate you stopping by. We love our lurkers around here. We love our lurkers. Beth, I'm looking at you. I'm just kidding. She comes in. She chats. She's our resident relative lurker. We've got an update coming out with like an expected hour-long downtime. That's at 1 a.m. my time, which is 3.5 hours from now. I guess I really want to get this medium chemical refinery built. So I can figure out what it takes to make the Stravidium fabric. That's all I want to know, is what's it take? Is it just the mass? What is that noise? Did I just hear somebody cough? Somebody running around with their voice? Oh my god, dude. Come on now, send them down. Send them floating down. That's not one of them. That is a rock. Where they at? You just got a red light following. Oh, there he is. For real? No, 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 not that. Damn it all. Also, I gotta keep a track of the time here. It's about time. So this is where our, this is where our buggies are gonna have to come up from. I still don't know. Ugh. Oh my gosh, that's actually almost like lined up perfectly. I think we're just gonna have to deal with that. This is where our buggies are gonna come up. I need to go farm, but I'm not gonna be able to freaking just leave this here. Hold on. Okay, beautiful. And then we'll roof that off later, no big deal. Alrighty, let's fill up these tanks. Let's craft up that duraluminum. We've got 2 more tier 5 ornithopters that I want to craft to finish off the fleet. Then we're obviously going to need to set up... We need to set these things up. They don't have any attachments, not even the assault ornithopter. All completely attachmentless. And if I have 4 tier 5 assault... Or if I have 4 tier 5 scout ornithopters... I should be able to set up each one of them with a different build, and then one of them with a duplicate. I'm thinking we're going to duplicate our buried treasure scanner. And then we're going to have, like, 2, maybe, like, ones that are geared more towards PvP, or, like, handling PvE content with the side of being able to do some PvP content. I just don't understand how it made it through development without somebody telling them, add a deposit all button. Huh? Nobody wants to dump 30,000 milliliters of water 1 click at a time. When we move into our next base, we need to set up, wind traps. I think I'm going to try and do wind traps rather than death stills. Death stills are good. They are. They just require a lot of power. And power, you know, we can achieve the amount of power required to run a whole thing of death still. It's just like, I don't know if I need that much water. So it's like the death still will probably be sitting empty most of the time. But we could potentially build up like 1,000,000 milliliters worth of water storage, and then we could start just like really trying to fill that all up. At that point, it's like you would be running a death still constantly to fill up that much. We just would never use that much, so I don't know if it'd be worth sinking the time into getting all that. Especially because even in our new base, we can always just grab 5 liter johns and then roll out here and just harvest dew and then take 50,000 milliliters, 100,000 milliliters of water back to the base. We need to start doing it. We'll probably have to dedicate an entire stream to doing it, or possibly just run some of it offline. I need to knock out some of these advanced class quests. We be slacking. Well, here goes all 105,000 of the water that we just crafted in order to make this duraluminum, or just grabbed. Do we have enough melange yet? Got enough melange yet? I don't know. It's pretty damn slow. No, we still need 13 more spice melange. We have 450 duraluminum, though, so we can craft an entire ornithopter. And, actually, you know what? That would put us short on complex components, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would. Yeah, it would. Hold up. We got to get this thing down first. I've been delaying this for long enough. Oh, complex machinery. No, it wouldn't. We can build up a whole nother ornithopter. We're good, we're good, we're good. I don't know why it's saying I can't. Oh, it's water, of course. It's always water. $10 days, 1 hour of fuel generation for the base. Huge. I don't know if that's enough to cover the entire ornithopter, but we'll find out. If we get stuck on the cockpit again, I'm gonna be so pissed off. Nope, we've cleared the cockpit. It was post cockpit where we got stuck, and we got stuck because of armor plating. That's an easy grab. That's an easy grab. I might even have some gear down here I can recycle. Or maybe not. Oh, well, like I said, that's an easy grab. Gives us something to do for a little bit. I'm going to go hit it up in an area where, I know, right? I'm going to go look in an area where I'm going to be able to also grab some complex machinery. Dinkle. I didn't know it was a crime. Well, it is, Dinkle. Don't you know it's one of the highest crimes you can commit out here in the Dune universe is blocking off of a dew field? That's massive. That's a massive crime, okay? That's enough to have somebody tickle a thumper right under your base, get a worm come chomp it up, you know what I'm saying? They call that the thumper tickler. This guy's upgraded to a tradies. Very nice. Loving it. It started off as the triangle, and then he added that, and then he added that, and I am here for it, bro. I dig what that guy's doing with the base. It's been cool watching the progression of it, you know? You come back the next day, he's got another little thing added to it. Oh, hold on now. These guys reworked what they did with their path around this thing here. Remember, we flew by this base and I was like, hold on, they're not even like centralized on this rock and it looks weird. Holy shit, it looks like they centered the thing around the rock and it looks better, but they are no longer using the rock as like a display. I liked the rock as a display. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of what he's doing here. Hello! Hello, good sir! I liked it better. I liked it better when you had the pathway around the rock. So you should build a pathway around the rock under this little under pathway.
I liked it too, but then I needed to make this for when I make the bigger flying machines, and then it didn't really work.
Yeah, so now you just build a pathway under it. It's a little shaded pathway around the rock piece, you know, nice little centerpiece right there.
Yeah, I'll probably put a new pathway underneath, but I need
No, you for sure, you for certain will. If I come back and there's no pathway here tomorrow, I will cry.
Alright, I'll get it done, brother. Have a nice day.
You better get it done. That's the second interaction we've had. I don't know. Sorry, there's like a glitch going on right now. We've got the sound effect going here. That's the second interaction we've had, and up until this point, I just haven't had any. And it's mainly because I'm hitting the enter button to talk, but that ain't it, bro. The controls lied to me, bro. And then on top of that, it's always been on my my Razer mic instead of my Yeti mic. And the Razer mic shouldn't work. Those guys are probably like, his voice sounds like ass, dude. Speaking of which, I had to check on my OBS real quick, because for some reason, I've had problems with this mic, and mainly the cord that's connecting to it. And sometimes if it disconnects and reconnects, the computer like no longer registers the Yeti mic, and then all of a sudden the stream's picking up the mic from my Razer. I don't think that's ever happened during a live stream, but it almost happened the other day. Okay, don't mind me. Give me a second, please. I don't have my stuff set up proper. Let me get this. Okay. I think this is the one that has 2 spots that I can grab with complex machinery that are right next to each other. So let's go ahead and clear this thing. Wow. Damn, bro. His buddy moved, and the guy took a bullet to the back because of it. Gotta watch out. There's a flamethrower boy over here somewhere. Shoot him right in the buns. I think the poison still seeps through. Look at this guy, dude. I heard you over here. Nice try, chump. Damn it. I choked. Just gently float down like a butterfly. I believe, yep, here's the key card. Oh, nice, rangefinder. We need those for the rocket launchers that we're going to put on a couple of ornithopters. I'm not sure what's going on over there. Mm, 36 complex machinery from one spot, dude. It being such an easy spot where you grab the key card, jump down, and run in. Like, I didn't have to fight any of these guys. I needed heavy, I needed the, look at these stupid idiots. You want some? Oh, I'm on fire. We're on fire. Alright, we don't even need to be here anymore. I'm out. Let's fly. We got enough heavy components that we should be able to craft that ornithopter there. Well, well, well. Oh, so I meant to mention when we were flying out before we ran into that guy's base and started talking to him. The Coriolis still obviously is happening in some way, shape, or form here. It's got the spinning clouds, which is what was happening yesterday. And it just slowly got worse and worse. Really picked up like the last hour. That's when we got fed the information that there was going to be a delay, but that's beside the point. Because we've got an update coming up here in 3 hours. That's 1, puts the servers back online at like 2, which is a couple hours away from the Coriolis meaning to get hit, so. Boom, boom, boom. These I can recycle, but I'll just throw them away. I'll just put them in the box for now. Can we craft this thing yet? Surely it's just about time. No, it's not even close to time. We still need 9 more that need to be crafted. I want to say there's actually 0 chance we didn't get enough armor plating, but literally we're 1 short. Where'd those pants go? These pants better give me freaking armor plating. They are heavy, so they should. Nice. Beautiful. There we go. We have our 3rd out of 4 tier 5 ornithopters officially crafted. In order to craft the next one, we have everything except for the armor plating. We also may possibly need some more cobalt paste. So what I'm thinking is, what I'm thinking we do is we build this thing, obviously, but then we're gonna go do like an inventory of the crystals for the cobalt paste. And then we're gonna go and do... Alright, I'm gonna have to repark these guys. This thing's out of fuel. Damn, bro, we are out of room. Come on. Come on now. There you go. Huge. Maybe we can park them easier with this. Oh, you freak. This one. Damn it. Okay, we might be onto something with that, though. We might be onto something. We might be onto something using up here. Because we can really pull that all the way to the edge. You son of a bitch, would you just fall in nice and gentle, huh? Oh, would you just fall in there, huh? Why is it scooting forward? It's scooting forward every time. Let's try scooting a little further back then. What is that caught on? Oh my days. Oh my days. Get in, get in. Think we can squeeze this one in the middle? We may be able to. Freaking cat paw on under my door distracted the hell out of me. Alright. Oh my god, dude. Holy crap. Wow, we actually nailed that parking job. If UPS was watching me right now, they'd be like, yo, we need you back in the hub parking some trucks. You know what I mean? You get them that close to each other, we need you in the hub, my friend. And I'd say, no. The hell out of here. Not happening. That's beautiful, though. 1, 2, 3, easily fit. I bet we can even use the same logic to actually park this thing further over. Yes, dude. Guarantee we can get another one right there. The fleet is filling out, let me tell ya. I don't want a second assault ornithopter, but just to fill out this this bay here, I want to get it. What's funny is we're bailing on this place like right away, so this whole ornithopter bay is based. These are all going to get moved into the new base's ornithopter bay. So whatever, that's not the point. This week we won the Landsrat and we're looking at a 25% reduced crafting costs, so we're going to take full advantage of that. Fully fill out our fleet. Say that 7 times fast. 6 more spice melange, and we're going to be cooking on that refinery. Time. Almost time to harvest some water. Let's go ahead and go grab the leader johns that I dropped. All right, big. I'll be right back. Give me a minute. All right, I think it's due time, baby. Fill these things up one more time. Should be able to craft up the rest of that duraluminum. Oh man, we spilled 1,000 water. Slacking. Oh man. I wish it would let me hold it down. Something just happened. I'm sure it's gonna pop up in the chat here in just any minute. What was it? What was it? What was it? Is it a subscription on YouTube? That's my guess. Hey, Gray coming in on YouTube with the subscription. Appreciate you being here. You know what's funny with these YouTube subscriptions that pop up when we're live? I never actually know if you're here or if you're just watching another video and you subscribed. Regardless, we appreciate you. Like lightning. My bad. I had the alerts, I had the graphics for the alerts turned off. It's because Botrix isn't constantly tracking the subscribers that come in from YouTube, and anybody who subscribes between the time that I shut the stream off and the time that I turn the stream back on just gets spam recognized right at the beginning of the stream. It's a bit ridiculous. Whereas then it's connected to Twitch all the time, so like I have to have a completely separate scene for when I'm recording for videos, like outside of like when I'm recording on a live stream for a video. So that way, just in case a follow comes through on Twitch, it doesn't like pop up in the middle of the video. I've had that happen without me even noticing. I'm like editing and all of a sudden a follow comes through in the middle of me talking, bro. Damn it. Like, I appreciate the follow, but now I gotta re-record that line at least.
Weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
The Coriolis storm will hit Arrakis in 6 hours. We finally get a timeline. 10 o'clock now, 11, 12. And then, yeah, 4 a.m. my time. That's exactly when I thought it was going to hit. Perfect. So we're still on the same exact schedule here. However, we are also looking at an update happening at 1 a.m. my time. That's going to put the servers down for what is expected to be an hour. Last time they said the servers are going to be down for an hour. It was actually only down for like 30 minutes. What we're going to do for that 30 minutes, I don't know. Maybe we'll go see if Asmongold posted something and watch one of his videos. I don't fucking know. I don't know. All right, well, we got a full night of water. It's pretty good. Let's go ahead and drink from our cisterns here. Fill up for the day. Don't mind if I do. Tell me we have the amount of spice melange needed for this to work. Oh my gosh, we only need 3 more to craft. That's not bad. Nice. We're finally out of aluminum. And we're just left with jasmium and water. So we're no longer not able to craft all of our duraluminum due to our water restrictions. We're going to have all of that being crafted. It was like 89 pieces. 89 pieces plus the 471 that we have. Bro, we're just rolling in the duraluminum. We've got enough to craft another ornithopter and the chemical refinery. And still have some duraluminum left over. Nice. This frickin' melange, though, man. Would you just refine already? 2 more. Does it tell me how long it takes? No, it does not. All right, I suppose while we wait for that, we can finish this off. I mean, like, that is a tight squeeze right there. I tell you what. Actually, we have a buggy down here that we can test that on. Come on, you. See if you can make your way on up this, huh? Why your wheels hurt, buddy? Why your wheels hurt, pal? Yeah, it'll work, but here's what we're gonna do instead. Is it 25% reduced for making byproduct 2 or just finished goods? Dude, it's byproduct 2. So I was mad. I can't get out of the vehicle right here? All right, let me park this thing and I'll show you. I was mad when we voted on that because we had an opportunity to turn on full loot PvP. I want full loot PvP so bad, bro. And the PvP's ass in this game, but it'll at least make things interesting. But no, that 25% is so hard to push because it typically takes 100 spice sand to make 1 spice melange, and now it's down to 75. Which might not sound like a lot, but that's actually freaking huge. That means for every 4 spice melange that we make, we get the 5th one free. So it seems to be everything, man. So that one's a hard one to pass up. I completely understand why they did not pass that up. Alright, the reason we did that was so we can, when we're coming up here... What am I doing? So yeah, so we can back in. Right. Back these bad boys in. I'm wondering how far out into the desert do you think it'll go? And I may actually be able to, like, angle this thing a bit here. Oh, dude. Okay, hold on. I'm out of granite. I just had an idea that might make all of this irrelevant, but we'll keep it there as like a secondary way up. I don't freaking know. I'm not taking it down. We just had an idea though. Oh, this is gonna be so good. Insufficient stability? No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Oh, hell no. Oh, no, you didn't, bro. Oh, how are we gonna frickin' finagle this here? Yeah, here's what we do. I gotta check my melange here in a second. Oh, come on. If I put one more wall, maybe? Can I slap a wall down there? It's too low. Oh, yep, perfect. That's what I needed. Oh, whatever, that seemed to have worked anyways. Out of granite, of course. All right, let's check our spice. Because if we can build this thing, at least I can like brainstorm exactly what I need to make this thing work. Yes, beautiful. Okay, I should have seen that coming, but I didn't. don't know if this is going to be enough. Was not. One more? Also not enough. Unreal. One more? Actually, still not enough. I'm gonna have to look at my subthief here. My god, that didn't even do it. What's going on? How far off are we? One more. That's all we need. Alright, we back. 10 days. Beautiful. Stupid subthief. Not what I meant to do, but it's fine. This is amazing, bro. All it takes is Stravidium mass. I absolutely am so excited to see that that's all it takes, bro. I was a little bit concerned. I was a little bit concerned that it was going to take some other, like, crazy sort of thing. But that's good. Alright, now let's go get some granite and get this figured out real quick. Okay, I should now be able to build on this. Insufficient stability? You're joking. Oh my god, that looks like absolute ass. I do not like the way that looks. Dang it, bro. Dang it. Insufficient stability. Dude, come on, man. Absolutely brutal. We'll get there. It's just like a temporary brace, you know what I mean? Okay, we've got that up now. Good. One more structure here. Just to make it make sense aesthetically here. This is less structural, more aesthetic. Son of a bitch. Just a quick temporary brace. We'll be able to get this thing up, no problem. Alright, that's all we're going to worry about putting up for now. Come up that way. Come up the other way. Absolutely fantastic. We've got that all figured and settled. Is it time to harvest? Not quite. It's getting close, though. Nice. This stuff happens and processes pretty quick as well, so it's not a freaking painstaking process. That's beautiful. We've got our very first plastinium crafting. Absolutely huge, because I'm gonna work directly to the where be it large ore refinery, and in order to even make this thing, we need 400 spice melange, 380 plastinium ingots, 200 complex machinery, 7. This thing is going to take a lot. And we're going to have to be spending some time inside of the deep desert harvesting some spice in order to make 400 spice melange. And this is like an end of week goal right here. Like, especially with the 25% reduction in crafting costs, this is our end of week goal. Get at least one large ore refinery down. And we have to juggle moving a base in the process of all of that. So, pretty much after this Coriolis storm, we're going to be setting up these ornithopters to travel into the deep desert for us, where we're going to be doing some deep desert farming and continuing the loop from there. We're going to have 4 of these tier 5 assault or tier 5 scout ornithopters here. I'm thinking which is going to leave us room for at least 1 duplicate, and I'm thinking we set up a scanner module paired with a turbo boost paired with, I think that's it. I think those are the 2 things that you can put on there. The thruster goes on the body hull, so we want the thruster for sure. Storage goes on the body hull, so we can't have storage and thruster. And since we're going to be using this specific ornithopter to mainly scan buried treasure inside of the deep desert, we're going to be slapping this on it as well. That goes to the cockpit, but what else? Where do the rockets go? These go on the main hull. So we might be able to put booster, rocket, and scanner on there. So we could potentially also have a bit of a ornithopter that can attack. However, I'm just like, we're mainly going to be using it to scan. So I don't think we take the rockets out there on that one, you know, because it's mainly going to be a scanner. So we're going to do on the fighting one, we're going to do rockets. I'm like thinking storage rather than booster. But if somebody else has a scout ornithopter with a thruster, you know, they'd presumably be able to get away from us, or at least catch us faster, or maybe maneuver around us, which would make it dumb, but I'm thinking storage because, like, if we take somebody down and wanna loot some of their materials, but chances are they don't even have materials on them. PvP's in a really weird spot in this game, so I think we would end up doing thrusters. Rockets. I think that's all you can put on there. Thrusters, rockets, and maybe I'll unlock this, where be it, the sand module. Can you not craft those? Thrusters, storage. There used to be something for the ornithopter that would allow you to be in the air for longer in the sandstorms. I must be tripping. I'm just trying to think of what I need to do, like, immediately, because we've got, what, 2.5 hours left until the downtime? We could always go knock out some more cobalt paste. Actually, let's do that. Let's set one of these scout ornithopters up, these tier 5 scout ornithopters up, with the same stuff that I had on the one. Where'd I put that, actually? Because I took that off. Because we're going to sacrifice this ornithopter to the deep desert tonight. We're flying that one out into the deep desert during the apex of the storm. If it'll let us. I must have put him down here. What the hell, man? What did I do with the storage on this thing? There it is. Storage and scanner. Since the MK4, that's the highest level storage that we have, isn't it? That's assault ornithopter. Yeah, so the highest storage you have on the ornithopter is tier 4. And there is no tier of scanner. So we'll put both of these on one of these tier 5 ornithopters and we'll start using that. So I've got one on the cockpit, one on the hull. Can't put thrusters or anything else on there, can I? I can put rockets, but I don't want to put rockets. There's really no reason to have rockets. And honestly, that scanner module is probably going to come off. Or the storage will come off. But since we're going to use this one to fly around here, and like collect some of that crystals. We might as well have the storage on it for now. All right, it's water time. Water for days. We basically never don't need duraluminum as well, because we need that to build the rocket launchers and stuff. So we do need to keep aluminum and duraluminum in the farming loop a bit, even though we are going to have to transition a bit over to harvesting spice as well as the tier 6 materials outside from the deep desert. Oh my gosh, the deposit all button needs to get put in sooner rather than later, for sure, for sure. This should fill it up and leave us some left over to take throughout the day, so that's good. I mean, left us barely any, so I'm gonna harvest a bit more. Power pack's almost down. Let's fix that up. Hot damn, we need aluminum for that. Can we craft a tier 5 power pack, perhaps? Would be great. Yes, we can. Let's get that going, then. Alright, everything else looks good. So I know we need crystals, but what else was I saying that we were going to go farm? Crystals. That's really all I can think of at this moment. We need to do aluminum as well, but in order to do that, we'll fill out. Actually, let's go do that. Might as well. Still a bit of a tight squeeze here, but it fits. Let's go do a run of aluminum. Hit some granite as well. Maybe a couple of the fuel cells. Just do a quick trip here. All right. Oh. That's what we need right there. That's what we need right there. Oh, I might be at a bad angle here. Nope, we got it. We do need granite to finish off the rails, the last little bits of that build that we have going on. Basically, that base is about finished, though. That's about where we're gonna leave it. We might come back and like expand off into the front of it later on, but since after this Coriolis storm, we're moving on into the next base location. We might take some time here in a minute and go scout out a spot and put down a subspeed. Just to get that thing going. Just to get that thing going. Damn, dude. I just absolutely dead center drilled that thing. Oh, man, that's embarrassing. Give me like one more piece of granite. I need to craft up the unique flamethrower that we got as well. Take that out into the deep desert, see how it do. The hell, man? Somebody came up here and hit these rocks. There used to be aluminum right there. I know these didn't... I know the spawns didn't shift because the Coriolis got canceled. There's supposed to be, like, a aluminum right there as well. Somebody's been here. Alright, let's ride back. This is a terrible aluminum loop. I'm hoping that next week it gets a bit fixed, but honestly, we're swapping bases here, so I'm gonna have to find another loop. We're gonna have to find another spot to loop around anyways. So Coriolis wipes the entirety of the deep desert, and it does, I'm assuming, I'm wondering if it full knocks bases out here that don't have power. So maybe we don't claim a base, because I have a base way over there. I think if we take the power off of that base, maybe we build it up to like a little tiny like 1x1, 2x2 box, whatever. Then we take the power off of that base, we let the Coriolis storm hit it while it's not protected, and see if the base gets destroyed. Because if that's the case, then right after the Coriolis storm, it might be worth scavenging the map to see if there was anybody who went inactive for long enough to get their base... Whoa! The hell was that? To get their base destroyed. Might walk out with some goodies, you know? Nice. Oh, man. My bad. That one hurt, though. That one hurt, bro. You get old and you sneeze the wrong direction, and all of a sudden you gotta go to the hospital, man. It's time to go. All right, Big, let's get that aluminum smelting here. 208 aluminum in the bag. We'll take it. Takes forever to smelt. Alrighty, now we're gonna move on into the crystals. But first, I will be right back. Bear with me one moment. Relax. We're almost back. Settle down. I just wiggled this mic all around, so bear with me 1 second while I make sure the audio is not having that pop, pop, pop come through, because that is incredibly annoying. We're good. Sounded fine. This audio might still be a little too low. I'm gonna turn it up a bit. Let me know if that's too loud. Alrighty. It is nighttime, so we could hang out and try and, you know, harvest one more thing of water, but I think we're better off going and knocking out some crystals. So let's go ahead and go do that. These things are definitely faster. Big upgrade. We've had the tier 5s for a while, so I don't know why we took so long to decide to just swap our stuff over and ride the tier 5. We haven't hit this one up. Let's go see what sort of crystals be down in this one. Oh, smash right into that thing. There it is. You should have thought about that. Oh, come on. This is one thing it'd be worth having one of the transport ornithopters for. Friggin' fly a buggy down here. I really don't feel like driving a buggy down here. That seems ridiculous. Though if we did go through the trouble of driving a buggy down here, we realistically would probably only have to do it one time. But I don't feel like it. Fly one down here eventually. Level 118 in the bag. We only got 22 out of that. We just got ripped off. Is this a radiation zone? Interesting. Oh, fucking lag. Did we just get booted? Whoa, 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 whoa. We're back, we're back. My god, the lag spike there was massive. Dude, we're getting mad radiation right here, so let's step out for a second. Huge. What was that, bro? That was me, not you. I don't know what that noise was. I don't know why I made that noise. Alrighty. Alright, this is a nice facility here. I bet we can fill up our entire ornithopter just from this one spot. A lot of crystals over here. Nice. $240 more etherite crystal in the bag. So many more here. Oh, come on. Erythrite. I don't care what it's called. It's the crystal and we got a bunch of it. still not full. Maybe I was wrong. Nice. Come on, give me... There we go. Hello? Wow, okay, what's even happening? Oh my god, is this thing bugged? What's going on? That's so... This is such a scam, bro. We're being baited. There we go. We got it. Alright, almost filled it. It's like 95% full. These crystals right here on the outside should finish it off. Where'd the other one go? I heard him. Come on. Last one. There we go. Do you think he sees me? I think he does. Doesn't matter. We're out of here. Storage full. That's all we needed. One full inventory. Massive. That's a nice facility right there. A quick fill on the ornithopter. No problem. Let me know if that game audio is too loud. I did turn it up a bit. I'm frickin' flying towards the wrong base. What have we done?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm
5
is approaching.
hours until the apex of the Coriolis storm is going to be hitting us. That drops it right at 4 a.m. We've got a update coming out here in 2 hours with an expected downtime of 1 hour. So that should put us back in the game with a couple hours to spare. perfect parking job. I think it's about time that we upgrade our chests here from whatever these are, iron or whatever they are, up to the next tier. Because we definitely be having a hard time. $687 cobalt paste getting ready to be crafted. This thing is crafting it way faster than the other. So that's good. We always need aluminum. We're eventually going to need jasmium, and I think that's because... Let's take a look at the research right quick. This is the highest level storage container that we have, and it requires aluminum. So that's good. We don't have to turn it into duraluminum, so we just need a bunch of aluminum. Oh, wait, no, medium storage container. But this is plastanium. Plastanium. Let's go down to our chest area and see if somebody, when we built this up, they said it won't fit. And I'm pretty sure it's not going to fit, but let's go double check and make sure. Man, dude, it just like barely won't fit. Can you stack these, though? I swear I saw somebody with these frickin' stacked on top of each other. How they managed to do that, I don't know. Maybe these ones just stack. This is still going to be our dumping bay, but we were also talking about having two ramps ramp up and go through, and putting like a cantina right here, a little public cantina. But we wouldn't be able to go down the same way we go up. So maybe we put the cantina down here in the bottom and we just leave that open and let it ride through. So this could still be our storage dump-off spot. Damn it all. Okay. I'm thinking with these new chests, we are going to put them down. I just don't understand, bro. I swear I saw somebody stacking these damn things. I don't know if this is going to work, but we're going to try. So I don't even get enough support off of that to put it there. Oh my gosh. We'll have to look into that, because I swear I saw somebody stacking chests. I swear it. But yeah, I think we definitely need to upgrade our chests and then organize them. This is still going to be our dump through, I suppose, though. We're just going to kind of move this over into this corner right here, and it'll be like dump, 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 dump. And by dump, I mean quick deposit. So just whatever we have, we're just going to be able to run through quick deposit and jump back in our ornithopter and fly out. We've got aluminum crafting. We're gonna not turn the aluminum into duraluminum. We're gonna turn the aluminum into chests. I need to do another aluminum farm, so I think we roll back out one more time with this buggy. We roll out one more time with the buggy, and we're creeping in on update time. Let's go ahead and check X real quick, see what's going on. Bro, did Marathon really get delayed? Let's check, let's check, let's check. Dude, it did. That's crazy. I don't know if it's indefinite. The article I read said it was going to be an indefinite delay. That is just hilarious. Expected downtime is right around 60 minutes, and the patch notes are going to be made available once the patch is ready to download. So we've got couple more hours until that update's gonna go live. We're going to farm out as much aluminum as we can. We may do a little bit of some like base touch-ups here, finishing this thing off, and just trying to think what we need to knock out here to set ourselves up for post Coriolis storm, because after 4 a.m. we're gonna be basically kind of working towards moving base locations and then farming up the end game materials, which means we're going to be spending a lot of time in the deep desert in this upcoming week. So just when we got so much of that stuff set out, so maybe before the update we try and scout out like a base location or something like that. I'm just not 100% sure. There's a lot that we can do, and a lot that we can get distracted doing, so I'm trying to stay a bit focused here. It's not working, if you can't tell. All right, let's get into this here. Give me a minute. One more second. We're going to go knock out another run of aluminum here. Just bear with me. Alrighty, looks like everything's running good. A little bit of a title change right quick and we are good to go. Pull the chat back up. Beautiful. Alright. Let's go knock out another trip of aluminum here. Then let's go find a base. Let's fix our storage. This should give that aluminum that we have crafting a little bit of time to work there, you know what I'm saying? Whoa, what's with the delayed turn, pal? Come on, you're about to fly off the edge here. There you go. I mean, jeez Louise. Sometimes a worm comes crossing through here. You gotta be careful. It'll snatch you up if your timing's off. I'm really hoping that this aluminum route that we have here gets better after the Coriolis storm shifts up these materials, because it is ass. It's a terrible route, especially compared to the early access route, man. There was like there's 3 aluminums right here, 1 right here, there was like another 3 down here. I was like half filling my buggy up before we even got to this spot right here. And now, these are the first 2 aluminum that we hit. It's freaking ridiculous. Turn, man, turn. My gosh, you freaking goof. Huge. I would mine carbon, but we literally have 6,000 of that plus stone stuff. I think that's going to be a decent amount. Get him! Get him! Boom. We got him. We got him. this time. It's here this time. Very nice. Somebody took our aluminum from over here last time. Huge. This is like one of the best spots on the route. It's a bit of a pain in the ass, but it's like 4 aluminum over here. It's good. It's good! If I park this just right, we should be able to hit both of those. Huge. My gosh, for some reason when I swap into the driver's seat, it's not registering me turning right away. Man, we were so far away from that guy. I can't believe he started shooting at us. Man, I think I'm getting sick. Oh, come on, it's right there. Oh, we got it, we got it, we got it. Well, this frickin' trip sucks, man, I'm telling you. You'd be walking out of here with a, like, 2,500 aluminum on the early access route. These things need to be flip-flopped. Man, there's way too much carbon down here. There's like 4 carbon over there, carbon over here. I'm pretty sure it's different on every single siege, though, so... It changes every week as well, so what's bad this week might be crazy good next week. Unfortunately, next week we are moving base locations. This is our very last couple of days here at this base. After this Coriolis storm hits, essentially, is when we're going to start laying out our very next base location. That'll probably, in all reality, be exactly what the next live stream is building out that Atreides palace. An absolute beast of a base. But we'll see. We kind of got a lot that we got going on here. Realistically, this is probably the last week of scattered live streams as well. It's been really scattered with the live streams since the launch of Dune Awakening, just because we've been playing so much of this game. But we're probably going to shift back into the Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday live streaming schedule. However, next week is a bit weird. I've got some family things we've got to go take care of next week. So I guess next week will probably be a bit of a scattered live stream week as well. Just let us stack them. There's no reason those aren't stackable. Another 229 aluminum coming in, and we're out of water, but thankfully it's the perfect time for us to be at the base and out of water. We can fill this up. Gotta love when the timing works out so perfect like that. You get back to your base just in time to harvest water, just back in time to go back out and harvest some aluminum. If we'd have had like a perfect rotation like that, we might have shaved like an extra hour off of getting the ornithopter, our very first one. Possibly. Oh yeah, fill it up. Oh, come on, we're right on the cusp. There we go. I think they recently made it to where that thing pops up right as it turns optimal time every single night, even if you're not checking the time. That's really nice, because it's kind of like a pain in the ass to keep track of, and you can easily end up missing it. So to have it pop up like, yo, 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 it's go time, is really nice. That's good. I think basically what we're going to do this week, because we've got the 25% off crafting cost, which is just freaking so good. So our main thing this week is going to be literally just crafting up as much aluminum and as much duraluminum and as much plastinium as humanly possible. And then at the end of the week, before the land's rad is going to change again, we need to figure out exactly what we're doing with all of that. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking our tier 6 ornithopters, whatever sort of other tier 6 stuff we're gonna do. But it's gonna be it's gonna be a hell of a week, bro. Like, we're gonna have to do a lot this week, which is what I'm saying. It's gonna be a pretty packed week with the streams, I'm guessing. We need to do a lot of like spice harvesting. We need to do a lot in order to make this all make sense. And we're going to have to jump out into the deep desert to do most of that spice harvesting. And honestly, to go do deep desert spice harvesting, you do need an ornithopter with a storage. So, storage, maybe the storage, maybe instead of doing booster scanner, we just do storage scanner, and we make that our deep desert spice harvester slash buried treasure collector. And then we put like the booster and rockets on one that we're gonna use to go pester people with. But I'm not seeing, like, to me, there's really no point in getting into the PvP because you're not. What are you getting from people? Their resources. Well, chances are people who are out there. I'd have to go grief somebody, which is fine. I'm 100% willing to go kill a skiller. You know what I'm saying? I grew up playing that old school RuneScape PvP. We'll go out in the wilderness and hunt down some skillers. Don't get me wrong, but fighting other people in PvP, there's really like no incentive because chances are they've got no loot on them, and even the skillers out there are probably running around with the bare minimum. So it's like, what incentive is there if I'm not going to get all of their stuff, their gear, their equipment, you know? Alrighty, beautiful. Alright, we have a metric ton of carbon paste being crafted. I think what we could do now is maybe go run some trips of some like random PvE around here. We're looking at about an hour and a half until the server is going to shut down. And it should be shut down for about an hour. So let's take a look at the list of components required to craft our final ornithopter here. We need one more tier 5 ornithopter. Let's take a look at what sort of components we need to craft that. And let's maybe work towards getting this very last one put down. Damn, so we have the industrial pumps and the regulators and the complex machinery. We're just missing out on armored plating. That's so crazy. That's good for us though. So yeah, we're gonna go do some of the stuff that gives us that diamond dust. I think that makes the most sense. Did I deposit my vehicle backup tool? What are we doing? The servers will be offline for an update starting at 22:30. Downtime is expected to be 1.5 hours. Game update June 13th. Okay, we're a little past June 13th here. What the hell is that? Let's check X real quick. What's 22:30 UTC? That's 4:30 p.m. Okay, what the fuck what are they doing, man? So on X, it still says they're deploying a hot fix at June 18th at 9 a.m. CEST, which is in an hour and a half. So I'm going to assume whatever just popped up on our screen is wrong, bro. That whole system they're running is broken. That is embarrassing. All right, let's fly. I mean, we could put this storage on the assault ornithopter and start using... That's actually not a bad idea. What are we doing right now? We're just... Right now we need speed. We're not harvesting a bunch of stuff. But putting the storage on the assault ornithopter and using the assault ornithopter around the Haga Basin might be a good idea, because you might get more storage out of the assault ornithopter's storage, meaning we'd be able to carry more crystals or... I mean, honestly, with the way the aluminum's routed out right now, I was getting more faster when I was using an ornithopter to farm. Because there's like a boatload of aluminum up on that mountain. There's a ton up over here. And getting to it with an ornithopter is easy. Whereas in taking a buggy up here, all the way through that, up and around, and then down through there, for only 1,500 aluminum is ass, when I can get 800 aluminum in about 5 minutes by just flying up to that mountain. You know what I'm saying? And if we take the assault ornithopter and we can now carry more aluminum, that might be huge. Like what this guy's doing here. We looked at that base yesterday. Looks like it's made some progression though. It's looking good, looking good. Maybe we try and fully complete this thing, because I need the armor and those comes from the heavies. So let's actually like ride in from down here and work our way up like you're supposed to. Guy came out of nowhere.
Wrong turn, Stig. Enemy.
Nice try, buddy. The poison got to ya. Man, another industrial dew scythe. You get a lot of those from these guys. It seems to be in this area where I keep getting one, too. Got him. There, wait. 2230 UTC. Still doesn't seem to know what it's talking about. June 13th. That was days ago, my friend. Is that a person? Oh, it is. Dude, I can never tell, I swear. I've been tricked like 7... Because the AI fights with each other, bro. I've been tricked like 7 times thinking it's a person fighting the AI, and then it just turns on me after one of them dies. Insanity.
Reveal yourself.
Where's the other sniper guy? Is that a person? It is. Oh, come on. I actually saw somebody running a melee build, and they said it was really good for deep desert. PvE. Okay, he's not getting a thing, so it's a guy. Don't worry, buddy. I got the door for you, pal. Whole lot of nothing. We might do some deep desert PvE as well, but that's going to be after downtime. After downtime, leading up to the Coriolis, we might run some PvE out there. Just hover above the ground so perfectly. Does it look ridiculous? Absolutely it does. Did we get enough armor plating? I don't think so. So let's go hit up another spot. Let's go fly up here. And hit up this spot so we could knock out those, so we can knock out the some more complex machineries, because that's always stuff that you need. You always need that complex machinery. This would be a perfect spot to put a unique chest, you know? Or a chest. It was RuneScape Dragon Wilds. Actually, there was a big update that came out for Dragon Wilds today, wasn't there? Yeah, there should have been. I saw some article scroll past my feed that said June 17th will be a big day for Dragon Wilds. But inside of Dragon Wilds, they did a really good job of putting chests. How many times is it gonna say that, bro? Like, I think it's so we might be 20 minutes away from a downtime here. I'm not sure. But that's not the correct notification compared to what they're saying is going to happen on X. Like, I'm literally this close to joining their stupid Discord server to see if they're maybe talking about what the hell's going on over there. Like, what about right here, actually? We'll do some base scoping out after we take this one down. After we take this this outpost down. We'll scope out a base. This place might already have gotten cleared by somebody. I'm not gonna complain. We'll smash it out real quick. We need to be gathering as much Solari as possible. I need to keep that in mind if we head out to the deep desert, because I need that Solari in order to make base expansions.
Huh?
Oop.
Shields up!
Okay, bit of some panic going on here, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, we got the fire guy, good. Alright, that was the big worry here. But we got him. Alright, nothing else here for us. Let's go scope out a base. Ooh, high altitude, that's not good. We're like way high altitude as well. So realistically, it would like have to be up in here. I don't necessarily want to be starting off wasting a bunch of fuel every single time we start open. Like, that's not a terrible spot though, up on the cliff, but I'm really just not that sold on it. Especially if we parked like somewhere up here, we have access to more. This is just a really easy spot to get some complex machinery, because the two spots where you loot the complex machinery are right next to each other and real easy to get. But even then, bro, I'm really thinking like over here. Like right up on this cliffside. This is next to the PvP spot. Right on the cusp of the deep desert. You've got that. You know what I mean? I don't want to abandon this base yet, though, because we have to test that. Like, we have to test that. I want to know if the base, if I don't have any power on the base, if it will succumb to the Coriolis storm that happens inside of the Haga Basin. Because if it does, then it may very well be worth your while to scout the Haga Basin post Coriolis storm to see if anybody's base got wrecked up. You might be able to cheese out some easy gear, you know what I'm saying? Real Rust style. If they abandoned it, you know what I mean? Free game. I just wiggled this microphone cord all around. I'm going to do a little quick check here, make sure it doesn't have that pop coming in, because that, again, drives me insane when I go back on the recording, try and grab a clip, and it's just popping. I don't know, I didn't hear much of a pop, but it did kind of sound like it had static coming through. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Let me know if you guys are hearing a static. I'll maybe try unplugging it, plugging it back in. But that very well could have just been, that could just be the fan going off in the background. I'm not sure. Actually, you know what? Now my anxiety's gone crazy. I'm going to unplug this thing real quick. Alrighty, how's that sounding? Let me run a quick check here. Bear with me 1 second. Let's just do one last double check here. That's fine. You want to know what the static I thought I was hearing was? The wind. Mel K coming in. Mel K coming in, trying to quell the anxiety. I appreciate it. I'm glad it sounds good. The static I was hearing was the wind. It was the wind from flying around. Sounds fine. No static. All right. Absolutely beautiful. You guys are legends. Let's go. What we're going to do here is we're going to... First off, I haven't visited this base in days, so I'd be surprised if it's not already, like, broken down. So we're going to build it back up, put a little bit of power to it, and then we got to make sure, as we get closer to the apex of the Coriolis, that we are going to take the power off of it, because I'm incredibly curious if the Coriolis storm is going to knock this base down. Because I very much so will spend every minute post Coriolis taking stuff from people's bases who they let power down. You know what I mean? Oh yes, we will. It is somehow still functioning. No access. This isn't my base. This is not my base. This is my base. Okay. It's still here, though. No power. Circuit overload in 1 second. Is this thing breaking? Are the Sadukar patrol ships in play? Can you shoot them down, board them? I mean, the ones flying around the patrol? That's a good question. You can't shoot them down. And I think if you board them, you're boarding them for no reason. That's a good question, though. While they're out, let's go figure out. I should be able to just fly on top of one. That one right there, bet. You can't take them down. I don't even know if you can land on them. We're about to find out. See if I can manage to get enough air from this here. I'm actually a bit surprised that we got enough air from that, but okay, here we are. Holy cow, you can land on it. Whoa, 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 whoa! I got shoved off. Oh my gosh. That was a little bit uncalled for, I would say. He's gonna stick me too, he's gonna try. Hold on, let's try and land inside of it, not on top of it. I'm coming for you, bud. Grab it! You stupid bastard. See, so that's kind of, it just shoves you off. They're not in play. There's really nothing that you can do to them. Honestly, there's a lot to be... he just backed off, bro. He was like, you know what? That guy's just gonna insta-take down my people. I don't want to put them in danger. You can't do much to them. They just bump you off. I saw a clip of somebody else who got bumped off like that. I forgot what happened, though. That's why we went and checked.
Who's there?
The PvE has a lot to be desired. Leaves a lot to be desired in this game. In that same breath, though, it also kind of is nice because there's a lot to be desired. It means there's like a lot of room for them to actually improve. And because I've put in a stupid amount of hours in this freaking game, and if the PvE was even remotely close to like what once human PvE was, then we would literally be looking at like a 10 out of 10, I think. But yeah, they're missing a lot of stuff like those random events, or like it would be nice if those were somehow possible. The community could get together and maybe with rocket launchers shoot one of those down. Something, bro, like something. There's a lot to be desired. So we've got no power at this base, but somehow it's not decayed. Somehow it's in perfect condition. Why is that, do you think? Now I'm like, maybe the Haga Basin has like some sort of mechanic to it that, I don't know, that like prevents decay a little bit. Where's that one base I was just landed on? Oh, it's way over there. Because that base was decaying. I'm wondering, here's what we're gonna do. Because the South Haga Basin might have like some protections in play. Because it's very strange that that's stuck at the 1 second mark. And none of my foundations are breaking and none of my things are breaking. And then you have this guy over here. He seems fully powered up. But maybe it was this one. One of these bases that we flew by looked like it was breaking down. So I think we're going to abandon this South Haga Basin base and then go put up a tiny base in the Vermilius Gap. Maybe it was just dirty as I was flying over it. Oh, might have been this one. I'm tripping. Either way, I'm gonna go put. We're gonna not put it here in the South Haga Basin. Realistically, if it does decay, this isn't a spot that I would come to loot anybody's stuff from, anyways. So let's go slap this thing in the Vermilius Gap. Because that's weird. I fully expected that base to be decayed. We're gonna put up our base over here where we had our base during the beta playthrough. It was a fun spot. It was a fun spot to be. Actually put it up here. We were right there on our bridge. That's where our main base was right there. I don't know, maybe we put it up even higher. Let's put it up at the top. God. Alright, we came up here with no salvaged metal. We are brilliantly smart. We might as well mine some granite while we're down here as well. Just a little bit of some salvaged metal. Come on, surely somewhere.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm.
4 hours until the sandstorm. We also might get hit with a server shutdown, like, at any point in time now. Because it keeps popping that message up saying that they're going to run the patch notes, but that message doesn't line up with reality, I don't think. That message is making shit up, bro. I haven't gotten any of those messages ever on this server, so I feel like it's just now kicked in and it's giving us a message from 5 days ago that it meant to send us. 3 days ago. Hello? Hello? Damn it, I don't think they're home. I need him to point me in the direction of some salvaged metal. Surely him being over here, he knows where the frickin' pile is. There's got to be one. There we go. All right. That should be more than enough salvaged metal for what we need. There's a battery pack over here. I should have hit that, dude. I wasn't even thinking about it. My game has been like, did you guys see that graphical blip that just happened on the screen? That's been happening more and more. Let's fly. Beautiful. Just get rid of that iron. Getting that grind on. Rain, how are you doing? Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I mean, not really. We're not really grinding. We're just kind of dicking around right now. So we're experimenting a bit. We have the Coriolis storm that got delayed yesterday, and I'm curious as to if I have a base inside of the Haga Basin that is not protected. meaning that I'm going to have power on this thing up until just minutes before the Coriolis storm or whatever. Maybe hours before, I don't know. Hour before, I don't know. About an hour before the Coriolis apex hits, we're going to come and take the power off of this base because I'm curious if the Coriolis storm is going to break this base. Because if the Coriolis storm breaks bases that do not have protection, that means that it might be beneficial to immediately after the Coriolis storm fly around the Haga Basin in looks for any bases that may have been abandoned and are now like fully decayed, you know what I mean? But I don't know if the Coriolis storm is going to fully break a base. That's what I want to know. Is it going to full break a base? So maybe these guys didn't necessarily abandon playing and they've got some decent gear or decent materials in there, right? Maybe they just forgot the protection and the Coriolis storm completely wiped the base. So that's what we're doing. We're setting this thing up to do a bit of some experimenting here. I need some more granite. We made it bigger than I was anticipating, but it's par for the course around here. But yeah, we're kind of waiting out to see when they have a downtime coming up, and then the Coriolis is meant to happen in like 4 hours, the apex of it. And they have a downtime coming up in like an hour, but our screen keeps saying it's coming up in like... our screen keeps saying like some weird stuff from June 13th. We're losing our mind over here, I'm pretty sure. But there's supposed to be an update according to their X that's coming out 1 a.m. my time. 55 minutes from now. What the hell? Like, yeah, that's obviously how I want that to be built. Oh, almost did it. I did do it again, son of a bitch. There we go. Okay. What the hell? Okay, big. Oh, that's not what I meant to look at. Alright, as you can see here, we are protected for 3 days, 15 hours. Right before, an hour before the apex of the Coriolis hits, we are going to come take the power out of this base. And actually, let's go ahead. I want to do this as well. We need to do this. I'm glad I thought of that before we bailed. I need to come in here. Bada boom, bada bing. Storage. We're going to slap a chest down. What sort of goodies are we gonna put in here? Let's put the granite stone in there. So, if the Coriolis storm rolls through and completely breaks this base and this chest, exposing 280 granite stone for somebody to come up here and loot, I think it's gonna be definitely worth flying around the Haga Basin after each Coriolis storm, just to see if you can't cheese out on some of that easy loot. Easy loot. And by that I mean somebody else's hard work put right on into your pocket. Beautiful. Alright, we got that set up. We should have a decent chunk of aluminum crafted. Give me a minute. should have a decent chunk of aluminum crafted here at the base so we can start to rework our storage system here because it's gotten entirely out of hand. We've lost the plot again with the storage. Squeeze it right in the middle and perfect. All right, let's see how many of these medium chests we can slap down. Hopefully it's just boatloads of them. There's got to be a way to stack these. Damn it, this last one is just like the only one that's out, isn't it? Freaking whatever, dude. It's barely, bro. It's barely. I'm just not even gonna worry about it. Okay. Let us figure out how we are gonna go about organizing all of this. All right. This is gonna be like the materials chest, kinda like that holds shit. I don't know. Second one is where we're gonna be placing ores, ingots. Suppose the fiber should probably go in there too. It's kind of like a tier 6 ore-ish. One on the far side is going to be the one that we never ever hit because it's going to hold shit like the bullets or, you know, stuff that we don't want to necessarily frickin' deposit on mass. So we're never going to hit this one. It's going to hold equipment, bullets, our leader Johns. Yeah, this is going to be such a pain in the ass, dude. We're not going to worry about moving those yet. Oh, we got a whole nother row. Big. Hell yeah. Sweet. I think that's another chest. Almost. Okay. This stuff is heavy as hell. Oh, it just keeps opening up? How much room does it have? 45? Oh shit, bro. Damn, dude. Could fit a lot in these things. Alright, we're doing good, we're doing good. We're getting it cleared. I wish you could move stuff around from chest to chest, but that UI would get so out of hand so fast. Their UI team is already not the best, if I'm being honest. So that UI, that'd have been definitely biting off more than they can chew. This is maybe one of the biggest upgrades we've done. Like, for real. It's gonna clear our storage problem. Damn, I had 28,000 gold sitting in there? Sweet, bro. That's 2 expansions on our next base. Big. Wow. We might have to move to sitting soon. My lower back is starting to kill me. Son of a bitch, dude. I did not mean to break that. I mean, it was coming down anyways, so. $42 of 45 here, and it's just about every single frickin' resource in the game. Alright, is that everything? Almost. Damn, that's gonna be a bitch to move. Okay. Oh, nope, nope, almost. Stuff I'm putting down this right side is stuff that we're going to eventually break down. Okay, we're almost... Well, we're done with the downstairs. Let's see exactly how long this ends up taking us. There's a lot up here. You know, we might as well put this spice food in there as well. Servers will... Oh, we finally got the right update here. Servers will be offline for a game update starting at 7 UTC. Downtime is expected to be 1.5 hours. Ah, now they finally fixed it. That is 1 a.m. our time, which is exactly what I've been saying this whole time, which is 40 minutes from now. 40 minutes from now, we got an hour and a half downtime. We'll have to figure out something to do to fill the time. I don't even know what we're gonna do to fill the time, dude. We'll cross that bridge when we get there in 40 minutes. Just about fills us up. I mean, for real though, we just about got it, which is good. Which is good. When it comes to moving this stuff from here into our next base, that's a problem I'm gonna have to figure out a solution to later. Damn. What can I take out of here? All right, we could take the, you mean, like, yeah, we can take the fiber out. Nice, dude. Oh, no. All right, so let's take out the agave seeds as well. Oh, and I can only hold 500 of it anyways. Never mind, let's put the agave back in. I forgot eventually we're going to run into a cap, and it's going to start pushing this stuff out of this chest anyways. What the hell? What I did with the agave seeds. Oh, I left them in. Alright. Last time they said hour downtime, and it literally was 30 minutes. So I think they just throw a number out there that's more or less a guess. I think they highball it as well. Cool. All we have left is this plastone stuff, which is freaking hard as hell to move. That's gonna be the biggest pain in the ass when it comes to getting that stuff over to the base. Okay. My God, salvaged metal is so heavy. All right, cool. So our storage has 95% been sorted. Yep, we missed dew harvesting time, which sucks, but it's not the end of the world. I'm not sure exactly how much we needed. Or what we even needed it for currently. Let's go get some drink, though, because we are thirsty. Alright, we got about 30 more minutes until this downtime. I've only got 78 aluminum, and that's because I just burned a bunch of aluminum crafting those. Let's take a quick peek-see here, because we really only need one more scout ornithopter here, and then we can start slapping all of the extra gear onto them. And we have 300 duraluminum, so we have enough for it. We're just, again, lacking the armor plating, so we got to do another round of armor plate farming, and we got 30 minutes here, so we should be able to go knock it out. Let's go knock out some armor plate. And maybe, hopefully, some diamond dust. I don't know if it's been long enough yet, but we're just going to take the small ornithopter out, just in case the server shuts down. We're going to take the little tier 1 baby ornithopter out. What's the main difference with the spice that you're getting inside of the deep desert if you're still here, Rain? So you get 500 per little spice spot maximum out here inside of the Haga Basin. It's obviously just a bigger spice field out there, but are you getting more spice per static compactor that you throw down, you know? I'd be interested to know if you're getting more spice per static compactor out there. So not only are you able to get more because the circle's bigger, but you're getting it faster. Oh, dude, it dodged and then booted on out. Very much so appreciate that. I'm just wanting to see if there's any extra chests on the front side that hold that diamond scrap or diamond dust or whatever. Doesn't look like it. Oh, come on, that was on. Where'd Sniper Boy go? There he is. Oh, come on, that should have been a one-shot.
Is what Shai-Hulud demands. That we are steadfast. That we endure.
Come on, fire at me, I dare ya. That was a mistake, buddy. You shouldn't have done that. You put out some damage, though, alright? Relax.
In direction, Shai-Hulud is unwavering. In judgment, resolute. In movement, inexorable. In authority, absolute. We must shoulder this burden and win the reward of the faithful.
Oh, that's bullshit. I love how if you're even just moving just a little bit, what it does to your sniper bullet is just, it's criminal. It's actually criminal what it does to your sniper bullet. Excuse me. Nice try, pal. Better luck next time. Come on. How are you not dead? Gotta watch out for the other sniper across the way. Nice, rangefinder, huge. Piece of cake. Clapper MK4. I think we just got a MK4 Fetter Ray. None of these schematics are really worthwhile. After the downtime, we might roll out. After the downtime and in between the apex of the storm, we might roll out to the deep desert, do some deep desert PvE, so we can start getting some schematics that actually are going to change the way we play. You know what I mean? Speaking of which, what we're going to go do now, in leading up the last 20 minutes, leading into the downtime, I want to go craft the flamethrower that I've just been neglecting on crafting. But since we're gonna head out to the deep desert after the downtime here, let's go craft that thing. He put the pathway up right away, dude. Let's see it. Let's see it. I like it, bro. I kind of meant the pathway on the inside, but I like what he's done here, making it, like, thick. It's a bit on the inside and on the outside. Oh, and it comes down, too. Mwah! Absolutely beautiful. Chef's kiss Frickin' nailed it. Let's see if he's here. Hey, buddy, you here? Hey, buddy. Hey. Hey. Hey, yo, you here? Let's go walk the path, bro. He nailed this thing. It's so good, we might as well... Oh, our suspensor belt broke. Man, double wide, too. I just would have never thought double wide. And the way he did these pillars, they're massive now. God, I like this, man. I like this. I like the pillars a lot. Gives you a little bit of, like, an insight. I like it, dude. I like what he did. Fantastic. I'm gonna take this pillar idea. I really like this pillar idea, actually. Big, massive-ass pillars, bro. Nice, dude. we ran by this guy at the beginning of this stream. I told him to put that pathway around. He nailed it, bro. He actually nailed it. It was really good. Above and beyond my expectations. Alright, let's get in here. Let's test out our very first inventory dump. We didn't get enough heavy plating, armor plating in order to craft the ornithopter, but that's alright. We're getting closer and closer. Weapons fabricator, we need... Ah, beautiful. I'm not even going to have to do anything in order to craft this as well. We already have everything. Let's go ahead and get this thing crafted. Shaitan's Tongue. It's an advanced flamethrower with a large nozzle. Interesting. We're going to need some incendiary gel for this as well. I have no idea how much, so let's just start off with 100 and see kind of what that does for us here. Gives us 50, you know, so we're gonna have 5,000. Oh, look, the downtime is expected to be an hour, so they've even dropped the downtime to an hour, so I wouldn't be surprised if this is just like a little quickie 30-minute downtime. The Clapper MK4 was actually a thumper. I was wrong. I know in the other chest I have all that one stuff that I said I was going to disassemble, but I'm going to take this out and put it into... into this one. This will be my disassembly box. Okay, let's get rid of the static compactor. We maybe went a little bit overboard with the we maybe went a little bit overboard with the fuel here, but damn. Let's check our skills out real quick, because I believe, yeah, we heavy weapon damage. Let's, oh, I need to be advanced. Move faster while using those, so let's get that going. Yeah, we eventually need to go through and get this working. We've been slacking on our class skills. I don't know, man. Hold on, hold on. What just happened there? We're at 1490? And we are going to use 10. And let's reload. We're still at 1490. Hold on. Let's take this down to 40. And reload. We're still at 1490. Bro, this is a bug. It's an infinite ammo bug. Hold on, let's take this down to 30. And reload. Oh my gosh, bro. It's still at 1490. This is a infinite ammo bug, dude. Wow. Okay, let's take this down all the way down to 1. I was going to go in increments of 10. Actually, let's take it down to 20. Oh, shit. I meant to take it down to 29, but 25 is fine. We're below half here. Oh my gosh, it still didn't take the ammo. Oh my god, did they just not expect people to use this so they didn't test it properly? This is insane. Hold on, let's take it all the way down to 5. I don't think we can drop it at 1. Alright, it's all the way down at 5. If I reload and this doesn't take some of my incendiary gel, we've got an unlimited supply of flamethrower here. That's crazy. What happens if I shoot all of it? Let's shoot all of it. Let's shoot all of it. If we shoot all of it and it reloads and it doesn't take my incendiary gel, that means this went through 0 testing. What the fuck is going on, bro? It didn't take any of my incendiary gel. We still have 1490. Is it taking it from inside of my crafter? Is it taking it from inside my crafter? Let's get out of our base. Because it could very well be taking it from inside of our crafter, I guess. It's not, bro. It's not. I'm well outside of my base. Let's pump this whole thing down. Dude, how does this happen? Right? How does this pass testing? Oh, you know, the flamethrower doesn't use incendiary gel. And maybe the regular one does, but this special schematic that we're using right here sure shit doesn't. And that is definitely not the specialty that it has. It says here that the flame on it is bigger and it has a higher gel capacity and more intense flame. So I'm guessing the other ones hold like 30 gel rather than 60 or something, or like 50 or 40 gel rather than 60. This one holds 60 and it has a more intense flame, probably meaning it does more damage. Has nothing to do with infinite ammo. The specialty on the flamethrower isn't this thing uses no ammo. So I don't know what's going on there, bro. That's crazy. Actually bugged. Oh, it used it that time. What the hell's going on? It used it that time. We got it to unbug itself. Oh my god, dude, it's a very easily replicatable bug. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it, bro. It's a problem. So the reason it's a problem. So This game was opened up to people to jump into it early. There was hundreds, if not thousands, of people who were playing Dune Awakening in the test phase, the closed NDA testing phase, and they were playing it early. The problem is most of those people who were in that were just in that in order to play the game early. Whether it be that they were excited for the game and just wanted to play it early, or they were some sort of content creator wanting to obviously learn all of the ins and outs about the game early so it's easier to cover when it launches, right? That's a problem because the point of allowing people in is to run tests and to be the testers. And if they're testing and not reporting simple bugs, dude, like, for example, this isn't even a bug, but it's a quality of life, something that should have damn well been pointed out by one of the testers throughout the testing. Even the paid testers that they do. I cannot believe that this doesn't get caught. But for example here, you can go in and you have to deposit. If I have 3 liter-jeans filled with 10,000 water each, I have to click deposit water like 100 times in order to get all of that water in there. How about a deposit all button, right? How does that make it through testing? This flamethrower that we have here. If you have 1,000 ammo or less, it will actually reload and use your ammo as it's supposed to. But if you have anything over 1,000 ammo, if you have more than 1 stack of this incendiary gel here, I can use all 60 of this ammo load here, and I will reload it for free, essentially giving me infinite ammo with this thing. As long as I have over 1 stack of it, I will never have to replenish the ammo. Go ahead and watch it reload, and oh, I'm still at 1935. Can you believe it? We've used none of our ammunition here, but let's go ahead and drop this, and let's go ahead and burn through 60 ammo again and see what happens. Any guesses? Any guesses? I could reload now and it would happen, but let's go ahead and burn through all of it just for funsies. Alrighty, and it's gone, and it's out, and we're reloading, and what the hell? Absolutely not. What is going on, dude? Okay, we now have under 1,000. Let's go ahead and burn through all of it here. Reload it. What the fuck is going on, bro? Like, what is going on? Why, when I was in here, did it work? Okay, we're back in our base. Didn't use any of it. And now it finally used some. Oh my god, is that not a bug? Is that just a feature, bro? Is that what it's talking about when it says it has an increased capacity? What the hell, bro? That cannot be it, dude. Oh, you just saw my thing bugged there. It went 53. It's like bugging up and down. I'm going to use ammo when it reloads this time. Yep. Weird. See, it went 50, 51, 43. It went 42, 43. It goes down and then up. It'll use the ammo this time. What the hell is going on? It's not going to use the ammo this time because it's counting down smoothly. What the fuck? It just reloaded all by itself. It's reloading by itself. Okay, I can't tell if what I'm dealing with is possible server-like stability issues or whoa. Or what exactly. Doesn't matter. Seemed like a bug. Definitely doesn't seem like it's working properly, even though it doesn't seem to be as bugged as I thought it was. But we were getting infinite ammo there for like 2 minutes at least. 2 minutes of just infinite ammo. We'll see how that plays out after this downtime here. 7 minutes from the downtime. Let's go ahead and take a look at X over here real quick. See if they've said anything. No, they have not. No, they have not. They said the patch notes will be made available once the patch is ready to download. It's a weird way to go about it. You would think that if they are dropping this patch right now, that they, in fact, know what's being changed. So why can't they drop the patch notes early, right? Maybe there's something being changed in there that would people would be able to take advantage of. I thought this was the flamethrower we just crafted, bro. I was like, oh my god, I burned through half of that thing just doing that weird testing. I don't know. We'll see what's going on with the flamethrower after the downtime. After the downtime, we'll jump back, maybe do some deep desert PvE while we're waiting for the storm. We shall see. We're gonna wait for these patch notes as well. We'll break those down live as soon as they come out. They typically haven't been coming out with a whole lot. They haven't been saying a whole lot inside of the patch notes. So we might have like 30 minutes or an hour that we need to freaking kill, and not sure how we're gonna do that here. Let's just see. Let's see. Did the man himself post anything of interest? The man, the myth, the legend. Who's posting about all the Israel-Iran stuff that's going on right now. Not the kind of react I'm trying to get into. Not the kind of react I'm trying to get into right now. We'll find something to do for 30 minutes. 30 minutes or an hour. I mean, this thing does seem bugged a little bit, because we were just using it a lot, and its durability didn't go down at all, but I don't expect its durability to, like, just really tick down that fast either, so. Looks like they finally got the whole game update thing working properly here. The servers are going to go offline shortly. Wish this would have happened when they left us abandoned out inside of the deep desert. When they left us hanging there, shut the server down right as we flew in. I had to rebuild an ornithopter that day. Maybe we turn this into just like a railing. Alright, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick, maybe microwave up some food or something, and we're going to figure out what we're going to do while we ride out this downtime. Hopefully they drop some patch notes here shortly. So I will be right back.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Are we still here? It's 1 a.m., bro. We still here. Maybe they're gonna skip the North America servers on this update because of the apex of the Coriolis. So maybe, hey, maybe we'll get to play through downtime. I don't know. We'll see. There it is. That's what we were expecting. Various bug fixes coming in. Downtime's expected to be 1 hour. It says the game version's outdated, but the patch notes aren't over yet. So we'll hang out on this screen for a minute here. Skate posted something. Skate posted something here. Improved textures and lighting, more challenges and changes to your progression system. Nice, dude. I'm excited for Skate. I'm excited for Skate. That's about all I'm going to say, though. That's about all I'm going to say, because we are, in fact, in on the early testing for that game. Surprisingly, it's a game that I was excited enough to even, like, apply. Typically, I ignore the early testing stuff, because I don't like being put under NDA. It drives me nuts. But Skate, I've made an exception for. All right, bear with me.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. There's a little bit too much mustard on that bite. Oh. All right, what do we got going on, man? Once Human dropped some posts, nothing but talking about junk. That game drives me insane. We got any Borderlands 4 fans in the chat? Borderlands fans? I like Borderlands the game. Borderlands, I think 2 was my favorite one. Borderlands 1 might actually be my favorite. That was my first introduction to the game, playing with the boys on the split screen, grinding out some Borderlands. Just really good memories. Borderlands 3 was all right. The gameplay was all right, but the story sucked. And Borderlands 4 is going to be just, I've got less hope for Borderlands 4 than I had for Borderlands 3 when it comes to the story. We are still going to be playing Borderlands 4, regardless of how shitty woke it might be. Hopefully this is the last round of woke games that we get, and if Borderlands 4 is really that bad, we might skip out on it. We might skip on it. They set the pre-orders today, which I just think that's weird. It's a weird game to pre-order. And you know, you don't play Borderlands for the story either. I don't play any game for the story. I'm a scene skipper. I'm a massive scene skipper. I don't play any game for the story. So honestly, if the gameplay is decent, who gives a shit? I don't know. Alrighty. Give us something to cover. Hopefully something. Actually, you know what? We could do that. We can do that, I suppose. Just give me a minute. Never mind, bro. I don't want to play around with it, dude. I don't have the kind of reach. I don't have the kind of reach to like combat a freaking copyright strike. You know what I mean? Claims are one thing, strikes are another thing, and it's not something I'm wanting to deal with right now. Somebody in the replies to the announcement about the patch notes coming says that they've still been unable to launch the game and all of the drivers they needed to install have been installed. Oh, all of the drivers they needed to install have now made their PC not work. Seems a bit dramatic. I was going to say there should only be one GPU driver. Yeah, that guy getting basically reamed in the comments saying it sounds like a him problem, which it very much so does. Oh, whoa. What's this guy say? This is probably a good one. And if the devs ever wake up from their sleeper status, maybe they'll realize a lot of players couldn't care less about being forced into some end game PvP map where you just constantly get shredded by mega gills. That's not what I'm seeing happen, actually. Pretty sure no one who actually wants to enjoy the game in peace signed up for that. Okay. God, these people are ridiculous. It's like, did they not understand what the end game was going to be about? Now, there's problems with the PvP in the end game, don't get me wrong. There's actually major problems with it. But to walk into a guild versus guild game and then complain that you're getting dunked on by a guild is weird. Somebody else pointed out an hour ago that their in-game notification says June 13th, and it was like the notification that they dropped for the June 13th update. They got that fixed. Hopefully we get some patch notes soon. All right, I gotta get off X. Get stuck in this stupid loop where it's not showing me news. All right. We're now 15 minutes into this downtime here. I'm doing my best, all right? We're trying. We're trying, okay? I shouldn't have closed the game down. We could have at least stared at my guy on the main menu. Now we just have this beautiful janitor's closet. I'll be right back. Bear with me 1 second here. I gotta go help my wife with a cat. Once I get this cat taken care of, I'll be right back. All right, we got any updates yet? Let's check. We're back. We back. Nothing yet. Wow, okay, we actually did get some news from Once Human, which is a game that's very similar to Dune Awakening, but has head and shoulders better PvE, whose PvE is head and shoulders above Dune Awakening. They said 17 hours ago, something big is coming. It's been nearly a year of battles, bonds, and unforgettable survival journey, and by that they mean it's been nearly a year since they've dropped any sort of real substantial update. They say in just 3 days, we're going to reveal a major version update. They say place your guess as to what it's going to be. My guess would be it's going to be another loot crate. These $200 Gamba things that they put out where it's cosmetics that they throw out. Hopefully it's a fast update. You can't stop playing. 200 hours of playtime already. Brian, I got you. I'm right there with you. Alicia, how you doing? Alicia Summers Lestrange. Found ya. I was going to say, I recognize this name. It's Alicia Lestrange from YouTube. You did. You found me. We are on Twitch as well. Welcome. Hope you're doing well still. I'm hoping it's a quick update as well, Brian. It would be nice to be able to get back into this thing. Last time they said it's going to be an hour downtime. It only took them about 30 minutes to implement the patch. So fingers crossed they're able to knock that out again. YouTube chat isn't working. You sent messages there, and it looks like it's not showing that chat. Oh, don't say that. Oh, Brian Gomez came in. Is Dune down? Oh my God, it is. What the hell? Man, I'm so glad. I can't believe that, dude. Thank you. How many chats have I missed? I can't have the YouTube chat not working, bro, because the YouTube chat is where most of the chatters are. Rain, you oh man, you did respond. Feels about the same, but the spice fields are much larger in the deep desert. You basically live there now. Only reason you go to the Haga Basin is for mats and the Coriolis storm. You needed to sleep a little, and you came back when maintenance is going to happen. Yeah, maintenance is happening right now. Hopefully, it's not that long. Does the game save if I play a little until the last minute? Yes, I believe it does. I don't think there's any sort of rollback. How long is downtime? 30 minutes? No, well, it says 60 minutes. Fuck, dude, how many? I missed so many of these. Brian, Dune is down. What is going on? We had Brian's chat come in, though, at the very last second in the thing. That's so weird. I was wondering, man. I was like, it has died down. It's not. It doesn't seem. Oh, checking. Yeah, Brian, there you are. It is coming up. I was trying to find a way to warn you. I can only think about Twitch. No, I appreciate it. Alicia, you came in clutch there, especially because the Twitch requires you to have a verified account. So it's entirely possible we ran that whole thing and would have never noticed, you know? So, yeah. No, it's working now. It's working now. Thankfully. Hopefully it doesn't break down again. But yeah, that's brutal. I appreciate you looking out. Now I'll be sure to do an anxiety check on that every so often just to make sure. Just to make sure it's still up and running properly. We've still got no updates from Dune. We're creeping up on the 30-minute mark. I'd imagine they said it'll take approximately 60 minutes. I'd imagine that's the longest it will take. I've yet to see them push out one of these updates and have it take longer than what they said. Usually it's less than what they said. Like I was saying with the patch notes, though, we really should. I don't know why they don't have the patch notes or drop those early. That would at least give me something to read through while we're waiting for this to come out. Rain, we're back. I'm so sorry. I wasn't ignoring you, man. I wasn't ignoring you. It just wasn't popping up. That's insane. What's the max level? You're level 138 already. The max level is 200. Max level is 200. I gotta sit down.
On infiltration instead of invasion. On subversion instead of elections.
All right, I just moved this mic around like crazy. Let me know if that caused the popping, the interference to happen. I think I'm getting sick, man. All right. Oh, when we're standing, the lower back will start to kill you. But then when I'm sitting, I think it was from UPS, dude, when I was working at UPS. I got like a pinched nerve or something right back here. And when I sit in this in this position, it fucking tweaks it, bro. We're right, though. Brian Gomez coming in with the subscription. I appreciate you being here. Appreciate you stopping by. Hope you're doing well, and welcome. Hopefully that went off properly, because we had those shut off for a while by accident. So you can max all the skills by level 200, or there's a cap. You cannot max all of them. There's actually a tool that you can use to build up a class, and that you can kind of like workshop different things with. You can also, so Dune Awakening, I believe every 48 hours you can get a free respec of your skills. So where you put your skills at isn't like the biggest deal, because you can always respec them, but there is a class builder tool. It's on the dune.gaming.tools website. If you just type in Dune class builder, the YouTube video I put out where I broke down the solo end game class build that I'm going for has a link to that as well. Nothing from Dune yet, but we got a bit of some information from old school RuneScape. Nothing of interest though. You didn't know there are so many levels. You were wondering about that, but you never knew. Yeah, it's level 200, Alicia, which is a lot, actually. I think I'm like level 100, and I don't know what level I am, honestly. But once you start getting up to like the deep desert PvE, really, honestly, you start to level up pretty quickly. I haven't reached a point in time yet. It's not like RuneScape. I don't know if there's any RuneScape players in here, but it's not like RuneScape where at level 92, you're only halfway to level 99. There's no like crazy amount of like experience gap between the levels. You're level 70, yeah. It doesn't really get much harder to level up. If anything, it gets faster because you're getting more experience for doing some things. Still no information on RuneScape leagues either. Absolutely killing me, bro. I'm not even gonna look into that anymore. It's gonna be like 2 months before they announce anything. I want more MMOs to come out with a skill system similar to RuneScape's. That's what I really like about RuneScape, is the skill system. And then you pair that with the wilderness. Like, I play RuneScape to PK, so I think that there's not been a single MMO that has come out that has PvP inside of it that excites me like RuneScape PvP used to. Even nowadays, it's kind of broken, bro, between the bots and the cheaters and the fact that Jagex really honestly doesn't give a crap about old school RuneScape PvP. Is not in a good state. But still, no game, no MMO has nailed PvP like RuneScape does, where you jump out into the wilderness and you have a chance of losing all but 3 of your items. That real risk versus reward. You get on World of Warcraft. I'll never forget when my buddies first convinced me to play World of Warcraft, and we were going to jump into some PvP, and it was basically duels. You can go do some dueling. You want to duel each other? Or like, we didn't get into like Battlegrounds or anything like that. It's still boring. You were saying Borderlands, you like what you said, but you don't play for story? Yeah, I don't play for story either. I'm right there with you on that. That being said, a lot of people do play for story. And the fact that the stories are just getting worse and worse and worse is not good. But I'm a massive scene skipper. If you told me to break down the Borderlands, any of the Borderlands stories, I could not, because I don't know the lore. But I've played all of them. So in Borderlands 1 and 2, we played multiple times. Borderlands 3, we backed out. Solo is a bit rough inside of the deep desert, especially for the PvE side of things. If you stay in the safe zone, solo PvE is still super easy. So that's what I would suggest doing to start off with, to kind of get yourself some of those duraluminum unique schematics. But yeah, even some of the labs inside of the deep desert, I've heard, are incredibly hard. There were some people talking about how Shielded melee build is just broken at this point in time. So we may end up swapping to like a shielded melee build because they were kind of showing it off, dude, and they were just basically walking through this dungeon here because their shield was up all the time and they just had to sword everything down. It definitely slows down. You're at 170 and you've done all the contracts journey and major points of interest. All you can really do to get experience now is scouting the entire deep desert every week. So it does reach that point where it will hit a slowdown. You get experience for crafting and stuff, don't you, as well? And you get experience for like harvesting and even just like killing stuff as well, don't you? Because what I've noticed is I haven't even like been hitting up and unlocking points of interest that I haven't hit yet. I've just got like a few that I hit multiple times and I keep getting levels up like randomly. You never played PvP RuneScape? You love Elder Scrolls Online as well, but you like PvP more on first-person shooter games like Fortnite or CS. You think that Dune has interesting PvP, but you don't like PvP in Ark, for example. I don't have any experience with PvP in Ark, but I've done Elder Scrolls, and the PvP in there is kind of like World of Warcraft-esque, where it really doesn't matter, or almost Dune-esque, where I guess you're fighting to get them to drop some resources, but not their gear, bro. When I'm fighting somebody in PvP, I want to take their shit. I want their gear. It's that simple, dude. Even solo, jumping into Dune Awakening, knowing that I'm going to be going against guilds, I want it to be full loot. It is a small amount. That is a fair point, Brian. That is a fair point. I'm super into FPS games as well, though. It's just the excitement for those has kind of slowly been dying off. I used to be super hard into COD, and that's basically all I would just come home from work and jump on to Call of Duty and do some multiplayer. And then my wife actually got me back into playing RuneScape, and that's when we jumped into RuneScape 3 and almost maxed that account out. And then my homeboy actually took me off of RuneScape and got me into Fortnite, the Battle Royale, which was my first Battle Royale experience. And I'm telling you, I got hooked, bro. Super hooked. I, first off, was determined to get my first win, right? I was determined to get, it was gonna happen. I didn't even have a PlayStation, and I remember I went out and I bought a PlayStation because I was like, I'm getting my first win, because I was playing RuneScape on a laptop, bro. I didn't need anything special to play RuneScape. I will love full loot, but DMZ got me rage so much. Yeah, those extraction full loots are brutal. And like full loot to an extent is kind of where I'm at, which is why I like how it works in RuneScape, where you go out into the wilderness and then it's full loot. But yeah, full loot games like Rust, for example, those get me triggered as well. I'm not going to lie. Also, like the base rating mechanic kind of gets me triggered as well. Just to lose all of your shit to a guild sucks. Losing what I have on me and I knew I could lose, I can deal with that. But I was hooked on Fortnite, bro. Got my own PlayStation, finally got a dub, and then we were grinding out Fortnite a lot. Some of the first videos on this channel were RuneScape and then some Fortnite montages, which I think I have either deleted or privated at this point in time. But because they had copyrighted like music and shit on them, and it was like I'm just gonna take these out. Then we jumped over from Fortnite into Apex when Apex Legends Shadow dropped, bro, and I never played PUBG. I missed out on the PUBG days. Yeah, I missed out on PUBG. We jumped over to Apex when that Shadow dropped, though, and it was the same thing, dude. I was just like so excited to get my first win. I was dedicated, and then afterwards it turned into a grind fest, bro, where it was like I am going to master playing Apex Legends. And from Apex we went to Warzone, and we killed it in Warzone. But what actually killed the way I enjoy playing all of these games is the amount of cheaters in every single one of these games. It's disgusting, bro. It's disgusting. And I don't think that the FPS genre is going to be able to recuperate unless they figure out how to stop people from cheating, bro. Because in Warzone, it turned into every single match I played, I was convinced that I was getting killed by a cheater. Every single match. Every single match, every single time I died, I was convinced. And that was because the anti-cheat was so ass and there was cheaters running around rampant. And it's just like you mix those two things together. And now in the back of my mind, I'm questioning every single encounter. And the second I start to question every single encounter is the second that I stop having fun with the game. And so we backed out of Warzone with the quickness, dude. As soon as the cheater problem like really ramped up to 11, bro, I was gone. We were done, dude. We jumped over back to Apex, the same thing, dude. And it's a little bit better in Apex Legends, but it's still the same thing. And I'm convinced that there is at least one cheater in every single match of Apex Legends. Every single one. There's at least one cheater on the map. At least, if not multiple teams of cheaters on the map. It's disgusting, dude. It's absolutely freaking gross, man. And so we have Marathon. No, not Marathon. Sorry. Marathon got canceled and it's sitting on my Twitter feed right now. So I'm thinking of it. We've got Splitgate, which came out with a battle royale, and I am itching to jump into some Splitgate battle royale, right? Like, but we have Dune coming out, and I've been having a ridiculous amount of fun playing this game. So I've like held off on Splitgate, but honestly, I'm like itching to jump into Splitgate and play their battle royale mode. I don't like just regular multiplayer. Is good that Dune Awakening have a cap of players, and more like a solo player without someone. I think PvP, you can lose everything if you sleep. If it isn't for me, no, I agree for you. I agree. The whole rating in Rust. Stop playing Rust for the because of the massive guilt. You don't like PvP on Ark because people destroy your base when you are offline. Yeah, it's the same problem with Rust. And that's what I like about Dune is that you have the Haga Basin where you do have your main base. And even inside of the deep desert, you have to be built inside of the PvP zone, which realistically guilds are going to be the only ones who need to or will build inside. Even me, I'm like, the deep desert is so empty, and it just, I haven't felt a need to put down. We might slap down a little like 1x1 though, like deep in the deep desert, just to use as like a bit of a hub. But realistically, if I do put one out in the deep desert, we're going to be taking all of our stuff from it out and taking it home every single day, because chances are that thing's going to get raided overnight. But even when it comes to this Splitgate, I'd imagine that it's fucking just filled with cheaters, bro. I'd imagine it's just filled with cheaters, man. Absolutely kills FPS games for me. It's disgusting. And you know what pisses me off even more is a lot of people deny, they like put on blinders to it. Like in the Marvel Rivals videos. And I was saying I don't like just regular team-based shooters games. I had fun playing Marvel Rivals, but I knew damn well that was going to become boring and redundant, because every team-based shooter game becomes boring and redundant. That's why it's a dead genre. That's why X-Defiant, I knew X-Defiant was going to die. That's why Halo Infinite, when Halo Infinite came out, I knew it was going to die, because it's a boring-ass genre that people cannot play for fucking 8 hours at a time anymore. It's done. It's a done genre. It's done. Fucking put the cap on it. Start pumping out the battle royales, because people the gameplay in a battle royale, while it's redundant, it's at least varied enough between match to match that it keeps people's interest. Bro, you run X-Defiant about 10 matches in, you're just now doing the same thing over and over again. It's ridiculous. You think Dune was going to have cheaters? Oh, 100%. Oh, 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. I'm thankful that Dune, we've still got no update from them, by the way. We're about 45 minutes into this downtime here. I think that Dune has done an excellent job preventing exploiters, and I was worried about this because when Pal World dropped, Pal World had a bit of a online mode that you could do, and you could jump on, and there was no PvP, but everybody was in a shared world where they were all progressing together, right? Well, pretty quickly into Pal World, the cheaters and the exploiters jumped in, and they were destroying people's bases, taking people's stuff, deleting people, shooting them with rockets from across the map, spawning in jet dragons that they could just fly. And I was a little bit worried with Dune Awakening that we were going to wake up one day to find out that our base had been destroyed by somebody who had managed to like exploit the game and then end up taking people's stuff out, right? Because Pal World launched and literally must have had zero blocks for these people, because they literally had full reign of the game. But yeah, Dune Awakening will for sure already has cheaters, guaranteed. It's a bit weird, the situation that it's in right now, though, because what are you gonna as like if you were a developer of cheats, you would typically probably develop cheats that would make it to where you're going to be able to headshot somebody every time, right? Well, in Dune Awakening, if you're on the ground and somebody's in an ornithopter, it doesn't matter if you can headshot them all the time. They're in an ornithopter and you're on the ground. So, I mean, I'd imagine you will see cheats out there that are going to auto aim your rockets for you, maybe even make these rockets lock on. Bro, I bet. Just bet. Guarantee it. It's just weird because it's just gonna be weird because it's gonna look different than your typical first-person shooter cheating. Forbidden 1 week, Dune Awakening. Oh, dude, me too. Dune Awakening has massive, massive potential. I really hope they start to expand on the PvE aspect of the game. And I also hope that they address the deep desert. There's some major problems in the deep desert that need addressed. First off, the fact that it is massive and there's not enough land. Just throw more land on the deep desert. It's going to do multiple things. It doesn't even have to have POIs on it. Just throw more land out there, and it's going to do multiple things. It's going to give people possible spots to sneak a little tiny base on, and it's also going to open up areas where foot combat PvP can take place, because as it currently stands, ground combat PvP really can't take place in the deep desert, especially not like it's depicted in any of the trailers or showcases that they've done, because the sandworm is going to be eating you in about 15 seconds. You know what I'm saying? So the deep desert is massively empty right now. So I hope they address that and start to fix that. And then the PvE is just completely lacking in this game. And, but because it's completely lacking, that means there's basically nothing but steps forward that they can take. Oh, I want them both in this game as well, Alicia. I'm right there with you. You need PvP in a game, in my opinion. These games that are just PvE, it turn into roleplay servers. You know what I mean? And if people want a roleplay server, they could go rent out a private one. You know what I'm saying? But PvP is what makes the grind fun and actually gives you something to do and a way to flex on other people. And I hope they do progress together as well. But the PvE, I think, needs to be addressed first, because just jumping from one character or one enemy to another and there's no difference really in between them aside from what weapon they're using, whether they're shielded or not, or if they're using a heavy weapon, like, that's not enough, bro. Ground PvP and testing stations in Deep Desert is pretty fun until a group of 7 rolls in. I can only freaking imagine. And, you know, that is a good point. I've not seen many clips of ground PvP inside of the testing stations, but I'd imagine that is. But group of 7, yeah. And see, it's still weird because the shields in melee in this game, it's a bit strange. It's kind of like the meta almost, right? Because if you fire your weapon, your shield goes down, which makes you vulnerable. But if you swing your sword, your shield doesn't go down. So if you're one person versus 7 other people, you're kind of screwed, bro, because your best bet is to be using melee, but 3 out of the 7 of them are probably going to be using melee, and the other 3 are going to be dropping a drill shot on you. That's why you use the booster. You see 3 ship and I'm out. Somebody was pointing out that the draw distance can lead to some problems. Hold on, did we just get an update? Nope, we did not. Somebody was saying that the draw distance can lead to some problems where you think you're alone in the deep desert, and then all of a sudden 10 ships are right in front of you. You're making me wonder though, Brian, how much the booster helps, because I haven't used a booster on my ornithopter yet. And so we're kind of in the process of trying to decide what we're going to do with the scout ornithopter that I'm putting together in order to go into the deep desert and scan for buried treasure. I was thinking scanner and storage, but I'm also thinking scanner and booster now. You're not talking too much, Alicia, and of course you can ask something. The booster helps a lot. I'll definitely have to slap it on and test it and see. I'm just not sure how much of the storage I'm going to need while I'm scanning for buried treasure. I typically only need to go out to like the D tile to find buried treasure. So getting from D back into the PvE zone where we might have a base isn't that hard. If you know, do all servers can join in the deep desert or just the same cluster of servers? No. No, you're good. I kind of understand your question. And so not even all of the servers inside of North America attach into the deep desert. Inside of North America, let's say there's 12 different servers. I don't know how many different servers there are, but let's say there's 12 inside of North America. All of those different servers are all separated from each other, meaning they all have their own separate deep desert. They all have their own separate lands rad that happens each week, and they all have their own separate 20 sieges of the Haga Basin. So if you're in Brazil, you can't jump over to the NA deep desert. You can't even jump over to another Brazilian server's deep desert. You know what I mean? Like, for example, I'm on the North American DoGap server. I can't jump over to the North American jump server. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know any other names. Like, I'm the only deep desert I can go to is the DoGap deep desert. Hopefully that makes sense. Still nothing. We got about 9 minutes until they are officially past the time that they had predicted for this downtime. And like I had said earlier, I haven't been paying attention to every single downtime, but I haven't seen one that has gone over their prediction yet. So are they likely to play only with the sub servers? They're for sure only going to play with the sub servers. So I'm on the DoGap server, and I'm on the leg siege. So let me see if I can pull something up. Probably not. I'm on the DoGap server, and I'm on the leg siege. There are 19 other sieges inside of that DoGap server, and all 19 of those sieges are what connect to that singular deep desert. So if anybody is in the jump server, they also have 20 different sieges that all connect to one deep desert. But I'll never run into anybody inside of the jump server anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're completely separated. The whole server situation that they have going on and the server structure is super confusing and was definitely like a cause for a lot of I don't want to say anger, but it might have been anger. So like the way these servers work just isn't what people had expected. People were expecting the deep desert to be bigger than that and connect more servers than that, but it does not. Yeah, so you'll forever be separated from the at least game-wise from the people in NA. You might even forever be separated from the people that you know in Brazil, unless they happen to be on the DoGap server as well. If you guys are on the same server but a separate siege, I don't know if you can like hop in between. You can hop in between sieges and visit different sietches. So if you're on the leg sietch of Dewgap and you have a friend who's on the toe sietch of Dewgap, then you can jump over to the toe sietch and check out the toe sietch, check out his base, visit, farm resources, whatever, and then go back over to the leg sietch. But I don't know if you can permanently swap yourself over to the toe sietch, if that makes sense. And neither the leg or the toe sietch from the Dewgap server can jump over into the jump server. You know what I mean? What happened to the Anvil yesterday? Server did actually got erased, meaning all the players got erased. What happened to the Anvil server yesterday, huh? What server was that in? The Anvil is a specific North American server within Dune Awakening. So it was a North American server? Did it get deleted or did it get wiped? No, not a problem, Alicia. A lot of people were confused with the server structure. Their server structure is confusing. Somebody says, so I'm on a forum post talking about the whole Anvil server erase thing that you're talking about, Brian. Somebody's response says servers don't all come back up at the same exact time. So you will sometimes be able to log in before your server is ready. When this happens, it won't be able to connect and read your character data, and so assume you have none and say create new. Just wait a little while and check again. Eventually, it will be ready and your character there will be waiting. Somebody also points out that sometimes you hit continue or play now and it throws you on a different server than the one you're on. It's full deleted, huh? Yeah, so I'm not going to put wiped. Let's see if anybody's talking about it being deleted. I'm not seeing anything talking about it actually being deleted. Check Steam discussion. I was on the Steam discussion is what I was on. Hold on, I'm seeing if Dune posted anything. They did not. Looks like we're still in downtime. Yeah, I see the Steam community thing where all progress has been erased. Anyone else? And like I said, there's people in there saying, I was on also on Anvil, by the way. So will the Anvil server pop back up? Let's see if I can filter this by new. Can I filter these comments? How did I end up on a page that is not in English? This isn't in English either. Holy shit. How am I supposed to filter if I can't even, I don't even know what these words are, man. There's only 26 comments. Dark Ninja, you just got here, had a question. You're confused on when the Coriolis storm is going to happen or if it just happened. Their Discord says next Monday. Does that mean it happened tonight? Did they just drop something on their Discord again? I swear if they just dropped some more fucking news on their Discord. We're officially doing it. I hate joining games Discords just to find news on their game, but we're opening Discord, downloading updates because I never open this stupid app. When did they post that on Discord? So yesterday, and what server, what region are you talking about? You talking about North America? Yeah, so last night was when the Coriolis is supposed to happen for everybody. Every region, every server, last night is when it's supposed to happen. And for 90% of the regions and servers, it did happen. But in North America, that's what I was assuming. Because you're asking, I was assuming North America. Because in North America, yesterday, there was massive server problems with North America. So people were having a hard time even logging into the North American servers. So this can cause a major problem because if you can't log in and get your stuff out of the deep desert and the Coriolis storms wipe through it, you might end up losing a lot of progress. So what Dune ended up doing was they delayed the North American servers Coriolis storm by 24 hours, meaning that up until the servers just went down about an hour ago, we've been getting a hourly warning saying that the Coriolis storm is going to hit. It should be hitting in 2 hours from now. So the Coriolis storm should be hitting the NA servers 2 hours from now. I say should be because last night they didn't post an X tweet about it. As a matter of fact, the only information that they dropped about it was on the game itself, on the little like notification box on the side when you're on the home screen, or inside of the Discord server. That was the only way you were able to know that the North American Coriolis storm got delayed, but it got delayed to 24 hours. It should be happening today, like Brian says. When we were on, it kept giving us the hour countdown, and it gave us about a 4-hour countdown at 12 o'clock. So the servers went down at 1, and the 4-hour countdown puts it at 4 a.m. So we're 2 hours away from the Coriolis, the apex of the Coriolis sweeping over. And at that point in time, I believe the servers come down for a little bit, and then they come back up with a new layout of the ores inside of the Haga Basin, as well as a completely new layout for the deep desert. Speaking of which, we're now... Okay, your servers are down right now. The weird thing is, in-game before the downtime, there was no warning about a storm happening yet. Oh, so I'm wondering the same thing with the 2 server restarts. I'm not sure. I'm guessing that there will be 2 server restarts for the North American servers, unfortunately. And I think that's because when the Coriolis sweeps through, they have to reset the server to actually implement the new maps. I'm not 100% sure on that, though. Everybody's server is down right now. Dune across all regions. So Dune Awakening is going through a hot fix. Their hot fix was scheduled for today. They said around an hour for the downtime. We're just over an hour at this point in time. And so when we get back on, so the weird thing is that you weren't getting a countdown, and that could just be a bug, man. Their countdown system has been like super buggy. When you were playing earlier, were the clouds above you circling around your head? Do you have stuff that's out in the deep desert? That sucks if you do. Were the clouds circling above your head? Because the clouds doing like a constant circle is like the very, very early stages of the Coriolis. So if they were doing that and you weren't, there was no storm effects, no. Interesting. That's interesting. I'm not 100% sure. I'm trying to get on their Discord.
Just give me the announcements. That's all I want. Finish. Server guide, channel roles, blah, blah, blah. Game announcements. That is nothing. Community announcements. Why is it not in game announcements? There hasn't been anything in game announcements since the 12th. So now I'm like, where were people finding the announcements that they made? Weekly schedule channel. Oh my god. This is why. I'm not seeing a weekly schedule channel. Community announcements, game announcements. Nothing in the deep desert yet. If there's nothing in the deep desert and your base is clear and powered up inside of the Haga Basin, you should be fine. And plus, like I said, we should have a couple hours, an hour and a half at least before the Apex after these servers boot back up. We're literally just waiting for them to turn them back on. Updates out. Creamy, how you figure that out so fast? If it is out, it is. What are you just sitting on your Steam, bro, constantly trying to update this game? Fucking lost your mind. Oh wait, no it ain't. We didn't update it. Unless it updated in freaking 0 seconds there. Service alerts. Dude, I literally hate Discord. I just do. Yeah, he got me. I didn't get the update, I don't think. It does look like it's trying to load the game up though, so he could be right. Oh, I wouldn't build out there because it should be happening today. It should be happening today. And then I believe it's going to be a short week because I bet if anything, it's loading the game up for me. I don't know. It usually does anyways. I don't know. I didn't see an update, but we'll see here in a minute. Yeah, it's just checking shaders. Typically, if it updates, it's going to actually do the shaders. You restarted your Steam and it was not? Gotcha. Not a problem. Not a problem. Discord. Discord and new service alerts. How I hate this. I hate this so much. When I first entered Dune Awakening, it was like, what do you want to see inside of this? Channels and roles. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I want the patch notes up. Weekly schedule up. My God. Service alerts up. We'll put that on. Okay. And I just closed the Discord. Fantastic.
I dream of it.
Heading to the Solo G3 testing station to get lasgun blueprints. You know, my servers are still down. The servers are still down. So the lasgun, actually, I'm wondering if it's going to end up receiving a massive nerf because I know currently the lasgun is insane for breaking into people's bases. That is apparently, yours has a Steam update. I'll check it again. Sometimes my Steam is slow. Maybe I didn't have it closed out.
They said that that was a bug. The fact that that was it's just launching again. Fucking slow Steam. Check for updates. Oh, talking about the las gun. It rips through bases, and I'm wondering what they're gonna do to nerf that. All right, change notes are on their site. Let's take a look here. Oh my god, who put this site together, bro? Oh, here we go. I see it. I'm not seeing the update, actually. The latest is the announcing partnership with Madrinas. They just announced the Discord that NA Coriolis will end at 6 a.m. this morning. 1.4 gigabytes. Why is mine not updating? Oh my gosh. I know, but it's like, dude, I hate having to go to manage. It's in properties, isn't it? Properties, installed files, verify integrity. This is where it's going to say, oh, there's an update. Coriolis ending at 6 a.m. this morning. So with the downtime there, they're actually giving people a little bit of some extra time as well. Let me get on the Discord and see now that I have those proper channels opened if I've actually got... Oh, we got patch notes on the Discord with a link to it. Fucking brilliant. I don't got to go through their shitty website's UI. Let's take a look at these patch notes real quick. Let me pull it up. Probably not going to be a whole lot, but since we're most likely going to be waiting for this thing to download anyways, let's pull this up. All right. We got some changes coming in. Let's go ahead and read them out here. The respawn timeout inside of the PvP zones was adjusted. The first respawn is going to take 70 seconds. The second and following respawns are going to take 115 seconds. This is one of the problems people were running into with PvP, is you were just able to basically continuously respawn, and so you were in this loop where you're just fighting the same guy over and over again until one of you decides that they're done. So, interesting. Then they say that an Ornithopter Engine MK5 schematic was removed from the loot table as it was a deprecated item. Interesting. And then players no longer receive damage when hit by Thank you. This was the worst part of PvP that I was seeing, bro. I was like, dead ass. Somebody was just getting harassed by somebody with an ornithopter who was just landing on them. And I was like, that's the stupidest PvP shit I've seen right there. Massive. So big. Since the Unstuck feature doesn't work for vehicles, and when the player is on the overland map, the Unstuck button won't show when the player is on or in a vehicle or on the overland map. So they've gotten rid of the button. Service messages like server restart alerts now appear at the upper central part of the screen for better visibility. It used to be in the upper right-hand corner, and yeah, if you were focused on the game, you would definitely miss that.
An additional safeguard was added when a player respawns across maps. Players now need to manually type respawn into the confirmation. That's good, bro. There's been a couple times. There's been a couple times I spawned in the wrong spot. We had a long walk ahead of us, or we was going to have to die again. When players select the private servers tab in the server browser, they will receive a notification pop-up. Another set of changes to further improve the game server and client stability. Some fixes. They fixed an issue where the game client could freeze when the player attempted to cross the deep desert server border. They fixed an issue where players who started their base access with friends could not sometimes abandon their base via a map marker. Okay, we're not going to go through all of the fixes. This is just like a bunch of issue dart trails, maul and pistol. Fixed an issue causing the Landsrad refining time reduction bonus to not apply. Oh. Yeah, all that's just like bugs and stuff. The changes were up here. They made some good ones to PvP, mainly no longer being hit by vehicles. So that's freaking big. We're currently updating as well. So. Have I seen Buggy spinning nonstop? No. I watched a clip of somebody who was on a sand bike, and the sand bike was spinning nonstop. That's all I haven't seen the Buggy doing that. You're updating on your PC, you can run on it, but sometimes it crashes. You prefer to play on GeForce Now most of the time. My CPU is the bottleneck in my PC as well. I'm right there with you, friggin' Alicia. I need to, so we used to run an AMD GPU, and when we try and live stream with an AMD GPU, it's fucking bad, okay? There's problems, and that's just an AMD GPU encoding problem. So we kind of side upgraded our GPU over to NVIDIA, so we could come back to live streaming without having to have that happen. But in doing so, I've now realized that my CPU is also a massive bottleneck. So I kind of need to side upgrade or even upgrade my CPU. You can, and it's freaking annoying. I haven't had it happen to me, but the clip I saw of the person having it happen to them, it was ridiculous. This guy was trying to like get away, get out of a situation, and he was just being hunted by an ornithopter, and all that they had to do was land on them. That's all they had to do, and it was insta-dead. Just land on them, insta-dead. Happened to you twice, and you lost them to the worm eating them. That's crazy. Is something happening? Is something happening to cause it to start to spin? Or are you just driving, and then all of the sudden spin, spin, spin? That's what I'm curious. Like, do you hit a rock, and it causes you to almost tilt? And then then maybe because the game tries to auto reforce the vehicles on their front, maybe it hits a bug loop where it doesn't know where you're at, so it's just constantly spinning you. In your base. So you're not even in the buggy. You're just walking around, and then all of a sudden your buggy's in your base spinning. That's freaking insane. No, I've not seen that. No, I've not seen that. Oh no. That's freaking brutal. Yeah, if I upgrade my CPU, I'm probably just going to have to do a full motherboard upgrade as well. I'm right there with you. We upgraded our GPU, and it was more of a side grade, but it was a slight upgrade as well.
So I don't know if Dune just downloaded the update or not. You got in and leave the force field, and then that's when it starts spinning? That's crazy. I saw a clip of somebody with a spinning sand bike, but they were already spinning when the clip started, so I have no idea what could have caused it. It almost sounds like the game's bugging out because the game has, I'm going to stand back up. The game has like a feature in it where your vehicles cannot flip upside down. It will automatically flip your vehicle back right side up. So it kind of sounds like the game thinks that your vehicle is flipped down and it's trying to flip it up constantly, causing like a loop. Well, it says compiling shaders, not checking shaders, so maybe the game did update. I'd be surprised, though. My download time when I'm live is slow. Okay, I just moved that mic all over the place. Let me know if we're getting a bunch of feedback here. Your biggest fear is the sandworm bug and being able to attack the safe area? I have not seen that. I've not seen that. Has there been some sandworms sneaking into the safe areas? The Coriolis resets the entire deep desert. Actually, it's a really good question. I believe it resets the entire deep desert. If you have a base that's inside of the PvE area of the deep desert, it's getting deleted as well. I'm almost positive. I guess we'll find out after today as well if this research points that you get for completing the deep desert PvE inside of the PvE zone of the deep desert. I'm wondering if that resets as well. Yeah, here we are. We made it back online. And yeah, the Coriolis is definitely still blowing at us here. We still got that constant wind kicking in with the clouds spinning above us. So they said it ends at 6, which means that there's 3.5 hours of excuse me. Thank you. 3.5 hours until the apex of the storm. When the apex of the storm hits, we're going to be taking a ornithopter down here out into the deep desert, and we're going to be riding out the Coriolis apex. Yeah, I'm curious. I don't even know if it'll let us into the deep desert at a specific at a certain point in time, or what it's going to look like when it kicks us out of the deep desert, or anything. And honestly, I've been able to avoid seeing any Coriolis storm clips at all. I have no the only parts of the Coriolis storm that I know are what we were able to see last night right before the apex, when they told us it was going to get delayed. The servers are back online, Charlie. Yes, they are. They're back online. Update is out. It's live. We did a bit of a breakdown of the of the patch notes. If you want to rewind it about 10 minutes or so, we broke down the patch notes. But the servers are fully back online. We are good to go. Let's take a look at this real quick, because this was bugging out before we left. And it was not using up our ammo, man. We had unlimited ammo. I don't know what was going on with this thing. Which is reloaded on its own. What is going on with this thing? It just full reloaded on its own. Oh, it used it that time. It's so weird, and it's full reloading on its own. This unique flamethrower has a higher gel capacity and more intense flame. I don't think that that description tells me it should be reloading itself. Yo, have you gotten sick of having to click so much to deposit water? 400 clicks for 10 bottles gets old really fast. It's that kind of thing that makes me question how much actual testing went into this game, you know? And who did they pay to test their game? And how the hell did none of the content creators who were playing the early versions of this game, the closed access, you know, meant to be somewhat testing the game, giving feedback and testing and pointing out, how the hell did that make it through development to where they didn't add a deposit all button? What testing company did they use? Because I'm 100%, I'm right there with you. The day they add the deposit all button is the day I'm gonna be happy. Freaking ridiculous. It's insane. There's features like that all over the game too, where it's like, how the hell did that make it in? I mean, honestly, it shouldn't even be up to the testers to find that. The developers should have like auto-coded that in. It's the strangest choice. It is definitely a strange choice. All right, let's drink some water and let's go do some farming here. We've got a few hours to kill. Auto clickers don't work either, huh? You can't like set up you can't set up like Gary's hood auto clicker to click at 1 click 0.00 seconds and have it deposit all at once. That's so funny because I was actually thinking about that as well. I don't have the auto clicker anymore, but I was like, I could set that to click like every 0.025 seconds and maybe it would just fucking instant deposit all that. You would love some quality of life updates? Yeah, it's mind numbing to see stuff like that in the game that should have never made it in the game in that way. So yeah, that shit blows my mind. So what are we doing here? Before the servers went down, what were we doing? Let's go check real quick because we have one more tier 5 assault ornithopter that we need to make, and I'm missing armor plating for it. We're missing armor plating still, I'm pretty sure. Since there was a server reset, I think what we're gonna do, yeah, we need 22 and 26 and 26, so we need 52 armor plating. Since there was a server reset, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna roll back through that area and smack down that area so we can get some more of the diamond dust and the carbide scraps while we pick up some of the heavy armor plating. Then it should be nighttime because I want to put some water in the base, but more importantly, I want to put some water in a Leader-John so we can fly out to the deep desert and knock some PvE out over there. But I do want to get, we do have the final tier 5. What belt are we using? Full suspensor belt is what we have. I used to be sold on the Emperor's wings, but I'm not so certain anymore that those are the best. I think I prefer the full suspension belt. What is next to your name? There is a symbol next to your name. I don't know what the hell that is. I just had to do an IRL zoom in on that thing. I still can't tell what it is. But yeah, I used to be sold on the Emperor's wings, but I'm not so certain anymore. I think I get more vertical leap out of the full suspensor belt. Because when I use the Emperor's wings, I can't... Let me show you. This full suspensor belt's crazy. It does this ridiculous thing with my Bindu Sprint that is just too much fun. It is just too good. Yeah, so you Bindu Sprint into full suspensor belt, and I'm going to end up flying probably all the way up there. Which is just ridiculous. And if I do this with the Emperor's wings, we don't get anywhere near as far. Like, if I had enough power, I would just keep gaining height and momentum. I'd fly all the way across this freaking map. And I'm right there with you, Alicia. I was fully sold on the Emperor's wings. But I had Emperor's wings the other day, and I was trying to do the Bindu Sprint into jump, and I just was not getting as far. It was the version 2 of the Emperor's wings, though, which may have very well been leading into the problem. But yeah, with the full suspensor belt and the Bindu Sprint, it's such a ridiculous movement technique. Honestly, you could probably, I guarantee you could get across the gap using this method. The problem is you're not going to find a full suspensor belt. You don't unlock this until aluminum. You're not going to find one in the South Haga Basin. I don't know. I'd be curious to see if, like, the Leap suspensor belt could possibly... I don't know if you could jump over the worm with that. Just ready for it to come to Xbox. Hopefully they get it ported over to the consoles as soon as possible. I agree with you. I hate games that come out not on everything. It's a bit annoying. I'm right there with you. Hopefully it doesn't take that long for them to port it over. It's a bit weird though, because... And I guess since the consoles have come out with the next generation, because I'm thinking about kind of like what happened with Rust. When Rust launched on consoles, it was like you could barely consider it functional. So I was like a little bit concerned with games like Dune if the console hardware can even like hold up. But Rust, from what I understand, that works pretty decent on consoles now, doesn't it? On the next gen. It works so decent on consoles, they shut down service on the old gen, didn't they? I don't remember exactly. I don't think you can actually jump over the worm with anything, though. That thing has like a area of effect on it where if you get too close, it almost like hits a cutscene on you of you getting eaten. I tried jumping over the worm once, and it looked like I was going to be able to make it, but it still hit me with that cutscene, and I think it was just because I got too close. It's like a specific distance where you're just going to get got no matter what. I could be wrong, though, and I might just not have had enough. Might just not have had enough height.
Long has the sunrise blazed across the desert sands. Long has it burned upon the minds of all that labor under
Easy.
its domain. Long have the winds of the Coriolis swept across the mountains and valleys. So too have they swept through uncounted minds, scouring the truth of history from 1,000 generations of memory. Through all and beyond time and space, one has presided. One who marks not the movement of stars. One whose command of power is infinite. Whose knowledge is fathomless. But yet bears witness to the core of our hearts. Shai-Hulud! Yes, Shai-Hulud
Is this like I almost want to watch the Dune movies. Is there multiple Dune movies? You died in this place that oh, dude. I did the same thing. So I was like camping up here on the cliffs, sniping everything down here. And my dumbass jumped onto the worm after I killed everything and we died. Instant death. And when you die on that worm, I couldn't get my body back. We just lost. Whatever we lost, it was gone. Yeah, it's a good thing you didn't return to try to recover your loot, because you freaking can't. I did the same thing, and I came and tried to recover my loot, and I just died again. This must be like the boss of the area or something. This guy takes his sniper to the dome, and then I have to heavy stab him twice. Come on, you. Where'd Blady Boy go? Whoa, what's he doing? Did you guys see that? I think I actually just... Oh, my God. I might have... That hurt my stomach, dude, again. It just, like, sunk my... What is he doing? That guy's freaking out, bro. I don't know where he went. But that freaked me out, man. That made my stomach hurt. Stomach just knotted up. Got him. You figured that... Oh. Yeah, it was definitely not worth returning to. Even with the Ornithopter. I had an Ornithopter. I would have had to have somebody else carry an Ornithopter and hover me above it. And, you know, you don't lose... you don't lose that much anyways. So whatever was on there wasn't worth getting anyways. What's it gonna be this time, huh? Another Thumper. Do you get that out of here every time? Kind of seems like you do. Oh, you know what we didn't do? We didn't use our flamethrower at all. It's kind of what I came down here to test. Granted, it's a duraluminum flamethrower, so I'm assuming it's just going to shred through these guys the same way the pistol does. We'll be better off testing that inside of the deep desert. It's ridiculous. The movement you get with that Bendu sprint and this belt is crazy. I was not with an Ornithopter. You're farming the parts. Oh. Oh. So you died after you got the scraps that you needed, or you died before you got the scraps that you needed? Man, if you died after getting the scraps you needed, that would suck. Thankfully, I died before. No, he literally, it's brutal. You'd have to be able to not be touching the worm and get up to your box. Yeah, that'll delete all of your items basically. All of your resources and any of the unique schematics you had on you anyways. Oh, you know what I just realized too is you said 6 a.m. Somebody said 6 a.m. on this Coriolis storm earlier, and that could be Eastern. And they probably are talking Eastern. Especially if they announced it in the Discord. Typically they announce Eastern. Which would still be 4 a.m. my time, which means we are still an hour and a half from this deep desert. From the Coriolis storm. Oh, you kept enough of the resources to build it. Oh, that's good. Arcadian, how you doing? We're doing all right. We're actually getting ready to head out into the deep desert. I think we have an hour and let's see here. We got an hour and 20 minutes until this Coriolis storm takes full effect, I'm pretty sure. So about 20 minutes from now, the deep desert is going to turn real nasty, and we're hardly going to be able to see out there. So we're going to ride out there real quick and go do a couple of PvE things, kind of check it out, and then we'll fly back here. After we hit the hour countdown, it should kick in, and we'll start to see lightning hit everywhere. That's where we were yesterday when they were like, sorry, it's getting delayed. After the lightning starts to hit, we'll fly back out of the deep desert over here, and we'll go and we're going to dump off the power at our other base because we're testing something. So we're testing this over here. Then we're going to come back, get in our tier 4 ornithopter and fly back out to the deep desert where we're going to be flying into the apex of the storm here. Yeah, right now, currently, we're just going out to the deep desert to hit up the PvE section of it. We're not going to be there for that long. Because, oh, I got to get water first before we go. That's mainly because... That's mainly because the apex of the storm is working its way too. And we got to knock the power out over there. We're planning on spending the apex of the storm in the deep desert. I want to find out if my base with no power in the Haga Basin gets deleted by the Coriolis. If it does, then we're going to be able to maybe go find other people's bases who didn't keep their power up and steal their stuff. Some raiding without raiding inside of the Haga Basin, but I don't know exactly. We're going to take the power off of that base and find out. It's a freshly built base. Everything is fully built up, so... If you forget to take the power down, does the Coriolis destroy your base? I have no idea. Here we go. Who was complaining about the clicking? I forget, but here we go. It was something BG, I want to say. Gotta love clicking a million times just to get the stupid water in the stupid containers. Could all be handled with one click and probably one line of code. I went to school for coding for a little while, and I could probably wasn't really good at it, and I could probably write down the code needed. I probably wouldn't even have to Google it. Alicia, you're 100% fine. You're all good. The talking is what keeps the stream going. If you couldn't tell when the YouTube chat was broken, I was stuck talking to myself, which I can do, no problem, right? I mean, I've been streaming for a while, and I've been streaming for some years now, and I've done a lot of streams where we do nothing but talk to ourselves, so I can get that done. It's just not as fun as talking to other people, you know? You know what I'm saying? That's good that you were able to, that you still had just enough to be able to build one after you respawned. Massive. Wait, you got a flamethrower? How's that against the deep desert enemies? We're about to find out. That's why we built this thing. It's not only a flamethrower, it's the Shaitan's Tongue flamethrower, which has a higher gel capacity and more intense flames. This thing's a bit buggy as well. For a while after we built it, we were seemingly getting unlimited ammo with it. I would fire it off, I would reload it, and my ammo capacity just did not go down at all. And then even coming back, we're firing it, and we start off with 60 rounds in the chamber, and it would go down to 40, and then all of a sudden down to 30, and then boom, we're back up to 60. I didn't hit reload. This thing reloaded itself, so it's a bit buggy. It's a bit strange. So we're gonna take it out to the deep desert and actually see how it performs against things. And so honestly, I don't know how it performs against things, but just firing it off into the air was weird. Like, weird things were happening. I'm gonna try and run to the bathroom before we hit this wall here. It's a bit risky because there's quicksand under the wall. I keep seeing clips of people driving their bikes out to this thing and then just get eaten by the worm. I'll be back. Beautiful. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we picked up the unique schematic from out here in one of the in one of these labs inside of the PvE zone of the deep desert. I keep seeing clips of nutballs driving their sand bikes all the way out to this quicksand.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Alrighty. Oh, Alicia just became a member? Is that what happened? Is that what just happened? Hold on, hold the phone. Alicia has become a member. That's incredible. You're insane. You're absolutely insane. Oh, God. I don't have it up anymore. I've got to reset up the scene. And I meant to do this for Chicken Curry as well, our last member. My mom, actually, of all people, reminded me. She was like, you forgot to do the dance. I've got a dance lined up for the new members. I don't have the scene functioning properly right now, though. So, unfortunately, it's going to have to wait. But, I thought I was muted. But, we'll for sure get that running and be sure to get you and Chicken Curry the dance. It's quite a special dance. Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I appreciate you being here. And, I mean, just coming in and helping me with the chat was huge. I would have... Excuse me, sir. You've parked your ornithopter on mine. That'll teach you. It's like two dragonflies trying to mate. Why is mine on fire, bro? Mine's smoking, dude. I need to I need to go see if I got some welding wire here. Let's try and fix this thing. But yeah, no, I appreciate you just enough coming and saving my ass with the chat here. I would have never realized that it was down. But let alone dropping the membership, you are freaking insane. I suppose we ought to do a double check here, make sure we're not leaving anything. I think our full suspensor belt's running low, so let's grab that just in case. Why is this thing smoking? Traveling in that zone hard? I mean, you can get caught by other players when you are changing zones like you did right now. You spawn in the deep desert. I'm inside of the PvE zone of the deep desert. Let me open the map real quick. So this first square right here, or like 3/4 of it, or sometimes the entirety of it, maybe even in the entirety of it everywhere. This is all a safe zone. There is no PvP inside of these zones. Once you pass this section, maybe this section up here, I'm not sure, you do enter the PvP zone, and like crossing gaps like this from sector A3 into A4, this big desert, this is a PvP zone right here. Why this is a PvP zone, I don't know. You're never going to run into people for long enough to fight right here in this sector. But all of this is PvE, so getting to here, you don't have to worry about it. And even once you're here, I can fully explore. There's labs and stuff for me to do out here in the PvE zone. That's what we're going to go hit. So I don't even have to worry. I don't even have to worry about PvP at all. So we're going to go hit this lab right here. This is PvE. The lab itself, all of the labs are obviously PvE, but we're still in the PvE zone, so I can't even get caught up in PvP. All right, let's see if this thing works. I'm a little, excuse me. Vehicle out of range, I'm literally standing on top of it, okay. I'm a little concerned, because last time we came out to do some PvE in the deep desert, even in the PvE zone, we got stomped on, bro. We were able to complete these, but it definitely took some finessing. And when it came out to actually in the deep desert, bro, we weren't able to complete anything. We just got stomped on. Oops. The PvE zone is larger than I thought. Yeah, it's pretty big out here, and it's got a ton of stuff to do. So you have testing stations all over the place. Like, there's like at least one testing station in each of these, almost. But then you have these PvP ships in the PvE zone as well. It's pretty big. It's pretty expansive. There's 9 tiles of it across this bottom floor as well. Your character in DA seems to be wearing the same hat as you do in the real world. Nice touch. I mean, I think it's a bit of a stretch. It's not really a flat cap, but we'll take it. You're only going out there early mornings when it's really not that scary. You don't lose your gear out here. You lose whatever resources in Solari that you have on you, which realistically, you know, like if I was going out into the deep, deep desert, what would I lose if I died? Right now, I'd maybe lose my vehicle fuel cells. Right? I don't know if I lose heavy darts, but I would lose fuel cells. Big whoop. Now, if I had just done like 5 of these PvE zones way out in the deep desert and I was on my way back and I got caught out, yeah, that would suck. But that's kind of like your Albion Online style PvP. You know what I mean? Where it's like, it's whatever. Your RuneScape style, you just filled out. You're on your way back with your inventory of Chinchampas. Burn! that sucked, dude. I didn't have to reload. I don't know what's going on with this thing's ammo. I don't know if it's bugged or what. But this thing sucks ass. I had to hold that on him for like 10 seconds. Hey, 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 hey! One at a time now. I don't even know if I'm hitting him. I wasn't. Yeah, dude, there's no way it holds up against that guy. I don't know. I'm not sold on it. To be fair, you've been out there once and not run into trouble. Oh, see, that's a good point. That's why I'm stocking up on ornithopters. Not wanting to lose your ornithopter is a good point. See, the 2-shot on the cope? How does that happen, dude? What does this do? This is doing 25 damage per shot. So I would have to hit them with 8 shots to do as much damage, or 16 shots to kill them. Because I kill him in 2 shots with the cope. So in order to do 600 damage, I gotta hit him with 16 shots. I wasn't counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, there's like no fucking way I can count down 16 as well as the time. It seemed like it was like 6 seconds or something like that. So 6 seconds in order to do 600 damage compared to... You know what I'm saying? So would I say it's worth it? No, I wouldn't. Arcadian. I'd say no. They didn't update the sandstorm alert going into the middle of the screen. It's still in the left corner. You have yours on the left corner, huh? I haven't seen a sandstorm update yet. We should be getting one in the next couple of minutes. Dude, I think I'm getting sick, and... I think I'm getting sick, bro, and it's like, every time right before I get sick, my body temperature is just all over the place. I got the AC on behind me, and then if I turn it on fan, it gets hot in here, and then if I turn it on cool, almost like minutes later, I'm like shivering cold. We're having a hard time regulating. Yeah, it is a shame. I totally agree. It does suck for sure. You know, we'll use it inside of the Haga Basin, maybe in some of that. But realistically, yeah, it's not. It's ass. It might be good in PvP. This might be like the type of weapon that you really want to take into PvP, though. You know what I'm saying? But there's no ground PvP as of yet. Not realistically. I guess unless you run into, you know, something like this might help you out if there's 7. Who was in here talking about it's fun going in the deep desert until you got 7 people rolling in on you? Like, this might help with that, right? But that's only a maybe, bro. I honestly have no idea. You have them guys do that one move where they just teleport behind you and you're done for. Ah, shieldy boy, huh? Oh, I guess we can see this now, too. Do we go through shields? Get stupid, bro. Shields are too powerful in this game. Asshole! Hey, leave me alone. Just give me a second. Hey, I said leave me alone. Shields are too strong in this game.
Sector weather alert.
Oh, it is
A
on the
large
left side of the
sandstorm is
screen now.
approaching.
60 minutes. The apex of the Coriolis storm is going to hit Arrakis in 60 minutes. Seek shelter away from the deep desert. We're going to do exactly the opposite of that. However, we will be leaving the deep desert after this to go deposit all of our stuff, as well as take the power off of our other base. Oh, one tap. Getting good amounts of armor plating here, which is nice. We needed that for the, we need to hit up every locker we see because we need that for our final ornithopter. That's the last resource that we're missing. You thought the storm was over? It is for 90% of the servers. Are you on NA, Arcadian? You're reorganizing your base now? Oh, you know, I really would love a proper snap system. And I really would. Especially for, like, the chests. Your guild built their new base yesterday in the deep desert. No, they just, no, if you go back in the stream, we were getting them on the right side of the screen, like right here, up until the announcement. And in the announcement, in the patch notes, they said they put it more central in the screen, so I expected it to land right there. And if you're an EU Arcadian, you're good. So the Coriolis did hit yesterday. So NA got delayed on the Coriolis yesterday because NA was having problems getting people logged in. And they didn't want anybody losing their items in the deep desert who couldn't get on to get them out. They need the snap system, especially for, like, chests. The chests are actually what drive me the most insane. And their snap system that they have now doesn't snap directly to things. But it does this thing where it's like, it like almost tries to snap, and then it like purposefully angles it just a little bit so it doesn't line up proper. It just drives my OCD insane. The blood, oh, you're right, for the machines and stuff as well. My ore refineries, you're right. I spend a ridiculous amount of time trying to get those lined up. It'd be a lot easier to just have it snap. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people asking for a snap system, and I couldn't agree more. Yeah, so I kept having people pop in the stream yesterday, and they were like, how are you even on your server, bro? Like, they were like, I cannot get on, dude. All of NA can't get on. But here you can see the Coriolis storm has kind of kicked up in effect. Got a little bit more intense out here. And so we're going to pop back over to the Haga Basin. We're going to power down our small base. And then I think we're going to possibly work our... We need to repair this thing up to the full repair. And then we're going to work our way back out here. We're going to be out here when the apex of the storm hits. So yeah, we'll work our way back out here. We got to dump all of our gear and stuff, though. The server announcements example, yeah, you know, I know what you're talking about, but that thing was always showing up on the right for me. Honestly, on the left side of the screen, I could see myself missing that announcement as well, right there. I could see myself missing that. You have a headache when placing foundation blocks all of a sudden. One random block can't be placed due to no support. That sucks. My OCD would depending on where it was at, would be a little bit triggered by that as well. Maybe try putting down like a curved one so you can at least get a foundation. Because you can't just put a roof down where you're supposed to put a foundation down. It doesn't look the same. And I swear, with the refineries or like the blood purifiers, they like try to snap them together or allow you to place them directly next to them, but then right when it gets next to it, it goes it just angles just ever so slightly, bro. It's like, why? What are those sites on the world map? Such a good question, which are called fuel depots. I can't see a damn thing, bro. Where am I at? I think it's because it's nighttime right now. I can't see squat. Yeah, it's nighttime. The storm is definitely harder to see in at night. I don't know what those are for, to be honest. I'd imagine, so you have those little bars on either side of your ship when you're flying out on the world map. That's your water bar and your fuel bar. I don't think that correlates to the amount of fuel that's in your actual ornithopter, nor the amount of water that's in your system. I think that is probably more for like when the world map gets extended, perhaps, or like if you're exploring the world map. I don't know what there is to explore on there, but maybe there's a scenario where you're starting to run low on water, so you have to park your ship at one of these for a little while for it to refill. In the world map, you consume water the longer you stay in and the more you move, so you can go there and resupply. Right, so it's just like a system that you may have to hit if you're spending too much time on the world map. Yeah. You also would love a building cam, at least to move things already placed. It's a pain to move all your water cisterns on your roof. I understand why they don't do a building cam, to be honest. But I agree with you. I agree with you. I love building in games, so obviously I want the building cam. Just like in RuneScape Dragon Wilds, how they at least allow you to cast that spell that gives you like the free roam building. That does somewhat take away from like the personal touch that comes from like when you have to actually physically get to the location to place the thing. You know, if you're just floating in the air to place the thing, it's one thing. But if I have to actually climb onto the roof to put the roof on, I remember putting that roof piece on a little bit more, you know? You have a last question. No, you're good. To go to the world map, you need to have an ornithopter and fuel cells in your inventory. No, you don't have to have fuel cells in your inventory. All you need is an ornithopter. It's probably smart to have some fuel cells in your inventory, so if you're going to the world map to go to like Arakeen or the other like trading post, you don't need them in your inventory at all because you're not even using your ornithopter in those areas. But if you're going out to the deep desert, it's probably good to have a couple of them on you, so that you can refuel your ship if you need to. But you don't need them. You just need the flying ship. You're good. If you've got questions, I've got answers. And if I don't got answers, I'll find the answers on Google. We get it done around here. Okay, let's repair this thing.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is
50 minutes until the Coriolis, the apex of the Coriolis hits. How long is the downtime after the Coriolis hits? Because we just sat through like a little bit over an hour of a downtime. I'd like to get back in and get to grinding onto our next base. You know what I mean? Because I think that's what we're going to do next, is set up our next base. But we have like a lot of grinding that we need to do for materials and stuff. So it's either like we go set up our next base or we immediately fly out into the deep desert. It might be immediately fly out into the deep desert, considering that it's going to be like a non-peak time. You know what I mean? Might be like the best time to go. Might be the best time to go and try and hammer out like some spice. It's like, do I want to lose a deciliter, John? Not really. Have you found the compactor MK5 yet in the deep desert? You were looking at the A23 PvE zone testing facilities and no luck. Have I found the compactor? I think I did. I think that I did. Let me check. No, I did not. I found the compact collapsible Dew Reaper. I'm not seeing a compactor in here. It would be duraluminum, wouldn't it? I found a compact compactor. It was just... Yeah, so I found a compact compactor MK3. It doesn't get emptied while moving around the world map. No. The world map, fuel gauge, and water gauge doesn't tie to your actual fuel or water gauge at all. That's just like your world map, and it's like a... Yeah, no, I haven't gotten the duraluminum one. Wait, let me look at this again so I can see what it looks like. Like a bat. That might be it right there. That's like a cutter ray, though. Oh. Right here. Right next to the collapsible Dew thing. Yeah, now that I see it. Duh, it's right frickin' there. If there was a snake, it would have bit me. Yeah, no, I haven't found it yet. No such luck. I'm pretty sure some of the schematics are forced to be out in the deep desert tool. I'm not sure what all schematics are inside of just the PvE zone, but I also know that there's a lot of them thrown into a pool. Whereas in, like, unique schematics on this map are very, like, location specific. Like, the uniques that you get out of here are very predictable. But out in the deep desert, it's a little bit different. They choose from like a whole pool of things, I'm pretty sure. They choose from a whole pool of uniques, and it's just kind of like RNG at that point in time. You really can't see squat. It's still nighttime, though. I think once it's daytime, we'll start to be able to see a little bit more. I can't see a damn thing.
Fringe-Arcadian Games coming in at level 3. We don't have anything for the levels yet, but everybody watching right now should be earning loyalty points. I think exclamation loyalty tells you how many work, or how many you have. I just am not 100% sure if the redemption system is currently working right now. I don't think the redemption system is up and running, but everybody's earning points. Big rock. And now I'm questioning whether or not people are earning points. Because that should have definitely told you how many points you have. Topper! Topper's got 725 points. But clearly... clearly the, man, what's that called? Can't even think of what's that called. Clearly the commands ain't working, whatever it's called. Let's see if I swap over to oh, we got a problem going over here on YouTube. People's points aren't being connected. Oh my days, what is going on, bro? Alright, never mind. Your loyalty's being tracked on Twitch, but it's not doing anything for you. I'm just trying to sell art, yeah. Topper's working that long game. I swear to God he is. Watch it, he is gonna, he's acting like he's joking, but watch. Watch, one of these days. He watches my stream while he's selling art on other people's streams. So he's technically telling the truth. Alright, let's get in this thing and take the power out. Power's coming down. Storage, yoink that right on out of here. 85 of 85, as soon as this fuel cell is used, should be done. Yeah, I'll have to double look into the loyalty system. That's a bit of a pain. That's a bit of a pain. You can't redeem anything cool with it anyways. It's just a couple of stupid effects that we have. This is an uptime of 5 minutes and 60 seconds here. I'm going to stick around for 5 minutes. I mean, we're kind of waiting. How much longer we have? We got 40 minutes on this till the apex anyways. So waiting here for 5 minutes. I just want to make sure that this base powers down, because the main test that we're doing here is nope, I put granite in here. I can't build a tool, can I? Nope. So the main test we're doing here is all of these walls are at perfect condition right now. I want to see if the Coriolis storm rolling through the Haga Basin causes damage to bases who happen to be not protected, right? Because if they do damage bases that are not protected, that could actually lead to a point where you may be able to ride around the Haga Basin and kind of like loot some people's bases afterwards, you know, check out all the abandoned bases and take their stuff. But in order for that to work, not only does it need to rip down these walls, but it needs to rip this chest open. And I don't know if that's even something that's possible in the Haga Basin. Like, say the person who has a base down there quits the game. Eventually their base will decay, but I don't know if it decays to a point where I can open their chest. You know what I'm saying? So, we shall
see today if the Coriolis is going to rip down these walls.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
40 minutes until the apex of the Coriolis storm is going to smack Arrakis, smack dab in the center of the face. Yep. Whoa! There's a ship just been out here the whole time? I guess I can't do anything to it. Are you getting hurt? It doesn't look like it is. You could spoil it for you, but I'm enjoying watching you experiment. Well, I could guess what's going to happen. I can guess that it is, in fact, not going to damage this base. Because the apex of the storm is more so an event that shuts the server down, and then the server resets. All of this is cosmetic right now, basically, of what's happening is cosmetic. So the apex of the storm hits, and the server is going to get shut down, and then new ores are going to get spawned in, and then the server is going to get turned back on. All this is cosmetic. This isn't doing damage to my base. This isn't doing damage to... Because and the reason I think that is because this Ornithopter is not taking damage at all. At least not that I can tell. Yeah, this thing is not taking damage at all. So, this is all cosmetic. But maybe when the apex actually hits, it starts to cause some damage. Just maybe. You've never seen this part of the storm? This is the Coriolis. I think the sandstorms actually look like this as well, except for you die after not standing there for too long. And I don't know if the storm gets any more intense, but I know that lightning strikes. This is about where we got to last night, and then the server was like, actually, 24-hour delay. Anybody in NA, you're not getting the Coriolis tonight. Ya done. $60 seconds. It's been the longest 5 minutes of my life here waiting for this thing to power down. I just want to make sure the base powers down. This guy would be getting freaking sliced by the dirt right now. I'd be walking out of this sandstorm cut up. Five, 4, 3, and shut down. Beautiful. Okay, perfect. Base is not protected. Well, let's leave this thing up. Let's leave this thing here. We'll find out when the server turns back on that base is going to be fully intact. Which means I'm not going to be able to raid any of the noobs who abandoned the game. For a survival game, not to take hits when you are unprotected in a sandstorm is a real fail. We're in the Coriolis sandstorm. This is not a typical sandstorm. This is the cosmetic sandstorm. If this was a real sandstorm, like the ones that sweep through the game, we would be taking damage. I feel like for the Coriolis, they just avoid knocking people down and giving people damage so they can experience the effect of the Coriolis actually sweeping through the Dune area, you know what I mean? Who do you shoot first? Melee guy with the shield that is... Oh, melee guy for sure. Melee guy, because he puts his shield on right away. If you're talking about the place where I got the diamond dust... Wow, I can't see a thing, but we just flew, like, right directly next to a mountain. Okay, if you're talking about the place where I got the diamond dust, yeah, shoot the melee guy first. That's, like, the boss of the arena, too, so you're honestly going to want to shoot him and back out of the area, especially if you're under-geared. Shoot him and then back out the door and then fight him solo. And then after that, it's just, like, taking down... It's just, like, taking down each of the people, you know what I mean? None of the rest of them have shields. If there's a minigun guy down there, I'd leave him alone too, but I would take him out second. That is, of course, if you are talking about this area right here. No, sorry, this area right here. Because that melee guy is like the big boss. I don't know what happened, but the sand had disappeared. Yeah, because I'm using like this ridiculous pistol that I was shooting the guy with that does 300 damage. And it typically one-shots everybody in the Haga Basin, but it takes a pistol shot to the head and then 2 full stabs to take that guy out. So I'm guessing he's definitely stronger than your typical melee guy. It's definitely like the boss of the area. And I wouldn't have noticed either, other than the fact that my pistol one-taps everything. And I think that if I shot that guy without his shield on, he would survive 3 pistol shots, which is more than what they survive in the deep desert. Like a big heavy in the deep desert gets taken down in 2 pistol shots. Oh yeah, you see if you sit in the fuel depot, your fuel goes up. Wonder what happens if you run out of fuel in the world map. You die? It's a weird system to put in the game, and it only really makes sense if there's like some actual exploration that you should be doing on the world map. And I don't know, is there some actual exploration you should be doing on the world map? I think we're gonna try and kick off like smack dab into the center here. Something just happened. I'm gonna guess that sounds like a YouTube subscription notification. Hey, Andrew Brooks coming in with the subscription over on YouTube. Appreciate ya. Interesting about the YouTube notifications that come in live on stream. I never know if you're here or if you're just watching one of the many videos we have out. For all I know, you're watching one of my old school RuneScape money making videos from 5 years ago. Either way, we appreciate you joining. Welcome. You've been recognized.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm.
30 minutes remaining until the apex of the Coriolis storm. Is the storm gonna get more intense as we get closer to the apex? I actually don't even know. If I had to guess, I'm gonna say no, you know? If anything, maybe lightning will start to strike more. But I don't anticipate any sort of like major changes to what we're seeing here. Hopefully we can find a nice big chunky piece of land off here in the distance to land on. I think that immediately post Coriolis, we're gonna try and fly out to the deep desert. This is probably like the lowest player count time on NA. We might be able to fly in and knock out some PvE inside of the deep desert, and more importantly, like, now that we can craft... And look, they put the server restart up in the dead center. So they moved the notification. We were getting the Coriolis storm notification on the right side of the screen all throughout the beginning of the stream. And then the update happens, and now it's showing up on this left-hand side of the screen. The Coriolis warning, the Apex warning. But the server restart, like they said, is smack dab in the center of the screen. Freaking weird. If you were in the deep desert during the Coriolis while raiding a POI, which is underground, what happens if you wait out the storm there? I'd imagine, so, all right, let's be realistic about what I'm anticipating happening here. Essentially, we're gonna ride this out. We've got 30 minutes until the apex of the storm. What's gonna happen at the apex is people are just gonna get kicked offline. I don't think there's gonna be a big world-changing storm that people can actually ride through. I think people are just going to get kicked offline. Leading up to the apex of the storm, it'll be interesting to see if it starts to get more and more, if you start to see more and more lightning hit, if you start to see the storm maybe intensify. It looks like out here in the deep desert, the storm is nowhere near as thick as it is over in the Haga Basin. So honestly, I think if you were in a POI, you would just, when the servers came back online, you would just be dead. Just like right now, we're going to be in the deep desert, and then when it's going to boot us off, and then when the server is going to come back online, we're not going to be in the deep desert anymore. We're going to be dead. It's going to force us to spawn in the Haga Basin, bet. That's why we came out here with nothing. We're losing literally nothing. I mean, we did bring our leaders on out here. That sucks. But that's nothing. And this is what I'm saying, bro. Like, the deep desert is way too much sand, dude. They need to add in more POIs, or not even POIs. They need to add in more mountains to give people areas to play around and or fight around and or base up around. Although a little spot like this, if there's no POI here, like, this might be like an excellent spot to put a tiny little like 1x1 base. Trying to hide it somewhere in there, just as a spot to where it's like, oh, you see that spice bloom over there, I can go and try and harvest the bloom and then bring the stuff back, kind of stock it up there for the day, just as like my daily hidey hole. Yeah, I bet that's what happens, is we're just going to get booted off the server, and then when the server kicks back on, because the deep desert got reset and we were in it, we're just going to end up being dead. The ornithopter will be gone. I didn't even bring a vehicle backup tool. We're about in the middle of the deep desert, though. Just about. Sector F4. Let's see if we can make our way into F5, and that'll be like the actual center of the deep desert, practically. Yeah, if we cut A out of the picture, because A is basically safe zone, F is like the middle, and then 5 is like the middle, so. This is like the actual middle of the deep desert, and there's freaking nothing here, man. There's just nothing out here, dude. There needs to be more mountain ranges. If they want to have like a... If they want to have, like, the mountain ranges spread out enough where it's not realistic to be riding around here in a sand bike, that's fine. But, dude, they can have them a little bit more clustered up than this. It's like, why would you even, you know, need a map? Why would you need people to make the maps? If there's only like 2 land points in each section of the deep desert, bro, like realistically you're gonna find the point of interest. So I don't know, it's weird. It's weird out here, man. The sync charts are from the deep desert. Yeah, that's what I was talking. That's the word I was looking for, was sync chart. Why would you need a sync chart? You know, if I'm gonna sync chart sector F5, like, okay, cool. So if my guild has not cleared any of these sectors, that's one thing, but realistically, my guild could fly out to sector F5 and see that this is the only landmark, and so if there's something here, this is where they're gonna want to look. Weird. And in order to even craft a sync chart, you have to shoot off a survey probe, don't you? I don't know how the sync charts work, to be entirely honest. Where's the sync chart ability? Cartographer. You can now create sync charts of areas revealed by your surveys. So you do have to survey the area. You found one dropped on the floor by someone, I guess, and I used it and it didn't change a thing in the Haga Basin, and now I know why. Oh, yeah, you used it. It was probably like a deep desert square. You go out to the deep desert for the first time and like F5's fully revealed. You're like, what the hell? What is going on? That's good. There's a weird thing going on with the effect on my screen here where it's causing that circle. It's weird. The wind looks like it's like I'm on a plane, like I'm on a plane. Creating like aerodynamic friction that's causing the sand to go all around me.
Sector weather alert. A large
20 minutes. 20 minutes and it doesn't seem like this thing is picking up in intensity at all.
Which is just unfortunate, you know? If I feel like things like this could be easy to make a little bit more exciting. Maybe when we hit the last 10 minutes, things will start to get a little bit more wild. But like this lightning, they could have like start to make cracking noises. Start coming down more and more often. You know, maybe the sands are starting to you know, like maybe like instead of just sands, you're seeing like rocks actually flying through the sky, like big ass rocks being picked up and thrown through the sky, you know what I mean? Like maybe these don't look normal anymore, like maybe that's all just getting kicked off way to the side. Slacking. Sandworm being agitated on the horizon. Yeah. Maybe multiple sandworms, like, yeah, that's a good point. Like, yeah, maybe sandworms keep flying out of the sand and you could just tell that they're, like, not okay. Maybe they're getting affected by the wind, too. So when they come up, they're kind of, like, getting pushed over and into the wind and then they go back in. So it's like, yeah, we're standing here in the horizon and you see the sandworms fucking popping up, all pissed off. Nope, they just extended the sandstorm effect that you get from a normal sandstorm, and then they threw in some lightning. Granted, you know, it's easy to criticize. You know what I mean? It's easy to criticize. Hindsight's 20/20, basically, is what I'm saying. Hindsight's 20/20, and we're also like discounting certain things that they do, like the top of this mountain, for example. That looks really good with the dust kind of being pushed across the top of the mountain there. The lightning is a good effect, and it's nice that they have it to where it seemingly is set to spawn somewhere around your vicinity rather than randomly all throughout the map. Like what's happening with the lightning is you're seeing the lightning spawn. So they're making sure it spawns next to you so you get to see it. This cone effect is weird. It feels like I'm being protected by an invisible force field. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually what's happening, to be honest, in order to keep you safe so you can experience the Coriolis. If right now from like right there and then around us is just, and then ending right there is just an actual invisible force field that's just following us around. Yeah, where's the lightning sound? The lightning sound is definitely missing and would add to it if it was like, or if like, I know they're trying to avoid people's stuff getting damaged so they can, like, view the Coriolis storm. But if, like, the lightning comes and it just happens to hit your ornithopter, it's, like, breaking your ornithopter. Or maybe it's not causing any damage to your ornithopter, but when it hits it, it looks like it just damaged your ornithopter, you know? Like a big old puff of black smoke and maybe, like, a little bit of an explosion. And then it did no damage to it, but damn, it sure looked like it just did. But again, it's easy to criticize looking in, or from the outside looking in. That's a bit overpowered. That smoke storm or that spice bloom over there I think would typically be a little bit harder to see, but because of the sandstorm, it's causing it to show up as like white smoke.
Are the Dune, is there a series of Dune movies? Or is there just one? Whoa, 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 what was that? I think I asked this. Oh, and then see, right when you get in the thing, it's like the sand goes away. You can hardly even tell you're in a Coriolis storm when you're in the Ornithopter. And then boom, big thick storm. That's weird. That's what the explosion was. It was another spice bloom. Oh, maybe it was a crashed ship as well. There's a lot going on over here. I wonder if it's going to be a downtime again. How long was the downtime yesterday, Arcadian? Were you playing through? Did you play through the storm? The taxes amount in the base field shows all the base's taxes or just the one you are in? That's a really good question. I believe it's just for the one that you are in. If I had to guess, because that sub-fief is specifically tied to that base. And the sub-fief is what's telling you is the taxes. Going to the world map for the first time to pay your taxes, those are definitely something you want to get done. The storm also seems to lack headwind effect on the flying, on the copter. Yeah! So yeah! First off, why is all of a sudden the storm gone? And you're right, it would be so much better if you had, an effect where it was like pushing you. If like I'm facing the storm and I'm just like constantly getting pushed back. Yeah, dude. Also, why when I'm in the Ornithopter does the storm just freaking disappear? It's strange. Taxes are always good to knock out. The earlier you knock them out, the less you have to worry about them when it comes to the next week. But eventually in the main story quest, it has you going back and forth to the frickin' trading posts or the world map to go to the trading sections all the time. I had to go to Arakeen over and over and over again. Oh, and with this stupid house leveling here, eventually I got to a point in the quest line where the person giving me the quests was in Arakeen. So he would give me a quest, I would have to go do the quest, and then I would come back to Arakeen to turn it in. And there was a couple of them that were just like, go talk to this guy, and then I would go talk to that guy, and then I'd have to come all the way back to Arakeen just to turn it in. I'm like, this is ridiculous. We could have done this over the Communet phone or whatever it is, you know? 2 minutes away from the 10-minute left mark, at which point the storm might get a little bit more dangerous. Most likely not. I believe this is the entirety of the Coriolis here, unfortunately. I think if we go lower...
A large sandstorm is approaching.
So if you go lower, you can kind of tell a little bit more that you're dealing with a sandstorm. But nowhere near as much as when you're out. Oh, wait. I just got out of... Oh, wait. So if I'm behind something...
Nope, I'm still... Wait. The effects are freaking out. What are you doing, old man? Ugh. Well, that's what we're going to be doing a lot of in the next coming week is harvesting some spice from the spice blooms out here. We need to slap a bunch of spice. Spice is probably the main thing that we need to get, but we also need to obviously get some titanium, some stravidium, some of the extra components and whatnot. I think right after the Coriolis storm, we're going to come back out and hit up the deep desert PvE. Out in the deep desert. I want to try some of it out in the deep desert. Because now that we have a pistol that can two-shot the heavies, I think we can take out the deep desert PvE. Ugh. Goodbye, Ornithopter. It was nice knowing you. You served me well. I'll be right back. Amber! Hope you're doing well.
A large sandstorm is
Good
approaching.
to see ya. Yes, the wind is an ambient noise. I'm sure it was just fantastic. I'm not sure what other noises you were hearing. All right. 5 minutes until the apex of the Coriolis storm. Have things gotten any more intense over here? No, they have not.
Is it underwhelming? Yeah. Is it about what I expected? No, I actually did expect the storm to kind of slowly amp up in intensity. That's not what happened. Nope, once the hour countdown starts, that's basically what the Coriolis storm looks like. However, we're still gonna obviously ride this thing out. We're gonna... It's like I want to be flying when it happens, but when we fly, the storm disappears. Which is ridiculous. Yeah. You know, like I keep saying, hindsight's 20/20. It's easy to criticize. It's easy to criticize and say, they should have done this, 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 and this, but... The reality of it is, the main problem is the fact that you can't deposit all of your water in one click. That's the real frickin' problem that we have here. So, this is cosmetic. That shit's functional, okay? You know, like, that's a functional problem. This is a cosmetic problem.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Plus, you kind of got to think of it like these Coriolis storms are meant to be something that kind of reset things, and they happen during the, like, non-peak hours, typically. I guess over in Europe, it is kind of during peak, or at least the morning. Time zones are a bitch, so somewhere it's going to be during peak. But, I mean, doing it at 2 in the morning where I'm at, bro, that's non-peak hours when you're doing this reset. So, to go and spend a bunch of development time making this event that's supposed to happen during the reset hours of the game seems kind of like a waste. Also, is it typical for 3 spice blooms to literally pop up boom, boom, boom? It's high noon in Central Europe. That's also not peak, though. You know what I'm saying? That might be peak for, like... That might be peak for some people, but, like, if you're working your typical 9 to 5, bro, that's not peak. Talking about cosmetics, you think they'll add more, like, clothes or even furniture? Oh, 100%. So basically, the first 4 DLCs that they have plotted to come into the game are tagged as cosmetic. Some of them might end up bringing in some more content than I'm expecting, but if you go to the Steam page, you can actually look at the description of each of the first 4 upcoming DLCs, and they're all basically a bunch of cosmetics. Does this storm just reset the deep desert and get rid of abandoned bases in Haga? We're going to find out if it gets rid of abandoned bases in Haga Basin. We have one that's being tested. We have a fresh base that I let power down 30 minutes into the Coriolis, so it's going to be fully powered down while the reset happens. I don't know if it deletes bases out there. But yeah, in the deep desert out here, everything's getting ready to get deleted. So this base that I have all the way back here is going to be gone. Going wild. Maybe you have like spice blooms now going boom, boom, boom. Worms coming up, lightning coming down. It's just like, make shit go crazy, bro. They're like, nah, just let the sand fly. It's just keep it whatever. If they get in their ornithopter, make the sand disappear. Seek shelter behind the shield wall. Get behind the shield wall. Get behind the shield wall. What's happening, bro? That music that just turned kind of freaked me out a little bit. A Coriolis storm has reset the map. Looks fine to me. I mean, it does kind of look like it got a bit thicker. A bit darker. But that's because it literally turned to nighttime, so that happens when it goes to nighttime, it gets darker. Alright, well, let's see what's happening. It says the Coriolis has reset the map. There it is! Disconnected from server. The server is going down for patch or planned maintenance. Who was I talking to? Oh, was it OMC? Who was I talking to just a minute ago? That's exactly what we anticipated happening. Is it a bummer? Yeah. Are we going to ride out the next Coriolis storm? No. No. Seems kind of pointless. Yeah. I thought it was you. Yeah. Yeah, we nailed it. Nothing happening there. Maybe next time we will get inside of a zone, but it'll just do the same thing. It'll just boot you. You always said was get behind the shield wall, and I don't know if that's talking about the shield wall behind this A section, or if that was talking about the shield wall in the PvE zone. Because now I'm curious, did the PvE zone reset? I don't know. I'm going to try booting the game back up, and I'm going to check X real quick. I suppose I can get on their Discord now to see the stupid server status. Yeah, they haven't posted nothing. All right, Dune. You love the actual cosmetic suit. The Sardwakar. My character, I don't even know if I probably butchered the hell out of that. My character is looking like Supergirl, and I regret not naming the character like Supergirl or something like that. I'm gonna have to check out what you're talking about. I'm gonna have to check out what cosmetic you're talking about. Typically, I don't care too much for the cosmetics inside of games. The one cosmetics that I do care about,
I dream of it,
is the
amongst the wild.
Building cosmetics. Sardukar. Dukar. No, the server is still down. Dugap, how could you? Haga Basin is unaffected, I figured. Other players... So, the subfief is the last thing to deteriorate. When the subfief does deteriorate, what happens to it? Just everything gets So, if you have a chest... So some of my chests inside of my base were actually being decayed by the sand that was creeping into my base. Or maybe they were out before I had like shielded my base. Remember, we had all of our chests just sitting out in the open for a while. Those were decaying and about broken. When those break, do all of my items end up on the ground? Because if all my items end up on the ground, there is a scenario where somebody's walls could break and then their chests could break, leaving their items on the ground. The last thing left is going to be the subfief. I get that. No, I got what you were saying. I got what you were doing, OMC. I appreciate it. Sardukar. Sardukar. I'm just laughing because of the do. And we're on do gap, and I've been making a lot of stupid do puns, so We might have to we might have to throw that in there somehow. So as soon as the chest gets destroyed, everything in the chest gets destroyed. So if I had an iron chest that had all of the materials that I've been gathering from the deep desert. If I had let that thing get destroyed, all of those items would have just been deleted. Because that's crazy, bro. So you can't even, if somebody abandons their base, you'll never be able to loot anything out of that base unless they turned their chests to public. Because as soon as those chests break, everything in them is destroyed. So does it change when you're inside of the deep desert? So when you're inside of the deep desert, it would have to be different then. When you're in the deep desert, your stuff would fall on the ground? That would mean that there's two different sets of code being ran, and there's some sort of check being run. Like, if player breaks chest, check if player is in deep desert. If player is in deep desert, then loot from chest goes on the ground. Why the hell would they code it that way? Why would they add that extra work in? It makes sense because you don't want griefing to happen inside of the Haga Basin. But it also doesn't make sense because if somebody's base is abandoned and somebody loots the shit from their abandoned base, is it griefing at that point in time? You know what I mean? Or is it just recycling back into the economy? I just don't understand why they would seemingly add in extra work. Because that's an extra bit of code that they would have to add in to make sure that chests could be looted inside of the deep desert after they were broken. Or enough, you can then open it. So in the deep desert, can you set your chests to private? Or are they just automatically set to public? Because if your chest is set to private and you're in the deep desert, say I set down a 1x1 base, just a little square base, and I put a chest inside of it in the deep desert. If somebody broke in the wall, they would have to break that chest in order to get the stuff inside of that chest. But if they break that chest and it deletes the stuff, that's a problem. So if in the deep desert it doesn't delete the stuff, it drops it on the ground. Or do you only have to break like 70% of the chest and then you can open it? And right now people are using las guns in order to break down bases inside of the deep desert. But that apparently is a bug and is not supposed to be working as well as it does. So it's only a matter of time before that ends up getting patched out. I'm just curious as to... I'm just wondering why they would add in the extra work. Seems like you can only be raided during a sandstorm. Yeah. So if that's my point still stands though. Like so during a sandstorm, do all of the chests get set to public? That's what I'm wondering. Because if during a sandstorm a guild comes in and breaks into my little 1x1, they would still have to, during that sandstorm, break into my chest to get the stuff out of it. Or during the sandstorm, is it just all open and free-for-all? Or is it just all open and free-for-all inside of the deep desert to begin with? There's an exploit where Cut Array can destroy any base inside of the deep desert. So really, it's not just the las gun, it's also the Cut Array, huh? Because I know they had addressed the actual las gun itself being able to break walls in like 5 seconds. I didn't hear about the Cut Array also breaking walls. That's a problem. That's a problem. Man, how long is the downtime going to be? Free for all during a sandstorm. That makes a little bit more sense. and that is like seemingly a little bit less code that they would have to add in, right? They just add in the code like if Sandstorm's running, chest can be looted by anyone, rather than having to go back into the code that makes sure that everything in the chest gets destroyed and have that code run a check. They just run separate code inside of the deep desert having to do with the chest during the sandstorm. Still complicated as shit. Still like overly complicated, I think. Why are you saying so? That's confusing. The lasgun should not be able to, but the cutter ray should. That makes sense in the deep desert. They should allow that. Otherwise, PvP is too limited. The lasgun is... I don't know what the lasgun is, to be honest. Is it laser gun or is it lasgun? I don't care. I don't know what it is. Is it like in Halo where they have the charge rifle? Whatever. Not the charge rifle. That's Apex. Is it like Apex with the charge rifle where it's like, pew, and then it shoots off a strong laser? Or is it like a rocket launcher? Is the lasgun just like a rocket launcher, just called the lasgun for some reason? Because I hear lasgun or lasgun or whatever, and I think laser. So I'm thinking like the Halo. I can't think of what the frick. I can't think of what that's called. Or I'm thinking charge rifle in Apex. Let me pull up the Discord here and see if I can find the server news. I don't even remember where I went to start unlocking these channels and roles. Yeah. So it is kind of like a charge rifle. So it's not like a rocket launcher. It shoots kind of like a rocket launcher, though, in the sense that it shoots out a really powerful shot, does it not? That's what you're supposed to use in order to take down flying vehicles, isn't it? Just because to me, it makes sense that the laser gun or lasgun would do damage to a wall and allow you to eventually break through the wall, but people were complaining that it was just like almost instantly breaking through walls. Whereas in a cutter ray, you're basically just taking your cutter ray and you're poking it into somebody's wall and breaking it down. That kind of seems like an exploit. Amber saying flying, she thought more... I guess I heard vehicle, anti-vehicle weapon, and I was immediately thinking anti-ornithopter. Amber, she's a he. Okay. My bad. It's basically the weapon version of a cutter ray. The laser gun is. It only works on a base, vehicle, and flesh. Base, vehicle, and flesh. But you can use a cutter ray on a base to destroy it, which is kind of... That is kind of sounds like an exploit to me. Whereas in using something that's powerful and shoots out a strong laser seems like it's something that should break a base. But I think the bug that's going around is the lasgun is breaking a base almost instantly. Maybe people were talking about the cutter ray, and it just got mixed up with whoever I was learning the information from. I forget where I heard the information from. It was either a Reddit post or a random Q&A. The devs have kind of been all over the place with Q&As and information that they're putting out about the game. They're not doing a good job at having it be put out in like one consolidated spot. And it's fine to have your devs do Q&As, but holy shit, consolidate that. Region offline for scheduled maintenance or patch deployment. It makes sense what you're saying, Rain, with the bases in the Haga Basin, and I guess that's why our base that was way far south in the Haga Basin, even though it was out of power and decaying, it was seemingly fine, right? There was really no problems with it. Because where I left that base days ago, and I fully anticipated it decaying, they take forever to decay with no power. You had a guy break in your base with his cutter ray and was met with your rocket launcher. That's wild. So as soon as they bust into your base, they can loot all of your chests, right? They don't have to break any of your chests. Once they're in, they can loot. It's just boom, loot and go. What sucks is you take that guy out and you get nothing in return. What would have been awesome, and this is why I prefer my games to be full loot PvP, is if asshole tries to come in with a cutter ray, gets met with your rocket launcher, and you pocket his cutter ray. You know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, thanks for the cutter ray, idiot. Nice try. Better luck next time, pal. But no, that guy can just respawn somewhere and then run away like, oh no, I lost nothing in that fight but some durability. It's like he has nothing to lose and the whole world to gain when it comes to flying around deep desert, scouting out a base. Makes me wonder what the exploit is, though, because I kind of want to go poke into people's bases, if I'm being honest. I'll go cut into somebody's base, no problem. On the Discord, there's no, like, official announcement saying that this is what was happening and expect X amount of time for it to work or whatever, but Vandals will prevail and the server will become toxic in time. If they don't fix what? The las gun or the cutter ray? Because I think both of them need to be fixed, to be honest. North America's up. I should be able to reboot my game. I see how you guys are picking up on the information so fast, though, because you're probably scanning their Discord where they drop the information right away. Oh! Yeah. What are you going to do, though? Because in order to fix that, they'd have to turn on full loot PvP or maybe add in a full loot PvP type thing if somebody dies inside of your... That would be fucking cool, dude. Ooh, that would be cool, actually. So picture this. They make it to where it's full loot PvP if somebody dies within your base's claim. Now we can start adding some possible luring into the mix, right? We got any RuneScape players in the house? We had some luring into the mix. Get real old school about it. Like, hey, buddy, I got some, I saw a nice little spot over here where you can park your thing or whatever, or I found there's like 6 titanium ores over here, bro. Spawned right next to each other. Come grab it. They get into the spot, right into your guild base zone. You trap them, you take them down, you take their stuff. Lured, bro. Get wrecked, dude. Welcome to the real world, pal. You only get lured once, because next time some asshole tells you about 6 titanium, you're leaving. Is it not going to pop up? We're checking shaders here.
I dream of it, amongst the wild threads of history and the myriad of paths. My path saw the Imperium rise from the ashes left in the wake of the Great Revolt. Thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of the human mind.
Why is it not picking up?
New avenues of human potential were explored. Mentats.
There we go.
Doctors,
We got it.
sword masters, and the mystical Bene Gesserit.
All right, let's figure out what happens when we log in after dying inside of the deep desert to the Coriolis storm. Is it going to put us inside of the Haga Basin? Or is it going to put us inside of the deep desert? Puts us on the world map. Could be more powerful than atomics. Could kill only the gunner and his shielded target. So why, if you shoot somebody with a las gun... Comb imported las guns that have automatic shield detection override. Oh, so they were super destructive. So now if you shoot somebody with a shield, that's where you get in trouble? I don't freaking know, man. Actually, if we go out to the deep desert, I should probably bring that. All right, let's get this thing sorted. Boom, boom, boom. Actually, yup. Was that everything? I think it was. Nope, I need the probe launcher. Oh no, that is in my inventory. I always do that. I put stuff back in here because I'm an idiot. Let me know if that game audio is too quiet. I think that's all of our crap. Let's go make some fuel cells. We do have the storage on that big. Cool. Let's go make some fuel cells and repair our items. This big refinery crafts cobalt paste so much faster than the small one. It's incredible. You know, let's just craft a new suspensor belt here. Oh, and I need some... I'm glad I thought about that. Is the only spot I can craft those in the regular fabricator? Is there no health here? Where are the bandages, bro? You can only craft bandages inside of the regular thing? That's dumb. I don't even have a regular fabricator, bro. I'm just gonna go grab them and craft in my inventory. No big deal. I thought I had more than one fiber. Surely we have more than one. There they are. Okay. Why is this closed off? Why is this shit closed? I don't like that. That's irritating, bruh. I had all this cleared. Aluminum's still the highest density over here. Is that always going to be the case? What were we doing, man? What am I doing? Jim. Let me go read a quick Google review and I'll tell you exactly how. I haven't watched it. It'll probably be years before I watch it, to be honest. I'm gonna be entirely honest with you. I just hate movies, man. They're a waste of time, dude. I've got so much shit going on. It's like, do I really want to waste 2 hours of my life sitting down watching a movie? I just don't. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But maybe next time we're doing nothing, which is rare, we'll turn it on. Also, I kind of, you know, my wife, probably not the best person to have explain the plot because obviously she's not a man. Only men understand Fight Club, apparently. She kind of explained, like, a little bit of what's going on with the movie. I told her, like, try to avoid any spoilers or whatever. And I'm just like, I don't know. The one thing she convinced me of is at least that the writing was done in a way that was better. Better than the movies that I'm used to watching. Better than the live-action movies slop that I'm used to watching. So... But nah, we haven't seen it yet. How'd she explain it? You know, it'd be difficult for me to explain to you how she explained it, if that makes sense. Probably doesn't. She gave me, like, the gist of what's going on. How the guy basically was... down on his luck, about to take himself out. I fucking forget, whatever. Ends up meeting this guy, getting jealous of this guy. She kind of like breezed over how the movie has several subplots within the movie. And she said that before she even watched the movie for the first time, that her friend literally explained it to her, because going into the movie, her friend knew that there was no way she was going to pick up on all of the different subplots. And she's like, and I still didn't pick up on all the different subplots. And that's when I was like, well, at least to me, that to me tells me that it's got depth, right? A lot of movies lack depth. I'm still not that interested in watching it, if I'm being honest. I prefer the funny movies. And I said that to her even, and she said it's got some funny parts in it. And even funny movies, it's like, I don't know, bro. I don't know. I complain and I'm like, do I have time? But then I'll watch 7 seasons of My Hero Academia, like back to back to back to back to back. So it's like, I can make the time, you know what I'm saying? Shit. What am I doing, bro? I was gonna do something, dude. We were gonna frickin' do something. Going out to the deep desert was one of those things, but it was only one of them. What was I gonna do? I literally just can't even think about it, so I'm just gonna fly out to the deep desert, because honestly, I have no frickin' clue. After she was done explaining it, I said, she told me, she was like, it was a book originally or something like that. And I said, it seems like it would be better in a book because of how much is going on in the movie. It seems like it would be really hard to give the proper time to explain. Because, you know, sometimes when you have a book and then you have a movie adaptation of the book, the movie can't, it has happened with like Avatar, like the movie can't fully encompass what it needs to. I said it sounds like Fight Club's better off as a book. But what's funny is my whole life, bro, that's actually been one of the movies. That's one of the movies that every time somebody brings up and I'm like, I haven't seen it, they're like, what? You have to see it. When I was in construction, I had a hard ass that I worked with who would constantly, it was like Fight Club and those movies, the Scarface movies. Haven't seen those either. The ending is what makes the movie good. I think that the ending could be to some what makes the movie good and could be to some what is just like a bit. I guess it depends on how they did it, because I somewhat know what happens, you know. Oh, what a twist, right? I get it, right? I somewhat know the twist, right? She wasn't able to keep it fully spoiler free, so I do somewhat know the twist. And I'm reserving my feelings on the twist because, like I'm saying, it really depends on how it's given to you. You know what I'm saying? The way she explained it, I was like, that's dumb. But then she was like, hold on, it's not as dumb as it sounds. So it just depends on how the twist is actually displayed inside of the movie. You know what I mean? And it sounds like the way the twist is shown off, or at least like the climax of the movie, gets freaking insane. So I don't disagree with you. It probably is one of those movies that people should watch. I'm just not a movie buff. I'm not a movie guy. To me, they're a big, giant waste of time. I've also never really been into pop culture. I'm like pop culturally stupid, bro. I do not know these actors and actresses by name, dude. I know them by the role that they played. I'm not sure what we want to do out here first. Let's pop off a scan. Yeah, because this is all empty. Let's pop off a scan up here and see where things are at. Oh, I never grabbed the fuel from my base in the Haga Basin either, did I? Shit, bro. I'm gonna have to ride all the way back, dude. That's irritating. That's alright. It's a mistake we made. It's fine. Oh, let's scan this place. Maybe there's a spot that's close, like a PvE spot we'll go hit real quick. But I think we're going to try pushing out into the deep desert. Maybe even, because we have a storage on this, we might even try and do like a spice bloom. Or maybe some of the PvE inside of the deep desert. Or maybe worst case scenario, just walk out of here with a full set, a full bit of the... This didn't change at all, bro. This is exactly the same. It was better when you don't see the twist coming, honestly, because it comes out of nowhere when the most is happening in the movie. That's good. I'm somebody who, if I know the twist is coming, that's no problem. That's not gonna like spoil it for me. That actually sounds like I just ripped ass while I coughed there. You might have heard it. But that actually sounds like that sounds like it's actually getting so I'm just when she first told me about it, I was just like, really? So you get all of this build up throughout the movie and then it's like that's what it is?
it seems like she oversimplified how it was actually revealed. And she even said, she's like, I definitely oversimplified it. And also the way she explained it, kind of, I was like, it confused me a bit. I was like, really? That's what he did to get the whole thing to stop? And I'm like, that's just so freaking weird. Oh, and then she talks about, actually, I just careful of the word. I'm being careful of the words I use here because, like, you got to be careful. Sometimes YouTube will pick up on this shit and then just auto flag it. But he does what he does in order to get the thing to stop. And I said to my wife, I was like, I swear if the movie, like, cuts to credits after that, I'm going to lose my mind. And I was like, and I'm going to have it out with the people who are telling me to watch this movie. Because I hate movies that do that, bro. And it doesn't immediately cut to credits, but it's like really close to cutting to credits, right? So it doesn't it doesn't end right there, but it almost ends right there. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I like resolution and explanation in my movie, and that one almost seems like it's going to leave you with more questions than answers. Did all the subplots get tied up nicely? Because I sure hate when they don't get tied up real nicely. Because it seems like it comes to an abrupt end. And I guess every time I hear of something like that happening, it just reminds me of the very last movie I watched with my parents. Because I think the reason I'm so jaded against movies is because I've always been... It used to be family time, and that's what we were forced to do for family time. And it's like, man, I'm killing steel dragons, you know? I'm trying to catch me a draconic visage, you know? I'm trying to make 20 million in old school... it wasn't even old school back then, in RuneScape. Y'all want me to sit down for 2 hours, watch some boring movie that you guys picked out, and I would oblige. And we would watch their movies up until the last movie we watched where these people were in the ocean for 2 hours, and then they end up just sinking to the bottom of the ocean. That was the end of the movie. Boom. I said, you know what? This is never happening again. We're done. We're done. They picked some crazy ass movies though. So they did not pick good movies. They picked movies like Twister, some just crazy nonsense. Gotcha. I'll definitely have to check it out. Like, my interest has been piqued enough with this movie to where I'm not completely off-put by it, even after having it explained to me. Even after having it explained, I'm not entirely put off by it. Why'd I only craft one of these? Is my storage full here? The storage is just about full, so they probably got put into a chest somewhere. I'll definitely have to check it out. It's just a matter of when. When am I actually gonna have the time? And I guess it's not like just time either. When am I gonna have enough time and convince myself that that's what I want to do with my time? What's my goal in game now? Yeah, we are. So check it out. We've got a week of this Lands Rad thing here. Production contract. It's insane. It's making it to where our crafting costs are reduced by 25%. And this is all crafting costs across the board. So spice, we're going to be able to turn into spice melange. Instead of costing 100 per spice melange, it's only going to cost 75. So this 25% reduction is actually big. So I'm going to do my best to make sure that this week we're farming up as much plastinium materials as possible so we can just really craft up as many plastinium as we possibly can.
And we're going to be doing the same with duraluminum and aluminum as well. I have one more tier 5 ornithopter that I need to craft before the entirety of my ornithopter fleet is completed. But we're kind of pulling off of the fleet for now because we're going to roll out to the deep desert early and maybe try and hit up some spice blooms. That's what we're doing right now. We're going to go hit up some spice blooms. We're going to go hit up some PvE, some schematics, maybe some titanium and stuff, and then call it. Before we go out there, though, let's grab granite. Because there is no granite to mine inside of the deep desert. So if you want to build a base, you're going to need your own granite. So let's do that. Fringe, with all those copters, are you playing solo or you have formed a guild? I have not formed a guild yet. No, we're still solo. We're still solo. The only reason I have a fleet of ornithopters is I thought it would look nice, and it does. It looks amazing. It would be better if there was another assault ornithopter and one more of these, but that's not the point. Also, because I want to be able to fly out to the deep desert with these things and not be... So it's the same thing, like in old school RuneScape, bro. When I go PKing, I don't buy one set of black dragon hide before I buy 10 sets of gear, and I'm ready to go PKing for a few days, you know what I mean? A few hours, whatever. Same thing here, same thing here. So now we have a stockpile of ornithopters. We're ready to do like some mass deep desert farming, regardless of risk here, you know? It's like, we're not worried about risk at this point. We lose the ornithopter, no big deal. That's kind of the thought process behind it. Aside from farming out these tier 6 materials in the deep desert, though, we're also going to be setting up our final base, because we've unlocked the Atreides decoration with the base, and we have a crap ton of the plus stone materials, so we're finally going to be setting up our final base location somewhere up here, close to the edge of the wall, close to some aluminum. Haven't had any PvP action in the deep desert yet. We haven't spent a whole lot of time in the deep desert. And most of our time in the deep desert has been spent in the PvE zone, mainly because the one time we went out to do PvP, or no, not PvP, but we went out to do PvE in the PvP section of the deep desert, we got our faces stomped in by the PvE. So ever since then, we've kind of like been building up our gear and whatnot. And it's just like one thing after another, and then the ornithopter fleet. And right now, we're finally working our way back into the deep desert. So I haven't been here a whole lot. So, and the PvP action clips that I've seen are kind of lame. Real ornithopter on ornithopter action here. So I have a feeling that if we end up getting caught out into PvP out here inside of the deep desert, it's going to look like an ornithopter is chasing me and shooting me. Yeah, here the PvE is brutal in the PvP section of the deep desert. Especially if you're going in there with like aluminum. You really can't go in there with aluminum stuff. You're not solo at least. So what the fuck is this guy doing? Hey! What are you doing? Where's your ship, bro? Where's your ornithopter? Yeah, your mic was moving, but I didn't see you. Are you okay, man? Oh. Oh my gosh, I thought you were stuck. It's good. It's good. You're okay. Mwah. Gave him a little kiss. Gave him a little peck on the cheek. Alright, let's set up a quick little forward operating base. Get this guy off our ass. So honestly, before you go out into the PvE and the PvP section of the deep desert, realistically, you need to hit up all of these PvE zones and smash out some of the, shit, I do. And smash out some of the schematics. Now we have this cope weapon here, as well as this still suit. So I think rolling into the PvE out there, we're going to be fine. Oh, I need fragments, bro. Of course I need fragments. You think there's fragments here? There should be. I think I've seen them. That's all we needed. I liked my base on my flat rock last time. We'll put another one down. This is just going to be a box, so I'm really not... I'm not going to do anything to this one like we did. We got weird with the last one. We're just going to build a box this time. I know we said box, and this is a little bit more in a box, but I mean, let's be real. You need a little bit more space than a box. Alicia, gonna go to sleep. Hey, I appreciate you stopping by. Appreciate you becoming a member. I even appreciate you. I appreciate the most saving me when it comes to the chat. That is for sure. I would have never realized I missed that many chats because YouTube and the chat system was not connected. So we appreciate you being here. You have yourself a good night. You take it easy. We will, we'll be here. We'll be here doing scattered live streams still for the next week or so, and then the live streams will hit more of a actual schedule. You hear? Oh yeah, the PvE guys are brutal. They are rough. After you get some decent schematics, though, they're not that bad. All right, that is about all we needed. Let's go ahead and drop down. You're almost level 4 in Harkonnen, so you can get the Ornithopter variant in building pieces, and then I'll betray them over to Atreides to get their stuff. Smart. If you want all of the stuff, I believe that's how you have to do it right now. I think they were talking about someday coming out with a way to get them without betraying them, but honestly, I should have done that as well, because the building materials is stuff that I actually care about, but it's not that big of a deal. We'll survive. Am I going to betray Atreides? Not in a million years. Are you kidding? They're green, bruh. They're green, my guy. You can just buy both. You don't want to play double for the... Oh, so you can just buy both. You just have to pay twice as much? Oh, sweet. Do appreciate all the helps and tips. Hey, not a problem. That's what we're here for. If you ever need any help, that's what we're here for. Like I said, if I can't figure something out, we don't have a fucking water bottle on us, dude. That's gonna be an actual problem. If ever I can't figure out a solution or an answer to a problem, we typically dig in to Google and figure out exactly what's going on. That looks like it might be a chunk of land right there that might have some PvE on it.
Yeah, once you reach level 4 in either faction, you can buy the building pieces off of the other faction, but at twice the cost. That's what I was saying, is I thought they were saying they were going to come out with a way where you don't have to betray the faction, but you can still get the cosmetics. That's cool. I don't want to betray Atreides just because I don't want to get stuck with Harkonnen. I like the green. But, you know, having the ability to get both building pieces is nice. I mean, so how high in the air do I need to be able to shoot off this survey beacon? There's a big spice bloom getting ready to pop off. Oh, I can shoot it from here. Okay. I wasn't really... I thought I was going to be too low to the ground, but maybe inside of the deep desert you don't have to be as high in the air. Oh my gosh. There's nothing here. The green stealth fighter, but you also like the black bug looking version of the Ornithopter too, so you just get one of each. So you can buy the Ornithopter variant. Why didn't that ping up? What do you get out of these? Let's go check. I don't typically do the caves. But since we're in the deep desert, let's go see. Let's go see what we got inside the cave, huh? Damn, 3 shots? I think I missed the first one, though. 4? 5. Looks like you just get the same stuff. We got him. Yeah, there ain't shit in these caves. They're just as useless as they are inside of the overworld in Haga Basin. Let's get out into Sector D, because I'm pretty sure in the first 3 sectors you get, like, there's, like, nothing out there. That should be in Sector D right there. We'll go pop off another scanner over there. Or Sector 4, sorry. Wait, no. Yeah, Sector D. D2. Wait. Yeah. 2 is the row, letter is the column. Because Sector D is, I think, where you start to get buried treasure. We're in Sector C right now. Is there going to be any buried treasure by the quicksand? Oh, there is. Oh, it's right on the cusp of Sector D, though.
That looks like a ship right there. And there's a control point. You haven't seen Buried Treasure yet? You were wondering where the hell that was? So, I made a video where I was breaking down all of the buried treasure out here. I don't know if you were here when we were out here actually doing it. It's actually all over the place out here. But the most time... I find the buried treasure in Sector D and beyond, and I swear I find the most of it close to the quicksand. But as soon as I start finding it in the quicksand, I kind of end up trailing away from the quicksand, following a trail of buried treasure. And once I'm following a trail, it's just like constant. I'll see if I can start scanning some. Because that's why I was scanning to see if there was still a bunch in the quicksand over there. Yeah, it's a PvP ship. Let's go check out the PvP ship and see if it's radiated. Let's look for some buried treasure on our way. Yeah, because none of that's buried treasure. Here's some... That's not quicksand, is it? Yeah, we'll have to go check and make sure that that didn't get nerfed. Look at all that. Is that just water? Alrighty. Let's dive into this thing, huh? Mine, mine, mine. Dude, was somebody here? Somebody might be here. Yeah, dude, this got looted, bro. The server's just opened up, too. Oh no, somebody didn't hit this door. This door hasn't been hit. Well, now I'm confused. I'll take that. Alright, I'm trying to remember where that door was. Where the hell did I find that door at? I think that's another entrance. We're not even close to the right spot. Oh, yeah. We came in over here and then we jumped up there. Yeah, there it is. There it is. There it is. Surely there's more than that. I think that's the entrance I came in from.
Maybe there's not. Damn, we picked up some good shit from here, though. We need all of what we've picked up. Alright, I just want out at this point in time. Is this another door that I didn't hit? It is! Crap. They're freaking everywhere, man. Maybe I'll be able to hit this one now. I'm just confused as to why I can't get this one to light up. Dude, it's so dark, man. It's just so dark. Is it nighttime? No, it's the middle of the freaking day, bro. It's just dark in here. That is ridiculous, bro. I want to turn my gamma up. It looks so bad, but you can see a little bit better. Oh my god. Oh, that just must be the entrance. I see. Alright, dude, sweet. We didn't get into any PvE, but man, we walked out of there with some stuff. We're gonna go put that back at the bank and then fly out here again. I do want to find some buried treasure, though. It's a bit frustrating. Plus, I'm sure that stuff exploding loud and leveling. Yeah, no, for sure. That was definitely stressing me out. Every explosion. That's what I was thinking. But I mean, in reality, it's just such a big area, dude. You know, like, it's such a big area, man. The most when you're most likely to run into somebody is probably when you're in the air. And even then, the render distance is very, very short. So it's like a bit of a weird scenario where I don't think PvP inside of the deep desert is going to be as common as people think, you know? Like, I've yet to run into any. But I haven't spent a whole lot of time out here. That's going to change this week, though, because we got a lot of stuff we need to be gathering up to build that tier 6. What sector am I in? So we're in Sector C, and here's quicksand, and you can see there's, like, no buried treasure. But then Sector D is right here. Where the fuck is all the buried treasure, man? Oh, there's one. It really seems like Sector D and beyond is where you start running into it. And it kind of seems like they might have nerfed it a little bit. Because before there used to be like dozens up in here. Now we have this, and that is just like clearly unattainable. There's some. Seems like this got nerfed a bit. It's definitely server based on how much PvP you get into. You've been in the deep desert for about 40 hours and have been in 2 fights, one at the testing station and one flying back to the PvE zone. Yeah, I think you're right. Definitely server based. That is for sure. Not only server based to kind of determine how active your PvP, your deep desert is, but also, you know, how active PvPers are in your deep desert, you know? And a lot of the combat probably really revolves around, you haven't run into a whole lot of combat hitting up these spice blooms. Like, you of all people, I would assume, would be the one who's running into the most combat out here in the deep desert because you're hitting up the spice blooms. But that's what I'm thinking is the most contact you're going to run into people with is when you're actually out in the air. Once you're in a testing station, if you run into combat with somebody, it's going to be because they happen to randomly... I'm not gonna. Last time we did, it was not worth it, bro. You got, like, trash out of there. It's like the same loot as I was getting from the Haga Basin. My luck, a group of like 6 peoples will be hopping from like ship to ship. That would be brutal. And I just don't think that's realistic, to be honest. But yeah, luck be on your side and you're gonna get jumped on by a guild. That's for sure. That is for sure. Oh, I was just getting ready to say, even you can see me, like, I'm not going to sit out there in the deep desert with all of this stuff on me, bro. Like, what are you, nuts? We've got some irradiated cores, dude. I've never gotten this before. We've gotten some plasteel composite blade parts. I've never gotten those before. So even me, bro, I don't have, like, the confidence to just flat out be hanging out in the deep desert with all this stuff on me. But I feel like it's one of those things where, you know, you dip your toe in. It's like, man, you dip your toe in again. It's like, I didn't get into any fights. And then it's like, now you're swimming fully in the deep desert. You're like, whatever. I've been swimming here for hours before I finally got into a fight. You know? Kind of like a surfer. You're scared to jump in the ocean the first time because you're going to get bit by a shark, or you're scared of sharks. By your 100th time going to the ocean, bro, you ain't even thinking about sharks. I kind of feel like it's the same thing here. It's probably just as rare that you run into people to fight as well. Alrighty, we're probably gonna need a few more chests, I would say.
Wouldn't you benefit from having one of the Ornies with a thruster? I would. I'm going to start using this storage on this one, though. I would for sure. And I've got 3 other... Oh my gosh, there's no power here. Hold on. What are we, idiots? I've got no fuel cells. What was I gonna say? Oh, I've got 3 more of these, 2 more of these at the base right now, and a 3rd one being crafted that are gonna get kitted out with different stuff. So right now I'm trying to figure out how I want my buried treasure one to be. The buried treasure ornithopter is probably gonna be a scanner and storage, and then we're probably gonna have one. See, I don't know. The one that I'm using to do a lot of PvE in the deep desert, I want to have a storage on there as well, so I don't have to do as much running back. I don't know. The first times I was constantly on the edge, now I'm yawning and lazily. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how I anticipated. I saw a fuel cell over here last time, didn't I? We would benefit from a thruster, and we will eventually put a thruster on one of our ornithopters. I'm just not sure which ones I want to have kitted out with what yet. I swear I saw a fuel cell. Seriously? Big. That should cover us for the rest of the time we need it to. Especially though, like I was saying to Jim, since we're like at the point in time where it's like, oh, I've got a bunch of stuff on me, I'm gonna bank it and then go back out. Yeah, having a thruster on this would make sense. All right, good. We're all set on that. The one thing I'm missing is water, and that is going to be a problem. So I need to find a lab. I think we might go hit up the lab in the PvE zone. Your main thopter is right now in the deep desert is an MK6 assault with storage and thrusters. Really, you're riding an assault thopter out there, huh? Because I thought so. Correct me if I'm wrong, but is a tier 5 scout ornithopter faster than a tier 6 assault ornithopter, or does the tier 6 assault ornithopter outpace the tier 5? I'm pretty sure a tier 6 scout ornithopter outpaces the assault ornithopter. So like technically if you got scouted out by a scout, they could just like follow you and rail you with rocket launchers, couldn't they? Oh, started on a private server with a 32-man guild. You only really knew like 4 of the guys and the rest were friends of friends. I'm wondering what PvP in private servers is looking like. I'm wondering what private server population is looking like, actually, now that you bring it up. Your thrusters make it so they can't keep the height on me. Okay. Okay. And I know the assault ornithopter, so the assault ornithopter, you can put a thruster and you can put a storage on it. That's big, but you can't put the rocket launcher and the thruster. Or you can't put rocket launcher and storage, one of the two. Can you put the scanner onto the assault ornithopter? Because if you can put a scanner on the assault ornithopter, we may be in business here. We may actually gear out our assault ornithopter to actually be doing that. That's not a terrible idea. I'll be right back. Give me a minute. Jim, that is exactly the type of thing I would expect to see in a private server, for real. A Coliseum in the PvP zones? Oh, the PvP zones in the Hug Basin. That makes a little bit more sense. Jim the PvE builder guy watching the PvPers in the Coliseum feeling out of place. He's like, I'm gonna go build the next Coliseum for you guys. you continue swinging your swords around. I don't see what I don't get. I don't understand the draw for PvP if you're not fighting for other people's gear. It makes a little bit of sense fighting for resources, but it's like, dude, I'm going to be pissed off if I take somebody down and they have no resources. Or if I get into a PvP fight with another person looking for PvP. Now neither of us are fighting for anything because I'm not carrying anything that I'm going to lose. Also, if I'm the guy out there running PvE and I get run up on by a PvPer, what benefit do I have to try and turn to the tables and win that fight? None. If I lose that fight, I'm losing all of my resources. If he loses that fight, he's losing gear durability. That's stupid. That's dumb. You know? Whereas if it was full loot, if I managed to turn the table on him, I'd be walking out of there with his set of gear at least. You know? Bragging rights is weird, bro. I want your stuff. I want to make your stuff my stuff. Those are my it's like a trophy. Your shit's my trophy now, bud. And now it's like, why am I even trying to fight people? Who knows? I need to dive down. I need to go do this PvE zone here, and if I can't find water here to replenish myself, I gotta go get a leader John. Yeah, I don't typically like joining guilds because I usually feel out of place, like, regardless, you know what I mean? That being said, though, I played Throne and Liberty and I joined a guild, and I absolutely loved the guild versus guild combat. I had fun joining the Discord with my guild and listening to the callouts while trying to do the, take over the control points or whatever. I had fun playing the guild versus guild in that game. Is this going to be another spot where there's no... Oh, man, does the PvE not spawn right away after the servers come back up? Because I ran through that entire PvP's shipwreck with everything... Oh, no, no, no. They're alive, they're alive, they're alive. I hate shooting on my left shoulder. It just feels weird. I cannot believe that didn't kill me, bro. I thought for sure I was gonna actually die there. We maybe should have died there. I don't even know if there's any water inside of this thing. I just fucking feel weird shooting off of my left shoulder, dude. It throws me off. I don't understand it either. I don't understand what's happening in my brain, but when I'm shooting off of my left shoulder, it's just like nothing makes sense. Okay, that's all we needed to take down. We're good now. I prefer the public servers because I like the public to be forced to see my builds. That's why I like these like open world co-op survival games where you kind of build in an open play space. I like forcing the public to gate. Oh look, water, perfect. Man, I'm telling you, I'm getting sick, dude. I just turned that on cool and I'm like shivering over here. Give it 10 minutes and I'm gonna be like, it is. I'm sweating in here. What's going on? But I prefer the public servers, to be honest. But that's also mainly because I have no friends. We're friendless around here. I don't like making friends. Even in the guild that I was playing with, I befriended none of them. None of them knew nothing about me. I just joined into the chat when it was time to fight, and I had fun listening to the call-outs. I said, it's time to fight, I'm in. I would contribute nothing to the conversation. I'm just there to fight, you know what I mean? I'm just there to have some fun. And they didn't mind that. Now, you know what? Hell yeah. That's what I'm about. I'll get with that solo guild play. I swear, the square bases that I have to look at make me sick. These people should be ashamed of themselves. If you're building just a box, get out. Some people build a box, and I swear the way they build it and they put up stuff around it, they think it looks good. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you built a box and you think that looks good, don't you? Well, it doesn't. It looks like a box, pal. My 8-year-old could have built something more creative than that. As a matter of fact, he does build more creative than that. You're in a similar situation, although at this point you wouldn't mind some help. Riding solo or like playing in a guild as a solo? Rectangles, big old massive rectangles, yeah. Gross. Flat walls, there's no depth, no dimensions, no extra nothing. Makes you wonder what's going through those people's heads. Freaking weird, man. Oh. There's intel. The intel does reset, you guys. That's so big. That's so big, dude. I don't really need the research points anymore, but this does confirm that you will be able to unlock everything in the research tab. It's just going to take a little bit of some grinding. I don't even know. You might actually get enough points to unlock everything. I'm not 100% certain on that. Efficiency over aesthetics is all. I believe both can exist. Yeah. There's nothing efficient about a rectangle. It's just ugly. But yes, both can exist at the same time and both should exist at the same time. You're full solo right now, just at 120 hours. I don't know how many hours we're at. Station gauntlets. These are some heavies, it looks like. Which is not good. If melee is the meta, we really genuinely need to start maybe putting on some light gear. That's kind of what's weird, though. Is melee is the meta in close combat PvE, so I'm guessing melee is also meta in PvP, so you don't have to drop your shield. So if you're running melee and somebody else is running heavy armor and you're running light armor, but you have the same weapon, I mean, technically you should probably be walking out with the win. Did I just walk in a circle? But when you're doing PvE, you're typically getting shot at, so you're probably better off in heavy gear. So it's a weird balancing act. We got all of the water that we need. We're gonna go put this stuff at our base, and then we'll head back out. Maybe go hit up some more PvE. See if I can't find a lab inside of the deep desert. You can confirm melee is PvP meta. When a player shoots me, they drop their shield and it's a free melee damage. Guns just can't compete with the shield. Yeah, shields are way overtuned right now. It's crazy. They're way overtuned. It's actually ridiculous. I think all weapons need to be able to penetrate shield in some way, shape, or form. Like, maybe some better than others, but the fact that if you're running shield that you're just basically impervious to bullets until somebody knocks your shield with a drill shot or melee or a scatter gun, you know, it's weird. Something that might switch up melee and actually take them off guard is if there's like a schematic. Say there might be one. Say there's a unique schematic that's like the hand cannon but also penetrates shields. Because I know there's like an assault rifle that penetrates shields, isn't there? And there's snipers that do as well. So if you manage to have one of those, you might be able to take a melee PvPer off guard because they won't expect your bullets to actually be able to penetrate their shields. At 80 hours, but you've also started 7 times on different servers. You think your highest character level is 60. Jim DeMan is having a hard time finding a home. That is brutal. That's brutal. I just jumped in. We're practically riding solo. Yeah, the PvP on that guy's on the private server didn't carry the rifles. It's just a good pistol in case. Yeah, because melee's peak. It really is. Flamethrower counters melee. Really? How? Explain to me how the flamethrower counters melee, because I put my flamethrower on a melee guy, and it wasn't even going through his shield. So it counters him because it causes him to burn, and that's a little bit more effective in PvP, because it was not effective in PvE at all. Also, when I'm shooting my flamethrower, my shield drops, so it's extra damage that they can put off on me, you know what I mean? So I'm not sure how that counters. When we got a killer flamethrower, we have an amazing flamethrower, so we could actually counter PvP fairly. And that's what I said when that thing sucked in PvE. I was like, maybe it's a PvP weapon. I don't know. Buried treasure. Some right there. Why is it so deep? Or is that just saying that that's... Is that just saying that that's quicksand? Tried out of public before private, then private kept going down because it's G Portal, so you tried a couple other public. Yeah, this game typically is... I'm assuming it's much better with a group of friends. We're gonna go to that one. Oh, you'll never feel it when you cross the border, they say. I feel it every time I cross one of their server meshed borders. Okay? Every time. I can tell you where the border is every time. That might have been one right there. We might have been right at the corner. That would suck to be renting a private server and have it go down because of G Portal and you can't even play. And yeah, I bet the game's much better to play with a group of people that you know. There's only one person I know in real life playing this game.
And that man's got a work schedule that's crazy, so. Also, I didn't know he was playing until post me starting. Plays don't even have close to the health of the PvE mobs. You can't bandage when being attacked. Just burn to death in a few seconds. Yes, dude. Yes, dude. Oh, we're pulling out. Yes, we found a lab, too. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, bro. My textures are, like, not loading in, dude. You see what's happening over here? This is fucking the game up right now. Holy shit, the game is breaking, bro. I'm about to fall through the fucking map. Get up there, man! Oh, my God. The textures are in. If we fell through the map and lost our stuff, I would have lost my mind. Brighter Shores Central, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Been a while. Yeah, we're enjoying the game. I've put in a ridiculous amount of hours in the game so far, so I think if I wasn't enjoying it, we would have quit by now, but I'm enjoying it. The Nitrito servers are doing great. That sucks. That sucks. That would suck to know the server service that you picked is the one that's going down. I don't know. Is Nitrito like typically super bad? I don't know. I'm not a private server guy, so I'm not sure. Oh shit, this is gonna be a wave-based battle, dude. This is the kind of stuff that we really are not gonna be able to handle, I don't think. This is gonna be a dead right here. How do you get buried treasure? You have to scan in the deep desert. I'm having a hard time finding it today. I'm not sure if they nerfed it. But you put a scanner on your vehicle and then you scan the sand. I typically find the most buried treasure. So that's how they do it. That's just always red. Haha. I've typically been finding all the buried treasure by the quicksand. And I find it in section D or beyond in the deep desert. Oh, how do you actually get it? You jump out of your ship and you got to use your static compactor on it. So if you shoot your static compactor where it's located, it'll unbury the treasure. All right, here we go. I cannot be missing shots, dude, and we missed 2. All right, let's take down Big Boy. Missed another one. We're fine. Fuck, he's not dead yet. Quickly, 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 quick!
Die, die, die!
Well, should just be PvP deaths where you can't respawn. And that's brutal, man. We're still looking at 4 shots, it looks like, with the Cope pistol. Just escape. It says just no. Just no. The PvE in the game could be better, Brighter Shores. It could. As in, I mean, like, more varied. It's very straightforward and, samey. Doesn't have much variety. But the survival and crafting and building aspect of the game, I think, is really good. I think we lost our fuel cells.
Alright, not bad, all things considered. Let's take out Big Boy first. We gotta take out the big one first. I don't even know where he's at. There he is. Fuck. This is why melee and PvE is freaking meta, because you're just shielded the whole time. You can run up and take these guys down one at a time. Oh shit! That's a drill shot. I don't even want him to know that I'm over here. It's a sniper, I think. I fucking hate that thing. I always forget about it. No, 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 no. Oh! 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 We're good. Oh god! I didn't expect somebody to be up here.
Kill them all.
Please. See, look, he's got to shoot my power shield all the way down. No! What the hell? I just got absolutely scammed. Watch the nade, watch the nade. Whoa, 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 how long you just been standing there, bud? I saw they changed you can't kill players by hitting. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Such a big change. Huge change. Massive change. Dude, that, like, surely had to be enough. You know what I'm saying? 9 shots to the dome. That's crazy, bro. That was me, not you, and I don't know why it happened. Run, run, run! Stop it! Stop shooting me! No! Whew, if that sniper hit me, it was game over. Shield real quick. I don't know where Big Boy's at. Big Boy's around here. Oh, there he is. Hello. Yeah, that was a huge change that they made. Slice him up, slice him up. Okay, sniper almost took my whole shield there, so we gotta go take him out next. Well, slowly but surely we beat him down and it's over. You dumb sniper, you're done. You shouldn't have even done that. I don't appreciate you still being alive. I heavy stabbed you like a dozen times. Now it's up to this guy who's a pain in my ass. We're already out of bandages almost. Come on now, do it. Level 121 in the bag. Easy as pie. First try. What was that noise? What was that noise? What was that noise? Oh, it's the wave. It's the wave. It's the wave. Fuck. Was I prepared for that to be just wave 1? No. Oop, oop, oop. Watch it, fire guys quick, fire guys quick. That's like an insta DM too. Oh crap. You sick bastard. Come on. Sorry, sorry. I don't like that. I don't like that, and I don't know what it is. He's got to be close. Oh, crap. Whoa! Whoa, Blady Boy's coming in quick. It's gotta be close. Please. Just give up, man. Thank you. How many waves are there? Does anybody know? Okay, I can't be that close to the fire guy. Fuck, I don't even know if one shot hit him there. If there's any more than 3 waves, we're in trouble. Where'd he go? Bro, the loot better be phenomenal after all. It's not gonna be. It's not gonna be. Which means we definitely can't just keep doing labs. Like, maybe the PvP ships are decent enough for us to take down, just because the waves of enemies are a bit much. Oh, what a shot! Where'd fire guy go? Where'd flamey boy go? Hey, I can take on Fireman if he wants to camp all the way back there. It's no problem. Okay, not if I keep missing my shots. One out of 3, it's 33%. It's not terrible, you know. It's failing. Got him. All right, we gotta watch it because there might be another wave. The door is still red, so there is another wave. Let's get in position. God, that noise scares me, bro. That noise freaks me out. I was like, did the door open? No, it did not. Oh God, that Get up, get up, get up. That actually scared me. Blady Boy came in out of nowhere. Is he not gonna... Oh, there he is, there he is. Can't tell. Is that machine gun? It's machine gun. Oh shit, bro. Dude! Dude, what's he doing up here still? You stupid asshole. No! We're dead, bro. Fuck!
Found them.
10 or more? There's no way there's 10 or more rounds, dude.
Shields up.
We're backing out of that. 10 or more rounds. Ugh. Rain! How many rounds are in those stupid things? Deep Desert Labs? I know, they are balanced for big groups, yes. They're big groups with tier 6 gear, yes. Correct, you're right. That is fair. I knew walking into it as soon as it was a wave one that this was going to be difficult. I was hoping for 3 waves. Honestly, 3 waves, we almost had it there. If that was a 10 wave thing, no shot, bro. 0 chance we'd have walked out of there alive. Alright, well, at least gave me a drink. Gave me a drink of some water for my troubles. We've got no more gas, so I've got to keep that in mind flying out of here. I don't know what our fuel is looking like. And you can typically glide a far enough distance, but yeah, we do need to keep that in mind. Well, we're walking away from the deep desert defeated yet again. Disgusting. You know what we can do out here and walk away with completed is the blooms, as well as we're about half fuel here, so I'm gonna cook it straight south because that is quite a ways. We can also hit up the PvP shipwrecks inside of the deep desert. Those are easy enough to do. No, it is good, but at the same time, it's like is it that good because the PvP's not varied, so the difficulty comes from the bullet sponge nature of the PvP, right? The PvP is very bullet spongy, so, and it only gets more and more like that. Does that make sense? So, the higher you go, the more of a bullet sponge they go. So what the next tier of enemy that comes out with is going to be just to have that much of a bigger health pool. When the difficulty comes from something as I can't think of the word, something as simple as that, it's kind of like, I don't know. Is there anything good in buried treasure inside of the Haga Basin? It depends on where you're at in your progression. Inside of the deep desert, I guess it also kind of depends on where you're at in your progression. But yeah, you can find some tier 6 material inside of the deep desert buried treasure. I made a video talking about it out here, because that's actually probably one of the best ways for a solo to farm up some of the tier 6 resources. Because those labs, as we just seen, are freaking ridiculous. The shipwrecks are decent, though. The shipwrecks aren't that bad, actually. But yeah, you get some good tier 6 material out of the buried treasure out here in the deep desert. I haven't done any of the deep treasure in the Haga Basin, but I was watching somebody who did. I can't remember specifically what they got, but I know, like, at a specific point in progression, you do get some, like, decent stuff. Like, I think it was, like, some jasmium crystal. No, it wasn't jasmium. It was some of that erythrite crystals, which might not sound like a whole lot, but if you're not at the point where you're in the Haga Rift yet, finding those inside of, like, the buried treasure is good comparatively. You know what I mean? Well, we've still got some upgrading that needs to be done before we can go take on those labs. Though, and I know they're geared for full groups that are in tier 6 gear, I fully believe that if we had a weapon that just did a little bit more damage, that we would be A-okay in taking down even 10 waves of those enemies. You know what I mean? And what does that weapon look like? I don't know. We might actually end up swapping our build over into a melee build where we're running shield and we're running blades, because that is just definitely meta. You know, you keep your shields up, you keep your blade up, you use that behind the back step, you get your blades in, you take them down one at a time. You know what I mean? Whereas in any gun build, every time I use my weapon, I'm now vulnerable to taking damage. Also, we were at about half fuel when we were 10,000 meters away from the safe zone of the deep desert, and we're still at about half fuel getting here. I fucking only tapped E, bro. I should be able to clear this, no problem. This isn't as bad as when we did it when we were way thick in the deep desert. What the fuck is that thing doing? What's it doing? It's alright, we gotta do this differently here. Furious, bro. I tapped E, I swear I just tapped E. They need to make that fucking plane nosedive if you jump out of it, dude. The fact that it glides while you're out of it is stupid, bro. Actually dumb. We'll get to it, though, no problem. Last time we jumped out of it... Let me fucking show you guys what happened last time. I'm having a little bit of PTSD, and it's pissing me off, because this is an easy fix. This is, again, something that should not have made it through testing. any form of testing, paid testing, influencer testing, closed beta testing. I don't give a shit. It shouldn't have made it through any form of testing. It shouldn't have made it through any form of development. Stupid things like this piss me off, bro. Fucking nosedive that thing. If I jump out of it, nosedive that thing. Because last time we were in the deep desert, we're flying back, and let's say I accidentally jump out of it here. Guess what happens? If you're fucking 600 meters in the air and you accidentally jump out of it here, it's going to glide to here. That's where it's going to land, a tile and a half away from where you are. And guess what? If you can't run to a piece of land, guess what's going to eat you? That's right. The worm. The worm is going to eat you. You want to know what happens when the worm eats you? You lose everything. So to lose everything because this stupid thing glides a tile and a half away from you, when you accidentally jump out of it... Hey. It's stupid, bro. That's just dumb. This thing should immediately just dive into the ground at the second you accidentally jump out of it. It should go... Boom. I don't even care if they got to add a magnet-type gravity to that. Suck it into the ground, bro. I don't care. Ridiculous, man. Let it just glide a mile and a half away. Have it bounce off of a wall and then glide 400 meters back the opposite direction. Make it make sense. We made it, though, okay? We did not lose the ornithopter. We didn't lose the gear, so it could have been worse. That same exact scenario happened to us, though. Have a bit of PTSD from it. I'm thinking let's go hit up that PvP ship. Just to cap it off, do one more thing while we're out here. Because I think we're going to head back to the Haga Basin here. And, we're going to sort a few things out, at least mentally, with what we need to do in order to really capitalize on the whole fact that we're dealing with 25% less crafting cost all week. Is this the one that I can just walk in the back of and complete? Grenade! Oh my gosh, I walked right into it. Oh, you cheeky bastard. No!
Shields up. Found them.
Come on! Oh. I forgot the key cards I needed out here anyways. Those drill shots are nasty out here, man. The PvE drill shots are disgusting. I'm like, why is my inventory so full, bro? We didn't pick up anything. Yeah, this is the one that we can just walk in the back of and complete. That's crazy. This unique hood is designed to reduce harm caused by direct sunlight. Interesting. That is not a door I can cut down. I guess the PvP ships out here are smaller? That was tiny, bro. Let's go check this one out. We're about out of water, though, so we gotta bail. Guys! We have a minigun on us. Hey! Guys, I don't even have any bandages, okay? So can we all just play a little bit nicer? So many of you. Whoa! Swordy boy finally had enough. He had enough waiting. He's freaking me out. Come on, just one more shot. Damn, what a fall. Get up, man! Okay, we somehow cleared all of that. Hopefully we find a bandage off of just one of these people, please. Is that enough to make one? No, it was not. What do we got? Wow, some gloves. Oh shit. We cleared it.
Alright, let's think about logistics here real quick. In order to craft, say, something like... Hold on. So you're guessing the chests aren't shared out there in the deep desert just like other PvP areas? I don't know. That's a good question. I'm guessing so as well. Meaning that if somebody else looted the chest, it's going to be looted for 45 minutes? I don't know. I don't know. It might only be shipwrecks. So the labs in the deep desert might still come with, like, multiple sets of loot. Logistics-wise, though, let's take a quick look here. Because we need, say, to get a Tier 6 Assault Ornithopter, we need a shitload of spice melange. The other stuff that we need, the plasteel composite armor plating is going to be, that's like the biggest tier 6 material that we need other than spice melange. So realistically, we need to farm up a boatload. As much spice as we can possibly farm up this week, we need to farm. So I think like a lot of our time in the deep desert is going to be spent farming up spice blooms. Like, we'll probably have a live stream dedicated specifically to just hitting up spice. Do you know what the ship... I have no freaking idea what the ship manifests are for. I'm guessing... What are those stupid things called? Where the people can lay out the area of the place. What the fuck is it called? Oh my god, the stupid thing you learn from planetologists that you sell to people. Damn it, I don't want to look it up, but I'm gonna, because it's gonna drive me nuts. Sync charts. I'm guessing it's for sync charts. It's just a guess, though. So mercenary is duraluminum. So that's duraluminum, duraluminum. What's adept in the sword? I'm just trying to figure out what sort of stuff and weapons and armor is going to be worth holding on to out here. Like, is adept sword? No, that's house. Is adept duraluminum? It is. Is everything we're getting out here duraluminum? I swear I was getting like really bad weapons. That's duraluminum. Hell yeah, it all is. Oh yeah, we have a storage on our ornithopter.
Cool. I was like, I guess we'll have to like make a trip back here eventually to grab all this gear. Because we're going to start taking this gear and disassembling it. I'm pretty sure this all should give us at least some duraluminum back, if not some other shit, so... Beautiful. Yeah, I'm guessing they're for sync charts. I haven't found a use case for them. It's like a piece of paper too, so... But maybe it's for, I don't know, a tier 6 something. I haven't found a use case for them. I was wondering the same thing, and the stuff that you get from the shipwrecks is kind of lame. So, like, going out of your way to hit those up at the risk of getting caught by the worm, to me, just doesn't seem worth it. Unless, of course, those ship manifests are actually something that hold a lot of value, which is entirely possible, especially in something like the market. I haven't checked out the player-to-player market at all, so I don't know what sort of items in the economy are worth value and what aren't. Sync charts might be being sold for like 3,000 Solari each. And if you get 22 of them from, that's 66,000 Solari, you know what I'm saying? I doubt they are, but they might be. I don't freaking know. And that, of course, is going to change from server to server to server, so... Found it. So far, the only use for them as an item is... Oh! That is valuable, actually. That's massively valuable. That's like a quick win for a Landsrat if you're holding on to him enough. Speaking of which... A potential task reveal in 9 hours. This one is... Hold on, let's get out of here. Let's get up in the air first. I don't understand. So the Landsrat literally just started and we've already got 4 up on these guys. Did all 4 of these come out yesterday? No way, a radiation still suit MK6 is ridiculous, bro. So do 4 tasks open up on day 1 of the Landsrat and then it's 1 task per day? I don't freaking understand, man. I don't understand shit about the Landsrats. And now that those 4 are completed, can I contribute to them post being completed, or is it done? You know what I mean? Cuz that happened so fast. I don't know if it like whatever server I'm on, bro, has a ridiculous amount of Atreides who are like way into this Landsrat, bro, because last week we won at 8 zip and this week we're already up 4, so I don't know what the hell. These people ain't playing around, bro. You're hearing that people are just out there farming everything and storing all of it and then claiming stuff as soon as it comes out. That's why they don't show us all of these at once. If they showed every single bit of this tile all at once, every Landsrat would be already completed day 1.
As in, you would already know what side won on day one. Because I guarantee that's what people are doing. I'm just curious. It's like, so now that it's completed, I can't get any of the rewards, or can I go turn in artisan? Let me go look. Like this one, it was you know, kill slavers. Can I go kill some of these guys in order to get points? Or like this one, artisan jabals. I can make these spit darts. You know what I mean? I can make these in mass, and the goal amount is 70,196 out of 70,000. So it's entirely possible. I just don't know. I don't know. I don't really care. For the time being, you know? I need to build that recycler again. Nels, no, it's over now, so you have to contribute to an active one. Interesting. See, and that kind of sucks. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you have the guilds out there who are completing this task because let's say this guild had 500 of these spit darts lined up, you know what I mean? They basically completed this task right as it came out. Is it random? Is it random which one gets unlocked next? So in 9 hours, it says potential task reveal. So is it possible that nothing gets revealed? Or is it random then? Is it going to be random? It's a weird system. It's a weird system that I don't care too much about currently to look into. But it's nice if Atreides keeps winning, because I love the benefits from it. We'll take the benefits from it all day. All right, we've done it yet a freaking again, man. The sun is nearly coming up. We're getting closer and closer to being up for 24 hours now. We are going to end the stream here. Appreciate everybody stopping by. It was yet another crazy stream. The support for the Dune Awakening streams has been absolutely wild. I really do appreciate you guys being here. Jim, you're insane. Rain, really appreciate you. Nels coming in. I know you're new, but I still appreciate you. We like seeing you around. Alicia coming in with a new member today. This is like the second new member coming in from the Dune Awakening streams. Absolutely crazy. You guys are wild. We are going to be continuing the scattered and scattered yet frequent live streams for the next couple of weeks, week and a half or so. Then we're going to be transitioning into our full regular live stream schedule. It's been a little bit weird with Dune Awakening launching and whatnot, and I've got some things going on next week, which is why we're going to keep the streams frequent and scattered for now, and then the week after that we'll be jumping into the Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday times to be determined. But again, appreciate you guys stopping by. You guys are absolutely freaking insane. And yeah, we're going to go get some sleep. We'll probably be back live again tomorrow, farming out some spice, or maybe, just maybe, taking all of this plus stone that we have over to our final base location, which is probably, again, going to be right there. So I will catch you guys tomorrow. Hope you guys all have an amazing day. I'm out.